Welcome everyone to a very special, not technically episode of the Jams and Tea podcast, but it kind of technically is because we're doing something that we have done in the past as a part of that podcast, but it's a little bit more stripped back. It's a little bit more free form. It's a little bit more, I guess, personal than sometimes that can be. As me and friend of the podcast, Zach, are here to talk about the discography of one of the most influential bands on our personal tastes in music and our, I guess, musical developments. Despite the fact that we're kind of almost like a half a generation apart, this particular band still left a pretty profound imprint on our sort of musical development. And the band is, of course, Animal Collective. Animal Collective formed in, well, the exact point at which they formed is kind of nebulous because Animal Collective evolved out of childhood friendships between four young men growing up in Baltimore, Maryland. They went to school together and in terms of like elementary / high school, I think they kind of got to know each other very, very young. And then being four young men with particular sort of artistic interests that were very much sort of encouraged and fostered during that sort of adolescent and young adult time. They each individually developed an interest in making music and an interest in expressing certain artistic ideas and certain aspects of their personality through that music. And initially, the members of the band, those being A.V. Tier, aka Dave Portner, Panda Bear, aka Noah Lennox, Geologist, aka Brian Whites, and Deacon, aka Josh Dibb, initially working kind of individually within kind of their own sort of musical realms, but often collaborating a lot. Like, for instance, the very first proper release that any of these men put out was Panda Bear's first solo project in 1999, which Josh Dibb, aka Deacon, helped with the production of and the release of in a heavy way, despite the fact that he isn't appearing on the record. And likewise, the first sort of album proper that we'll be discussing, Spirit They're Gone, Spirit They've Vanished, was initially intended to be an AV tier solo project that Panda contributed drums to, and then AV felt that his contributions were so integral that his name was added to it. In terms of the band Animal Collective itself, I mean, they released like 3 albums before that officially even became their nom de plume. So this is kind of I think collective is a really kind of fitting way for them to describe themselves, because the ways in which these people musical expressions evolved and then eventually coalesced, and the kind of shifting amorphous nature of their lineup from release to release, which we'll touch on, speaks to a kind of free flowing, like unrestricted nature to what this project even is. I mean, at times, you know, especially early on, it feels like a stretch to even really call them a band. And within certain albums, the way they operate is more akin to, I don't know, some kind of like strange art project than what you would think of as a conventional musical group. So that's, I guess, the broad intro to what this project is and broadly how it came to be. And we'll go into more detail as we touch on the different releases that this band or this project, this collective, put out. But first, I want to start off by talking a little bit, or having each of us talk a little bit about our connection to this band, sort of how we came to be fans of the band, how we feel that the band sort of influenced our taste in music. And Zach, as I've already kind of rattled off a lot of stuff already, I'd like to turn to you first. How did you first become aware of Animal Collective, and sort of what impact would you say that they have had on your musical tastes?
So I first became aware of Animal Collective, probably similar to a lot of people, via Merriweather Post Pavilion's really, notable Best New Music Pitchfork release. It was an album that had a lot of publicity and a lot of press and a lot of notoriety, and it really took off on like Mew. Like if you go to the 4chan board Mew right now, the very like sticky post, you'll see like a reference to the Merriweather Post Pavilion artwork on the drawing of like the first post on that page. So it was really an album that like upon release, which was in my senior year of high school, 2009, really just immediately became, the cultural cachet of it was so immediate and so strong that you couldn't really blot it out in any way. There was no real way, like if you were in any way paying attention to like music press, it was impossible to ignore this release. And so I originally, listened to that album and just didn't care for it, didn't really find a whole lot of value in it. But it was something where the really, really strong praise kept me curious in spite of my taste limitations with it. And eventually I ended up visiting Tongs, and I ended up visiting Spirit They Gone, Spirit They Vanished, and really quite fell in love with those two projects. And as you were kind of talking about lineups and things like that, both of those two albums are Avitaire and Panda Bear. And so in some ways they kind of represented the album or the band at their most elemental to me. And it was like, that was where I started, was kind of there, and then built up to the kind of mainline releases, which eventually, pretty quickly flipped from me having almost no taste for the band to being really into everything that they had put out up to that point within a very, very short period of time. Anytime that I have ever had an experience in my life where I went from like a negative opinion to a strongly positive opinion on an album, that, there's like anyway, I'm not going to remember the phrase, but the idea that if you kind of like, you're skeptical at first and then you get converted to something that you're real, like the passion that you have for it ends up becoming like a lot stronger. And so that's really, where I sit with the band. And I think a lot of people that are into them or are getting into them have that kind of trajectory. I think that a lot of these albums are, a bit abrasive and a bit challenging. And instead of being, a band where they have kind of one consistent identity throughout the course of their discography, what you have are almost individual artists that are collaborative and sort of open to improvisation and experimentation and playing with form. And it's challenging and it's unusual, if you're not familiar with any bands that are kind of like that. But once you break into it, what you find is this kind of like world of creativity and playfulness and, a sound that on any given record is unique. And then when you compare the records to each other are all so unique that the band's identity becomes so kind of expansive that I can almost pick out reference points that were their influences and reference points that were influenced by them. And you be comparing bands that have almost no similarities to each other, if you play that game long enough. To me, like, that's the kind of music act that like goes from being like a favorite to just being like in constant rotation because they have so much material. It's so varied and interesting.
Yeah, there's really something to be said about the versatility of the band from release to release. Like, one of the things I often remark upon when people ask me for recommendations for how to get into Animal Collective is that, the place at which I point them very much depends on how well I know the person and how well I know the person's taste in music. Because if you think about, the band's sort of peak period from the mid, 2000s onward, there's such a staggering kind of gulf in terms of sound between records. Like, if you want to compare an album like Feels and an album like Strawberry Jam, back to back, and they sound so vastly different from each other. And then Merriweather Post Pavilion is like almost unpredictable based on that trajectory. And Animal Collective got sort of, when their sort of cultural moments started happening around the release of Tongs, like they got pretty quickly boxed in with within the alternative world, within the kind of burgeoning freak folk scene. Yeah.
I was going to mention that for me originally, if I think about where I was in 2009, big Bright Eyes fan, big Death Cab for Cutie fan, it's really not terribly surprising that the albums that stuck out to me were in that avant folk, freak folk kind of mold, where it's a little bit more strumming an acoustic guitar. It's a little bit more driven by lyrical storytelling. And it took me a little bit to warm up to the more pop sensible, hook heavy, Merriweather Post Pavilion era, sound, because those two things, even though and that's maybe like the real nugget, is that, we can talk about how varied they are. And yet, because it's so built around the individuals within the collective, it's always AV Tear and it's always Panda Bear, no matter what. So whether you're listening to, you know, April and the Phantom and you hear Panda Bear's brushes on the drums, or you're listening to Merriweather post Pavilion, what's the No More Running, and you hear the brushes on the drums, you know, there's these little pieces of their identity that you can detect, even when the styles are worlds apart. And that's what's really beautiful about it, is that once you find your entry point and you kind of unpack that project, you will find that project in all of the others. And so even if it's not necessarily stylistically to your taste, it's like this door that brings you into like new sounds. And it's just, I don't know, I find it to be a really rewarding experience. I've listened to all of these albums a ton of times prior to us deciding to do this podcast. And then I listened to literally everything again, multiple times again. And just, I mean, it felt like it was a new experience because of how rich and dense the material is.
Yeah. I'll be brief with my kind of relationship with Animal Collective, because I think a lot of it will come down to when we talk about very specific albums. But so, you know, our viewers will probably already know I actually don't know exactly how much younger I am than you, Zach, but I'm a little bit younger than you. And so I was, you know, a little bit more, you know, not necessarily cognizant of Animal Collective during, you know, the time around 2007 to 2010, where they were, you know, hugely, you know, culturally big in alternative music. But my dad always used to have alternative music channels playing on TV, you know, from around, you know, 2006, 2007 onwards for about 5 years. And that was a very formative time for me, discovering music through whatever, you know, the alternative music labels had decided to, you know, release as singles and make videos for. Like if it was a Pitchfork approved weird sort of indie band and they had a big sort of single, then I encountered it in that way. And so my first encounter with Animal Collective was, you know, around the time that Strawberry Jam was released, but specifically with the song Peace Bone, which had a music video that I did see many times. And firmly imprinted itself into my brain as a 10-year-old kid, by the way, in 2007. And that song kind of just changed my life. As kind of over the top and, you know, excessive as that is to say, I think that in as much as any kind of individual song can have like a truly profound impact on a person, you know, and remember I was 10, so still sort of developing and musical taste and everything, but that song changed so much for me. Like that song, actually, I can pinpoint so much of my perception and so much of my taste in art and so much of my what I respond to in music and in art to the influence of that song. And the reason is that despite the fact that I grew up, thanks to my dad, listening to a lot of really esoteric electronic music, I'd never heard something that fused, you know, esoteric electronic elements like that with pop sensibilities in the way that that song does, but also this kind of deeply strange and melancholic sense of nostalgia for this kind of lost childhood. And so there's this weird combination of melancholic themes and aggressive sounds and sort of serene beauty that Animal Collective at their peak were able to coalesce together within their music, that I just immediately responded to as a young kid from just that song alone. And I didn't listen to the rest of Strawberry Jam for about 5 years. It was just that song, because I had like an MP3 player and I would, you know, go to YouTube and I would rip all the songs that I saw on the alternative music channels that I really, really enjoyed. And it was not until years later that I actually started getting into albums and stuff. But anyway, so that was sort of a profound moment. And then when I was about 15 in 2012, I really sort of started getting into albums properly. And then I fell into the Animal Collective rabbit hole. And I was, you know, there was a point in, I think, late 2012, early 2013, where I was listening to Animal Collective exclusively for a period of like a month. And that was really like, that was obsessive.
That was November 2021 for me.
Right. But yeah, and I'll talk about some of the really sort of profound and impactful experiences with that music that I had around that time with specific records as we get to them. But yeah, that's really kind of where it all began, was just this one flash of this band and one sort of 5-minute song that completely blew everything wide open for me. At a really like formative age. And so yeah, so that I think probably maybe speaks to, I would guess, the experience of a few people my age who have become fans of Animal Collective, is what really strikes you as just how singular and individualistic and strange they are, but also how emotionally potent they are. That's something that I think runs as an undercurrent through all of their best music, is that sense of, whether it's melancholy or whether it is just kind of like unbridled joy, or whether it's the two existing together. That's something that is, I think, so integral to why Animal Collective connected with a lot of people, why they became essentially the fulcrum of indie music culture for a period in the late 2000s.
You brought up this idea of nostalgia, and I'm glad that you did, because I basically have a note about nostalgia regarding every single album here. And it's kind of to me, it's sort of a primer to the way that I've experienced all this music in this month, is that this is music that I found when I was a teenager, 17, 18 years old. It's very, and I don't mean this in any way to diminish it, as I've explained, like I've had such an incredible time listening to all this stuff, but this music is like, if you could explore this when you were 12 to 15 years old, it would just be so ideal, because of how, one, experimental and eye-opening, and just to have that as a foundation would be incredible. But what is being explored is this particular sense of nostalgia, and I just don't think that our doing this little project could have come at any better time, like just in terms of where it's so. We were discussing, you and I, the iPod Classic, and we were talking about like the iPod Classic Gen 5, which is like, that is the device I've listened to more Animal Collective on than any other device in the entire history of my life. And we'll talk through these releases about like the specifics of that, because it's interesting to me. But I have this extremely vivid memory of like the first time I ever listened to Merriweather post Pavilion and it clicking. And I was in a laundromat listening to the iPod Classic, and I was playing a Nintendo DS, and I was playing a game called Pokemon Platinum. And what's fascinating is that on Friday of this week, like a remake of that game was put out onto Nintendo Switch. There's like a weird I don't know. It's a really strange thing. It's like I've seen multiple Wes Anderson movies in theaters lately. I'm just like in this weird we've reverted back into like high school nostalgia, which is like the ideal way to experience the lyrics and themes of this music, because that's what almost all of it is about in some way, is some sort of, as you say, the kind of the mesh of a youthful exuberance and then this kind of melancholy. And that kind of is what nostalgia is. And it's so much the sensation of like what like the potency of every one of these songs has some kind of like relationship with that feeling. And it's, I don't know, anyway, kind of just loose notes, but it's kind of the emotional primer for like where I was every time that I hit play on one of these albums over the last couple of weeks.
I'm glad you said that, Zach, because one of the sort of initially unintentional, but now it's sort of become intentional themes of the record club videos I've done with the podcast this year, the albums I've recommended specifically, has been like revisiting my childhood and my adolescence. And so in many ways, this video, this kind of like discography dive, is kind of the culmination of all of that, because it's like, this was, Animal Collective were my favorite band of all time when I was 15, like absolutely unequivocally. Like they were definitely
it's the precise age where they should be your favorite band. And again, that I hope that no one listening to that thinks that that's an insult. Like it's just because it's like the greatest thing ever. Like it explores the ideas and the feelings of that. You know what it reminds me of, Tyler, is a film that you and I watched for the first time last year, which is Hal Hartley's Trust, where we both watched it and we're like, gosh, I wish I had seen this when I was 14. That would have completely changed my personality.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, when people ask me now, oh, how do I get into Animal Collective, or what do I do? There's a sense of sadness, because it's like, yeah, you're almost at a disadvantage getting into them now, because because more of my friends are like obviously in their early 20s and stuff, and you are kind of past this idealistic peak period. But also, the flip side to that is that Animal Collective, even if you weren't into Animal Collective as a teenager, discovering them now allows you, I guess, to revisit or unlock or reconnect with a certain part of yourself that you might not be expecting the music to really bring you back to. And I think to the extent that you're able to do that, or to the extent that this music is able to facilitate that for you as a person, is the extent to which you'll enjoy Animal Collective now. And I think that obviously they have appeal to people at any age, because obviously the whole thing is about like the unbridled sort of joy and emotional kind of untetheredness of being young, and how that is something that stays a part of you no matter how old you get. Like that is the thesis of Animal Collective. It's like no matter how old you get, or no matter what happens to you, no matter what life you live, there will always be that inner child who is either expressing themselves, or is holed up and needs to kind of be unleashed, and the music is about kind of facilitating that. And anyway, I think that's basically that feels like the kind of thesis we should build to rather than start off with, but we'll illustrate it as we discuss these albums. And I think no better place to start than their first, what has been retroactively canonized as the first Animal Collective album, despite just being a collaboration between Aviator and Panda Bear, Spirit They're Gone, Spirit They've Vanished, which initially released in the year 2000. Recorded again, initially intended as an Aviator solo album, but Avi brought Panda, aka Noah Lennox, on to play drums. And what I love, one little detail that I love about this album is that in the actual album credits, Panda is credited with perfect percussion, which which is great, because
I mean, it's true.
Yeah, exactly. It's absolutely it. And Avi, the story goes, Avi was so like impressed with and taken with like the ways in which Panda contributed to these songs just through his drumming, that he had to be credited alongside Avi as an equal creative partner. And I think when you listen to this album, you immediately see why. Like this is, yes, these songs are expressions of one person's relationship to being a child and being younger and growing up, and the tenderness and pain of all of that. But it's also a record that is about camaraderie in a certain sense as well, and not being alone through that. I mean, nowhere is that maybe better illustrated than songs like April and the Phantom, where it is about being isolated and being kind of like alone in the world, but also finding comfort in the world around you, and in nature, and in spirits, and in some kind of connection to an other thing that, whether a real or whether spiritual or whether whatever it is, that helps you to find a purpose or meaning, or just not being alone through it all. And that's something that runs through these songs in both joyful ways and in very melancholic ways as well. In many ways, this is one of the saddest albums we'll be discussing today. There's a real sense of, both a lost childhood, but also a childhood rediscovered as well, in this kind of paradoxical or multifaceted way. And I'm getting really intellectual with it, but Zach, why don't you jump in here? What is this album to you, and what is it? What do you think it's all about, and what do you think it represents?
So I'm really gonna quickly build off of your note about Panda Bear's contributions and the themes of the album by talking about Chocolate Girl, which is a track 5 out of 10, right? It's kind of the end of side A.
My favorite song on this album, incidentally.
Think about what that track would be like without Panda Bear's fills. And the rhythm of the way that song kind of will build, and then the beat switches up with his brushes on the snare,
Yeah.
And how the rhythm is so much of like, it's kind of this strutting through the flowers kind of like feeling. And then when you think about what the themes of that song are, just from the title alone, the idea of it's like a girl made out of chocolate. It's like, it's sweet and delicate and decadent, and you're either gonna eat it or it's gonna melt, right? Avi Terror as a songwriter loves to write about food, and it's usually fruits, although in this case we're talking about chocolate, but it's always these things that are kind of like this imagery to me which speaks to really like flavorful in the moment, like the beauty of life, experiencing life in the moment, ripeness, everything kind of has a window of time in which you can experience it, with the kind of melancholic implication that one day the chocolate will melt, one day the cherries will rot, and that you have to kind of like savor everything in the moment. And it's kind of beautiful and sad. The band catches a lot of, and this is more applicable to later releases sonically, but I think that it's always true of Avi Ter as a vocalist, and being that this is kind of like the first Avi Ter album, that's really relevant. He's a really idiosyncratic vocalist, and he emulates Brian Wilson in a lot of ways. I was going to say that the band catches a lot of comparisons to the Beach Boys, and that's vocal harmonies and Avi Ter's particular delivery and Panda's deliveries once Panda starts contributing to vocals in a greater way later on. They really emulate Wilson's style, and that's relevant because what that style is, it's sunshine pop, but in the vocals there is a sense of sadness. Like there is this kind of like always two senses of energy, one of them being very positive and then the other one being quite mournful, as if to say that like trying to experience this joy is like fighting back the darkness. Like at no point can you ever dissociate one emotion from the other emotion. Like and that's such an interesting way to emotionally express these songs about youthfulness, where you're thinking to your youth and thinking about how the human experience is always positive, always negative, and you're always kind of like writing this line with any given one of these songs, which are very sort of like shimmering and atmospheric and textured in a way that's like, it's very lo-fi. The band would later be, the production, the mixing, the mastering would be like very much the appeal. But on this record, it's really like fuzzed out and dreamy, and you just kind of feel like you get lost in the atmosphere of it in a way. And then you have this vocal performance that's sort of a little bit high pitched and childlike sunshine pop with this mournful undertone. And then Panda Bear's just kicking ass for the entire album. Like his entire like contribution to the album is just like, I mean, incredible percussion on every single track on the record. Most of it giving structure to songs, but then there's a lot of textures, like the crashes, for instance, on like at the very tail end of Chocolate Girl, where it just kind of goes into psh, 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 really remind me of the same way that Avi will shout lyrics. He has that kind of yelping, wah! And so you have that mixing with that. And it's such a wonderful wall-to-wall kind of sonic experience of like unusual, aggressive, but beautiful and light. And it's a really difficult album to describe, because if you haven't heard it before, it's a little bit tough to kind of give you the impression that it's like, it sounds like music made by nymphs, but it also sounds like it's kind of two very young musicians exploring their respective musical identities.
Yeah, I think it's meaningful that one of the names that I think they toured with before they eventually settled on Animal Collective was Forest Children. Yeah. And that, I mean, both aspects, the forest and the children aspect of that name, I mean, speak to like basically beautifully encapsulate, everything that this early period in particular sounds like.
I think everything up to feels, that would be like a really apropos band name.
Yeah, absolutely. Exactly. And I mean, there is a sense of getting lost in the wilderness when you listen to this album. And there's a real sort of strangeness to the textures that not counters, but like adds this additional dimension to the kind of like, starry-eyed, beauty of the record. Like you think about the beauty in sounds like that little synth melody in Chocolate Girl, or just the kind of rising piano melodies of Penny Dreadfuls, or the twinkly sounds of Someday I'll Grow to Be as Tall as the Giant. Like these beautiful textures that sit at the center of these songs, and then are countered by these more aggressive musical expressions, the use of noise on this record, the use of kind of like squealing sounds. I mean, look at that opener, for instance, which is like one of the most just I hate using the word transcendent, but like I listen to that song and there's a combination of that, it's produced really fascinatingly using almost exclusively feedback loops, I think. And it has this sort of like squealing, squelching sound that sort of, iterates again and again over itself, while you have this quite arcane and sort of old sounding synthesizer, like producing these, kind of, wondrous sort of sounds, and Avi's voice at its most kind of like awed, and it's just this really like expansive beginning to the record that has so many sort of contrasting and conflicting textures within it, that I imagine like when you put this on for the first time, you hear that it's really kind of, it can throw you for a loop. Like and I imagine it's a lot of people probably find it difficult to get into this record because of some of those more extreme textures and the ways in which they either buff against the beauty or complicate it in a way that just really can mess you up. And I mean, I think of like Penny Dreadful was the most kind of conventionally beautiful song on this record, with this kind of aching piano melody and this really sort of like soulful emotional performance. And then you get to the end of the song and it has that kind of ripping sound that just repeats at the end of the track.
Oh yeah.
Kind of cuts through it, and it's like, it's just, you check, yourself, and or like April and the Phantom, which is one of the most kind of like, pop friendly songs on this record at its core, but it opens with that burst of noise that just kind of like, every time you hear it, it's like so fucking startling, for lack of a better word.
It's got like a little like lullaby tinkling, and you're like, okay, cool, and then just
goes like full Merzbow for like 10 seconds, and and then
it like breaks open into, as you say, like the most pop sensible song on the record easily.
Like, yeah, totally, absolutely.
Well, and you know what happens right after that wall of sound is that it's a Panda Bear drum fill. He just immediately
the brushes, they're so fucking good.
I was gonna say there's a little bit of sequencing that I love. So you have Chocolate Girl, which we've already talked about, your favorite song on the album, where it's got that kind of like it's like a saunter, right? The way that he plays the drums, it's very like loose. And then you have Everyone Whistling, which is probably my least favorite song. It's a little 1-minute interlude track, but it's very like blown out and textured, and just like listen to it in headphones, then you go away, and then you immediately hit La Repette, which is another just like second one drumming. You just completely get throttled by it, and it's kind of like jagged in the way a debut is, like where it's a really adventurous sequencing of songs, but it really works, I think, in large part because Panda's there. I really, as much as this is like AV vision, like AV personality, AV themes, from track one, we're talking about like It's Hard to Kiss Our Child Games Goodbye. It's like a classic AV record, but like I just feel like Panda's the glue. He's just like this foundation that like makes every track. So the band has, throughout their records, they're a bit improvisational, as we've discussed. They it's like individuals that are kind of creating together. And I think what kind of works about this album is that perhaps because Panda's in a little bit of a recessive role, it's like, I know that you are very familiar with like the Velvet Underground. It's kind of like the way that band was formed. You have sort of like Lou Reed, John Cale as like two individuals, but then you have like Mo Tucker, who's the drummer, right? And her whole business is like, I'm just gonna play this beat until you figure yourself out, and then when you are done noodling, you can come back to the beat. And that's sort of what Panda's doing here to me. Like he's giving this sort of like structural basis for these songs to just get completely wild at times, and it's a masterpiece in that way. Like I can't, can you think of a debut album that you would consider to be like this strong while also being this inventive and like proto, because there's so many seeds here that you'll see kind of blossom into like bigger and more beautiful things later on, things that are like more high fidelity, etc. So it's like, this really is truly a debut's, like it's a debut, right? It's rough and raw, and yet it's so high quality.
Yeah.
I really struggle to think of any other debuts that like kind of balance those two things. Like I think of very strong debuts where it's like, wow, they really came out and just dropped a strong record right off the bat. But this just, it's so exploratory, and maybe this is kind of a loaded question, but to me, like when you compare this to their next three, it really isn't until you get back to like Sung Tongs that to me, like, you have something that's this consistent again. Even though the next few albums that we're going to talk about are all good, it's like as they added new members, it was like they had to almost readjust what the vision was and kind of work back to a place where they had this much confidence, which to me is just kind of, I don't know, maybe you're gesturing to it as originally going to be an AV solo album helps to kind of clarify that, is that it has a little bit more of a through line, like a focus thematically.
Yeah, well, I think the thing about it is as well is that this is first and foremost a songwriting album. Like all the sounds and stuff are really, really important. This is an album like where the core of it is rooted in AV's songwriting and his, desire to create these sort of stories that all build this kind of singular thesis about his relationship with his inner child and growing up and all that sort of thing. Whereas I think the next few records there's not really that interest in storytelling. There's not really that interest in using words and writing in the same way. It's more about sound exploration and the possibilities of that. And again, yeah, discovering and working through ideas and stuff. And there's a big relationship between records like Danse, Manatee and Here Comes the Indian and their live act as well, which we'll get into too. But before we move on to that, I just want to touch on a couple more songs we haven't really mentioned yet from the debut. I mean, first of all, I think a track that really, despite being one of the less kind of like, songwriting focused tracks on the record, really encapsulates everything that this album does beautifully, is of course the untitled third track, which is, has no lyrics, obviously, and is this incredible smashing together of these gorgeous sort of piano loops and just kind of odd synths. Again, the same sort of feeling as that opening track, and this absolutely just painful screeching noise burst that is kind of played throughout the track. And I've seen a lot of people compare this to like the sound of like a screaming dying animal, and it's quite emotional and potent. I mean, just the sound of that,
there's this piano loop. I think it's a sample where it just kind of circles and it kind of climbs and it kind of falls, while there's this, like, the squeal is almost like, it feels a little bit more random, but it kind of goes up and down.
It really
like it howls. It has like an emotion to it almost.
Yeah, like some people, I've read some real kind of deep dives into this album that call it like a death of childhood moment on the record that symbolizes like a loss of innocence or a pain. And I think, while on the one hand, I think ascribing that kind of like profundity to it it renders it a little rote. There's also something to that. It does feel like it represents some sort of genuine pain, or at the very least, like the relationship between the pain and awkwardness of childhood and growing up, and the beauty and the softness and the, radiance of it all, like these completely opposite textural feelings just slamming together. It feels like, in a way that I think they try to explore in different ways with the next few records, it feels like, let's create this feeling purely through sound and texture, and let's like really throw it all into that. And as a result, it becomes one of the most kind of striking and memorable moments on the album for that reason.
Where it exists on the track listing, it's right in between April and the Phantom, which, as you said, like from a lyrical perspective, that song is like, it seems to be about a character and that character's imaginary friend. It very much ends with this kind of, so one AV Terror songwriting technique that I really love is the use of lyrical repetition, which to me always sort of like, obviously there's a pop sensibility to doing things like that in terms of like choruses and refrains and just like repeating lyrics that are kind of like fun to sing along with, or fun to sing as the vocalist. But then there's like this idea of like from the narrative perspective, like reinforcing these idea. And the song ends with a ton of repetition where he's like, everything's just all right with me. Everything's just all right with the Phantom. Mm-hmm. And then it ends at the very, very end with like, kids got no friends at all, which also gets a few repetitions. Then you kind of move into this, really noisy, cacophonic kind of like breakup, and then the next song after that is Penny Dreadfuls, which is like a song about like waiting for the bus and getting bullied in school. And so it's like transitioning from like being alone and yet feeling like you have company, like you're seen and having fun and being a kid, to being around other people but like having a bad time, like and you know, you kind of move into like a different kind of sector of like the story of childhood and the pains and kind of tribulations of that experience.
Yeah, that's beautifully said. And I think probably also worth mentioning, just as a fun footnote, that Penny Dreadfuls is a song that Avi wrote when he was 16, apparently the oldest song in the Animal Collective discography. And it has that sense of tender immediacy and, you know, almost sort of awkwardness to it. I mean, the piano melody to me feels timeless, and it builds and crests and has this real sort of emotional range to it that feels very unfiltered, and it's kind of a formless song as well. Like it's a 7-minute kind of piano ballad that really doesn't go a lot of places, but yet the gentle sort of subtle rise of it becomes quite emotional by the time you get to the end of it, and speaks to, I think, you know, an inherent talent and power that Avi has, that, you know, he often can deploy to absolutely devastate you throughout the discography.
I think due to some things you said, this is like one of my lower rated tracks on this album, because it is kind of like drawn out and it's not as kind of creative and exploratory as a lot of the other songs, but you're absolutely dead on about its emotional impacts and just like we were saying, just kind of like where it exists in the track listing. It's a really, this is an album that kind of like, I think that this sort of broadly applies to most Animal Collective albums, and you can tell me if you think that I'm completely full of it. Almost none of these are like quick. A lot of them take their time, you know, like once you get to like Jam and Merriweather, they're like a little bit more succinct, I guess, but not really. Like a lot of the best Animal Collective songs are songs that run between like 5 and 10 minutes or more, and kind of take their time to get you to the ideas that they want to get you. And songs like that are all throughout different track lists. I like the track lengths on this album. I think like Untitled's 3 minutes long. That's the noise track that we were just talking about. It's kind of like an interlude, and everything else is like 5 minutes, 7 minutes. You know, the closer obviously is like,
yeah, well,
Calvin
you're
Rose.
segueing beautifully into the closing track, which is the last thing I kind of want to talk about with this album.
Mein Gott.
I mean, what's interesting about this record is that I've seen a lot of, like, because we inhabit music Twitter circles, and obviously, and we'll talk about this as we go along, Animal Collective are kind of a band that's fallen out of fashion again, I guess maybe because their cultural cachet is so localized to that late 2000s period, and now music Twitter being inhabited by a generation that are just too young to really get that and experience that. A lot of them are missing Animal Collective and coming into them, you know, with a specifically kind of tuned for the more esoteric stuff. And then a record like Spirit They're Gone, Spirit They've Vanished really connects with a lot of these younger people, like teenagers on music Twitter. This is probably the Animal Collective album I see that niche of people talking about the most, because again, they hear this and the esoteric sort of strangeness and noise of it connects with what, you know, is kids are getting into in alternative music these days, but also that emotionality, that sense of childhood, that sense of like pain as well. That's so like, you know, integral to a lot of what's culturally big with, you know, Gen Z these days. Like all of it's there, and it's like it's no surprise when you think about all that stuff that, you know, a new younger generation are connecting with Animal Collective through this album of all things, more so than things like Merriweather Post Pavilion, more so than things like Feels and stuff. It's this kind of record that a new generation seem to be glomming onto, and it's becoming a kind of cult classic within the discography. I mean, even if you look at the rating trend on Rate Your Music for an album like this, it has shot up over the last sort of 10 years to the point where it's like, I think maybe their second or third highest rated album. Like it's become this absolute cult icon, despite the fact that, you know, they were such a small outfit. It was largely ignored upon release. It did get a very highly scored review from Pitchfork, which obviously will be relevant as we go later into the discography. But I mean, it was a low stakes, low key thing, and their hype built slowly. And so it's really interesting when you think about how this album, at least in my perception anyway, I don't know how you feel, but it seems to be that a lot of kids these days are connecting with this record that I've talked to on the internet anyway. And that's, you know, it makes a lot of sense.
I agree. I think that the biggest note with it is just that it feels, the written concept is quite strong and strongly present throughout all the different songs. They're not necessarily like, we are kind of talking about it, this album, like, it's really about the songwriting, it's about the language, and I think that that's true. But if you were to have never heard an Animal Collective album before and you listen to this for the first time, you would probably think errantly that it was more about the sounds, that it was more about, the textures and things like that. So I think to an extent, some of the more lyrical ideas are like second level. It's like once you've had a relationship with the album for a while, I think that what draws people in is that it is so damn evocative. When you listen to Merriweather Post Pavilion, it is evocative, but you kind of have to listen to it through the bangeriness of it. Like the songs on that album that are just kind of like, you just kind of tapping your steering wheel and going, yeah, this is fun. Whereas here it's like, you hear Alvin Rowe and just the way that it kind of pulls itself back. And then I think the use of piano on this album is really hugely evocative. It's just these really like light little flourishes. Ding, ding.
Oh god,
bing,
it's so
boom,
good
boom.
on this fucking closing track, man. It's fucking amazing.
Yeah. And then just the way that Avi's using his voice, he's not as, he's not screeching. He's not necessarily like, something that I think is really good on this record and on Feels is that Avi Terror loves to scream, and I love it when he screams, but it's like he waits for the moment. Kind of talking about those track durations and like the way that things are structured, like it draws the emotion out and it kind of builds these, so you go from the piano notes being kind of like light, and then the synths are coming in and the percussion's getting a little crazier, and now he's screaming, and it kind of like builds into this kind of, I really think that there's a lot of just everything is designed to get a really strong emotional reaction. And then once you've got that, if you're willing to explore the narrative ideas and see how kind of the characters within the story and the poetry relates to those emotions, it's just a great experience of a record that's really, really, really well thought out. It doesn't feel like a loose collection of pop songs the way that some of these do, even some of the ones that I love do. And that's something that I think that people who are younger and really critically into music, really critically into art, are interested in projects that feel that way, that feel cohesive, that feel like, these are really not sonically related, but things like A Crow Looked at Me, which is like a big album among like that same group of people, or like Death Consciousness, which is an album that I love and that you love and that is really big among that group of people, where it's kind of narrative, there's kind of like a cohesiveness to the ideas, the sounds, and the emotions that you kind of get to unpack. And all of that kind of contributes, I think, to like its newfound success. As you say, like if you look at Rate Your Music, not only has it gone up like quite a bit in the last few years, in every year since 2009, the score has increased, regardless of the rate at which is like, there's not been one year where it like went down. It's just gone up and up and up and up and up. And I think that's really the nature of, to be fair, the nature of a lot of Animal Collective releases, is that like the more detail that you unpack out of them, the more that you are patient and willing to explore them, like the more rewarding they become.
Yeah, absolutely. And so I think let's talk about the next album, Danse Manatee, because it's worth noting that once Animal Collective were signed, I think to Fat Cat Records in 2003, this second record was reissued as a kind of double album with the first album. I think probably just for the sake of like getting the two records out there, but it also speaks to a weird sense in which Danse Manatee is kind of like a counterpoint, but also a comment on and continuation of certain aspects of the debut record, despite being very different and despite being, I mean, traditionally not very highly regarded, including, I'll freely admit, by myself. It's interesting because it marks the first addition of Brian White's, aka Geologist, to the band's lineup. He, for those not in the know, generally his contributions are more to do with the electronics and the synthesizers and the technology that the band uses to augment what are essentially folk songs at their core. And so Danse Manatee, again, by stripping back, as I alluded to earlier, stripping back some of the lyrical focus, again, words and sounds and lyrics are on these next few releases really more a texture than something that, is to be studied or, is creating some kind of continuous story. And these records become primarily about texture and textural exploration. Again, I think to evoke some of the same sorts of sensations and feelings as Spirit, but in a much less kind of immediate way, in a much kind of less clear and more sort of, I don't know, there's something primal about an album like Danse Manatee, where it feels like it is just this kind of raw expression of this animalistic, no pun intended, feeling that, and I imagine this ties into, from what I've read about a lot of their early live shows as well, where they would wear these kind of elaborate masks and they would dress up in this really sort of extra way. And a lot of it would just be, what you would think of as kind of like, New York, East Coast art bands, sort of like just sitting on a stage and making noises with their faces for like 30 minutes and stuff. And so there's a lot of that to this album. And as a result of that, I think it's a record that if you're not primed for the type of experience it's going to give you, if you're not interested in that, it's going to throw you off completely. I'm curious, I know you like this album a little bit more than me, so I'm curious about what you think of this record, how you think it compares, or like not compares, but how do you think it relates to, the first album, what you think it represents in terms of the development of Animal Collective sound in this era?
We go from AV Terror and Panda Bear, right, to now this album starts with AV Terror, Panda Bear, Geologist. So we've got all three members in there. And so now instead of we're not making a Panda Bear album anymore. We're not making an AV Terror album anymore. We're going to make, they hadn't called themselves yet, but like now we're making kind of a band album. And it really feels like they threw some shit at the wall. And that's not to be dismissive of their process or of experimental music in general. Like, I don't think that it was literally random, but it feels like a project where when you read through the reviews of this on Rate Your Music, most of the popular ones are sort of like, it's sort of like if the Beatles took too much LSD and then just recorded. Like they just were in the studio doing stuff. And that's sort of what it feels like. Although I would argue one of the reasons that I do like this album, probably more than a fair number of Animal Collective fans and skeptics alike, is that I think that within the context of each individual track, there is almost always something interesting happening. It is never the case that I'm like listening to one of these and I'm just like, okay, this is worthless. The opening track of that album, probably my least favorite track on the album, because it's just kind of like noises. It's a Manatee Dance, and even that kind of just, it's just interesting to see the earliest era of this band exploring, because as we've kind of teased, what is happening is that three individual artists are trying to collaborate and then make, their white light, white heat. It didn't come out this way, like for this particular album, but it's a much more interesting identity than leaning in and just doing Spirit They've Gone, Spirit They've Vanished 2, AV Terror, LP2 with some guys. Yeah. That's how most bands operate. And it would have been, they would have been a cool folk band that probably evolved into something neat and AV Terrorish later on. But I think because they broke the mold of that album, this is kind of the seed of what they're eventually going to become, even though it doesn't really sound a whole lot like that. So yeah. The sonic palette of the record, it's a lot of sort of loose synths, and percussion that doesn't seem to follow a ton of like structure. There's almost no melody to the tunes. It's very noisy. It's probably their most experimental and least digestible material. Arguably, the other one would be Here Comes the Indian, which I think has like way more melody and songwriting merit to it. So yeah, I don't know. It's very raw. It's very lo-fi.
To me, this kind of period, and that includes Dance Manatee and Here Comes the Indian. I mentioned this before, but I want to kind of really emphasize it. It's like in contrast to Spirit, which is, an album about, I've written these songs, let's embellish these songs and really like get them and make this record with this clear kind of thematic arc that is expressed in this very vivid way. Whereas this is more about Animal Collective as a live act, Animal Collective as this musical expression, like coming together and trying to replicate that on an album. Like from what I can gather, their shows were very much akin to the sort of sound you hear on this record. And it was about being loud and textural and expressive for the sake of creating some kind of, experience that shifts you and changes you and moves you in some way, physiologically that you can't explain. And this feels like an attempt to translate that to an album. But a lot of what I imagine is the power and potency of those experiences for those people who experienced it is lost in the trappings of the album and in terms of structure and stuff. And I think it's something they express better and with more power on Here Comes the Indian, because that's an album that has a bit better fidelity and because it's an album that benefits from the addition of Deacon as well. But you can a good way of thinking about Danse Manatee is, I think, pairing it, rather than pairing it with Spirit, pairing it with the live album that they put out around the same time, Hollinndagain, which is very much like, you see when you compare these two records that actually, like, Danse Manatee, despite being a studio album, is really like, it's a live album that was recorded in the studio, and you get a sense of how those recordings relate to the Animal Collective live experience when you listen to Hollinndagain, which I like slightly more. I think benefits from some of the same limitations in terms of being a recording as opposed to being there at the show, but feels like it has a little bit more weight to it than some of them. Because one of the things that really gets me about Danse Manatee is that the pieces are either really lengthy and enveloping and involving, like I do quite respond to songs like Our Good Country, for instance, but they're either that or they're just these kind of like bite-sized snippets of sound that don't really feel like they develop in any clear way. And then you have the occasional like pop song like Explode just kind of making its way onto there. Whereas when you put Hollinndagain on, there are shorter songs on that project that don't have as much weight, but the whole thing feels like this kind of like sizable, cohesive experience, particularly with those longer tracks that open it up. And so, I think that's a slightly more successful representation. And maybe it's because it is just a live recording that it has that additional weight to it comparatively.
I think that when you look at one of the things that's like certainly true of every single song on this particular record is that they have almost no structure to them, and neither do the songs on. When I say structure, what I'm talking about is like sort of chorus verse, or they're kind of free form in the way that live things often are, live tunes often are. And I think that when you have an actual live song, you get to kind of expand the parameters a little bit, play a drum fill a little bit longer, play your guitar a little bit longer, like regardless of the, like, if you've ever heard like a Swans album track versus a Swans like live concert song, like it's minutes longer and they're adding parts to it, they're subtracting parts out of it. You just kind of get to experiment more, which is the personality of what Danse Manatee is. What's interesting is like I listened to, so track 3 is called Another White Singer. And like you listen to, and it's kind of got like this, just little boom, boom, boom. But it sounds like, if you listen to it, it sounds like, oh, this is a Liars song by a band that wasn't ready to be Liars yet. Like,
it's like, actually, now you think about it, like maybe this is just surface level, but you can see some similarities between a record like this and something like They Were Wrong, So We Drowned.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like at times, but not every song. Like a lot of songs lack that energy. Like that's one of the things that kind of carries the album, is that every song feels very playful and energetic, but they don't have that kind of like blistering, we're making a dance record level of energy. And that's sort of where I feel like the North Star of like something like this should have been, was like taking it and just like make your freaky sounds into Freaky the Knife dance music that's really expansive and colorful and produced, but the production is obviously very rough and raw, and there's not enough like rhythm, punch, aggression to kind of carry it. And that's sort of how I feel about Hollinndagain as well, is that like as live albums go, like what I would want out of a live version of these songs is like an Explode where Avi screams every single lyric, you know what I mean, like where he just goes really hard. Esplode, great song.
Yeah.
There's a few on here. I would say Esplode.
I like the closer in the singing box quite a bit. I think it ends the
Yeah.
record pretty strongly.
I think Meet the Light Child is a song that I was responsive to on this time around. That's like right after Esplode.
Mm.
And it's very noisy. It's very like, a lot of the specific instrumental choices on this album, Here Comes the Indian, remind me of the Elephant Six Band, the Olivia Tremor Control, which is an interesting little parallel because, of course, all those Elephant Six Bands were like similarly into the Beach Boys and like trying to kind of emulate that Smile session style of recording. And the Olivia Tremor Control really notable for like bringing on guest members, right? They would bring on members of Neutral Milk Hotel for a song and kind of let their personality like be part of it. And that's sort of what Animal Collective does as well. Like not with guest members, but with their band members.
I would like to jump straight into Here Comes the Indian because it's relevant, but I think we should talk about Campfire Songs first because that came next chronologically, and
really interesting lineup for
exactly.
Campfire
So
Songs.
Geologist is gone from this particular record. It is AV, it's Panda, and it's Deacon for the first time.
Have they ever had that lineup for any other record that you're aware of? I don't think that they have.
No, the closest is Tangerine Reef, which is AV, Geologist, and Deacon without Panda, but they've never done a project that's AV, Panda, and Deacon. So that's interesting. So your Campfire Songs is like, I mean, on a surface level, it's kind of like the polar opposite of what we've just been discussing, right? All of the electronics are stripped away completely because of the absence of Geologist, but also because of the idea and the concept, as much as you can say it has one. And the fact that it appears nicely with Hollinndagain in a certain sense, because it's a studio record, but it's also a live album in a certain sense, because it is a one-take recording that I think was done at AV's mother's house or something like that. Like it was done at the home of one of the band's parents, and it was done on a screened-in porch, I think. And they had two recorders, I think they're just tape recorders, one to record the music itself and one to record the kind of ambient sounds of the
sort of like field recordings.
Yeah, field recordings as well. And the first time you listen to it, you don't necessarily get a sense of that because those two sources are overlaid to the point where it just sounds like one single recording, but with the heightened presence of like stormy rain and wind and sort of those sorts of ambient sounds.
It's kind of Phil Elverum.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's got real Phil Elverum vibes actually, now that you say that. Like it's totally there, like sauna or something.
So this is so we just went from a record where like, and for anybody that hasn't listened, like maybe has listened to these things or hasn't listened to these things, all of these comparisons are pretty like stretchy. We're talking about like comparing like a single quality to a single quality. We're not saying that the bands are exactly the same, but we went from comparing it to like Liars, right? Or like, weird electronic 90s Autechre shit to like now we're Mount Erie and like the Antlers Uprooted.
Yeah.
Like we've completely shifted gears from like electronic dance, like I'm saying that it should have been dance punk to like now we're completely in the folk world.
Yeah.
And it's all like kind of, it's very bedroom recording. Like all of these early albums are like clearly very independently produced and created, but this one feels particularly like the type of thing that you would see more in 2010 than you would see in 2003 or not 2010, 2020. Wow, I'm 10 years in the past right now. But more in like the Bandcamp era, where you could have like a phone or just whatever your recording devices are and just like drop this kind of thing on YouTube, because that's what it feels like. It's an interesting album. I haven't really, it's one of my least listened to Animal Collective albums, and it's really not a favorite, but it's one of those things where it's like every single track is quite pleasant to listen to.
Yeah, like I agree with you. Like that opening track is quite beautiful in a certain way, and yet it also like feels like a dry run for something like Visiting Friends off of Sung Tongs, where it's like, if I want that kind of thing, I'll definitely pick Visiting Friends because I like that track considerably more. But it's the same sort of vibe, and I think the appeal of Campfire Songs to me is less in like moments like that than just this kind of like singular experience. Like I haven't listened to it a lot recently, but I did listen to this record a lot, when I was going through my AnCo phase as a 15-year-old. I would play it like going to sleep a lot. And I think that, the shtick of it kind of does wear thin reasonably quickly. I think that most of the best moments of this are within that first sort of half, and then the back tracks, which are both like 11 minutes long, don't really do that much interesting. Whereas I think, Queen of My Pictures introduces this new aesthetic for this project quite potently. And then Doggy is kind of a fan favorite track because it's this quite emotional song about, the death of Avi's dog. And it's written from this perspective of a child, like, who is, singing to his, dead dog and describing the experience of watching his dog die as a kid. And yeah, and it's quite, and you don't necessarily pick up on this stuff because he's not exactly audible, or intelligible while you're listening to it. But once you know that's what it's about, it becomes unbearably melancholic. And
yeah.
And a lot of people respond to that for that reason. But it's kind of this weird outlier on the record because the rest of the album is so esoteric and strange and not really like doesn't really emotionally connect in that way. But it's this moment where, it does sort of crystallize, and there's beautiful like contrast between the parts where the strumming is reasonably heavy and the parts where it falls away for him to just sing, "You lay there so still, doggy." And it hits you hard. I love the way it kind of melts into Two Corvettes, which is another standout for me on this record. I love the gentle plucking of that, and then the way it kind of explodes into or gradually kind of devolves into a frenzy of acoustic guitars being like just caterwauling. I love that sort of stuff. Like, there's individual moments like that really hit me. But yeah, it does as a whole kind of feel quite homogenous in a way that some of those more potent moments are dulled by the whole experience in a way. And I know it's probably a record that a lot of AnCo fans have a real affinity for, so I don't want to be too mean about it, but it does have a limited shtick that it brushes up against well before it's finished. So yeah,
I think that it would be, for anybody that is unfamiliar with the band and looking for an entry point, maybe like the usual entry points didn't really click right away. This is an interesting little thing to try out because it really is a unique sound among everything that they've made, because it's so gentle and so kind of like, I don't want to use the word ethereal because a lot of their music is ethereal, particularly on like Spirit, but on Spirit, it's much more abrasive. It's very rare for it to be this ethereal and this gentle simultaneously. And that's, I think, partially accountable to the presence of Deacon and the sensibility of him as an artist, which we'll talk about quite a bit later. But to me, the most interesting thing about this release as a fan of the band, and I don't really love the release, but one of the most interesting things about it is that it exists as a bit of a missing link between Spirit They've Gone, Spirit They Vanished, and Tongs as these very folk-driven albums that are softer. The vocals are mixed in a way where they're kind of like part of the overall melody and sonic palette, to where you're kind of like, in order to get the story, you have to kind of pluck through the music a little bit. You have to kind of get through the textures, and so that it kind of works on both layers. It sort of works as like an audio experience, and it sort of works as like a narrative experience. And this is kind of, I think that this, what it really is because it's the one take recording, because it feels, I don't want to say improvisational, they probably wrote all the songs, etc., but it just kind of feels like it lacks for the studio polish of even Spirit, even though it's quite rough. And then of course Tongs, where it just, you have more written songs that just have more elements to them, that have more like those two. One of the things that will really get me down any sort of Animal Collective song that I ever have like a negative opinion on, which is very, very few of them, or even just like a mildly positive opinion on, it's usually because like the song is really long and it doesn't like, so the song Alvin Rowe is 12 and a half minutes, and it's got like all these different like movements and parts to it, whereas you listen to like Moo Ra Ra Rain, which is like 11 minutes, and it's just kind of like a single tone for 11 minutes, which is fine. It's kind of like a post-rock dream pop kind of thing, but it really lacks for the kind of textural flourishes or beautiful melodies that you might typically associate with other genres that do that kind of homogenous textural, almost ambient. I don't want to call it, it's not ambient music, but the background field recording stuff gives it an ambient quality, because of the obvious, like, those are not musical sounds. They are just like the sounds of nature, which just give it sort of like this very calming. But even though I don't necessarily think it's their most, refined work as musicians, it's a really interesting stylistic transition, and it's something that's very serene. If you're, if you really kind of enjoy like throwing in headphones and like having music to study to or sleep to, write to, or just to sit out in the park, this is a really beautiful kind of album for that sort of thing. It's really evocative in spite of the fact that I think it's a little underbaked.
Yeah, it's funny that they released like their most chaotic records next to their most serene record, and it's like they have yet to find the fusion of the two, or like the melting together of those two like polar aspects of their sound. And I think they do that. I mean, you and I might disagree a little bit on this, but I think they do that considerably better on the next record, Here Comes the Indian, which is, drum roll please, the first Animal Collective album.
We did it.
We finally got there. It's the first album that has all four members of the band on it: Aviator, Panda Bear, Geologist, and Deacon. It's worth mentioning from the top that this album was actually reissued last year. And what's interesting about this reissue is the band have actually retroactively changed the name of this album. It is now, canonically known as ARK, A-R-K. And the reason for this name change is that the band have become concerned that having the word Indian in their record title sends the wrong message by objectifying the American Indian people, and as a group who have drawn inspiration from indigenous music of various descriptions across the world. So that's just a kind of footnote that's worth mentioning as well, because I know Zach and I both know this record as Here Comes the Indian, but probably worth mentioning for the sake of the band that they have renamed it. But anyway, so this record is a record I have a very strong fondness for, even if I definitely am ready to concede that it doesn't have the finality and polish and front to back beauty and brilliance of the records that we're about to get to. It still is a record that I respond to a lot. And I think a big part of it is that it feels like the band are finally starting to crystallize these various aspects of their musical identity into, these are still definitely pieces that are more exploratory. These aren't really songs. I mean, I would argue the only song on this record is Slippy. The rest of it is very much just that sort of textural exploration of sounds. But I think that coming together as a four-piece, they unify that in a way that's much more successful to me than either of the previous two studio records. And what I mean by that is it's kind of difficult and nebulous to explain, but there's something about the way that the sounds coalesce on these tracks, particularly on the two longer pieces here, Infant Dressing Table and Two Sails on a Sound, that to me there's something that's much more evocative about it than anything on the previous two records at all, by a considerable margin. There's something about the ways in which the electronic elements, the organic instrumentation and percussion elements, and the very, very expressive and unfixed vocal elements come together on these tracks that I find quite hypnotic. I find quite transfixing. I find quite transporting. They're very, I've had, I think as a teenager, I had a particular, hallucinogenic experience listening to this record, and that maybe had a profound impact on my relationship with it. But yeah, there's something about the ways in which the synthesizers and the beeping sort of synthesizers and the lush kind of rhythmic elements and the echoing sort of cut up vocals on a song like Infant Dressing Table come together to create this it feels almost like a journey moving through this track to the point where it ends in these kind of like, serene, animalistic vocals from Panda that I absolutely love. And then a track like Two Sails on a Sound, where it's very much this kind of single mode, repetitive piano rolling sample over these kind of textural electronics that is so easy to sort of just melt into, and I find it really, really engaging in a way that their previous two records haven't been for me. And plus you do get elements of that kind of more, freak folk sort of bustling sound on tracks like Native Bell and Slippy that I also really, really respond to. Slippy is like, for me, like a dry run for a song like Grass on Fields. It just has a lot of that sort of energy and loudness and vocal just wildness to it that the band would come to refine more and more. And also really like Too Soon as a closer as well. I think that it has some really interesting textural tonalities to it. And yeah, like I recognize that this record is a little bit sort of light and maybe less essential for sure, but I would say not to overlook it, because if you want a sense of where this band were at in this like 2001 to 2003 sort of period where they're putting out some of the most esoteric material, I think that this is one of the points where it's best crystallized before they start adapting it into songs with sung tongs. But yeah, I know that I enjoy this record a little bit more than you, Zach, but I'd love to hear from you on what you find the experience of this record to be compared to those previous albums.
Spirit They're Gone is kind of like in its own zone. And then after that point, it goes like these next three of Danse, Manatee, Campfire Songs, and Here Comes the Indian / Arc are, to me, kind of the band finding their footing. And I sort of brought up a question earlier about Spirit, like talking about, you know, can you name a debut that's like this great while also being this unformed? And I think that in a way, this is truly kind of the band's debut. You have Spirit, which is kind of its own very unique project. And then you have kind of like adding members, changing members. And then here you go, boom, 4-piece band. And like, this is it. Like, this is, and when you think about it in that context, I think it makes a lot of sense. I really enjoy the opener, Native Bell. I think that that's just like a very cool kind of exploration in Hey Light. Like those two songs right back to back are probably, as much as I enjoy anything Animal Collective has made other than Spirit They've Gone, Spirit They've Vanished up to that point, are just like those, like the way that the album opens. As I was kind of alluding to during talking about the last album, the two longer cuts don't really do a whole lot for me. Particularly Infant Dressing Table is just kind of like, this is one of their most consistent releases up to this point, again barring Spirit. But just the longer cuts, just there, that's where you feel the lightness in the songwriting and of the album, to me, where it just kind of like it creates a mood and it sustains a mood. That's about all it does. And it doesn't find the way to like take that longer idea and like get to the next gear to where they would be effective centerpieces for this album. And I think that's almost always the split for me between whether I think an Animal Collective album is good or whether I think it's great, is whether the kind of centerpieces that they build to are compelling. So Native Bell and Hey Light, as I've said, kind of like the two opening tracks are strong. And then it's Slippy. And Slippy is like a 2.5-minute song. And so one kind of, it's just, when you sequence your album to have like these kind of like two longer cuts, what you're telling me is like these are kind of the points of focus. But then like easily the strongest part of it is like you wrote an actual pop song. And I think that just kind of gestures to where the band is heading in the future, which is, one, a little bit of a stronger emphasis on songwriting, choruses, making stuff that just kind of makes you want to dance. And then the refined musicianship to take some of the longer songs as compared to where they are here and add to them, you know, stronger lyrics, more elements. And so really, just as I do with the albums that precede this, I really consider this to be like this transitional thing. It's not an album that I'm picking out to listen to, but it's hugely informative when you're talking about trying to gather the whole scope of the band. And I think, you know, the byproduct is that there's a couple of songs on here that I think are really cool, that I would chuck on a playlist and like have them come up and like, you know, just kind of bob your head along to, and they're fun, but not something that would get a lot of spins out of me.
What I will say for this record is, and this is not in any way to diminish it, but it does also speak to its limitations, which I'll freely concede, all right? Like the next several records I all have rated more highly than this one, to be clear. Mm-hmm. But I will say, of this early period, like, or actually of the whole Animal Collective discography, this is maybe the album I would go to first if I wanted to have some kind of peripheral musical experience while reading or doing homework or writing or doing something, because it gives you enough to kind of like stimulate your brain, like for me anyway. It doesn't distract necessarily from what you're doing, except for a few sort of moments where it's kind of welcome distraction, where it really picks up. But for the most part, it just provides this layer of sort of sensory excitement and experiential kind of vibrance that I really appreciate, and makes it quite a unique and special album. And I think I'm doubly appreciative of it because I can sense that they're trying to do that with the two albums before it. And it just doesn't necessarily, they don't necessarily work that way as full releases for me in the way that this does. But I freely acknowledge that inherently describing this album in this way inherently gives it a ceiling that the subsequent albums don't have. Okay, so at this point, I think it makes sense to move swiftly into the next, and a release we've kind of signaled across this video so far as a significant album, the 2004 record Tongs. Worth prefacing, we've already alluded to this as well, this is just a release from Avi and Panda, yet it still sits as one of the most significant in their catalog. And Zach, I know you have a lot to say about this record, so why don't you kind of contextualize it and sort of talk about what it represents in terms of the arc of musical development that we've been discussing so far.
So before talking about it in the sense of the arc, I should say that this was the second Animal Collective album I ever listened to. As I've already said, like Merriweather Post Pavilion, first one, all the notoriety. I couldn't give you the cogent explanation on why this was the second one that I listened to and not Strawberry Jam or Feels or whatever other record. So Merriweather Post Pavilion, as I said, was an album that kind of bothered me because I mostly didn't care for Avi Tara as a vocalist, right? And you start this album, and I think this totally connects to where we're talking about the album as it lies within their trajectory, is that Leaf House is just maybe my favorite Animal Collective opener up to this point in their discography, including Spirit They've Gone, or Spirit They Vanished rather, excuse me, because it completely flexes a new musical identity for the band. Like, it is the most confident Avi has been as a vocalist on any track up to this point. I specifically love the way that he begins to flex what will become like a really signature idiosyncratic style, which is kind of singing from this bottom part of its throat, which is something that, like, you know, if you're a big Talking Heads fan, David Byrne is, you know, really known for la 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 la, you know, like coming way from the back of the throat. And that's a huge part of, like, I want to call it the instrumental palette of this album, because it almost works as like, or song in Leaf House, because it almost works as like percussion, where it's and it's almost like hard to do, and it's such a like wonderful little flourish, which will like carry Avi as a vocalist for like the remainder of these albums. He will be making kind of these really odd guttural throat noises into like melodic music that feels, you know, akin to this instrumental palette. And it just feels like all of the musicianship that the band has displayed up to this point has leveled up. And not to get too far ahead of ourselves, but it's going to level up further on the next one. So what we're seeing in Tongs is like two members are removed, and yet the sound is as full as it's ever been. The songs are as, you know, formed as they've ever been. Gosh, I really don't have enough nice things to say about it. The side A of this album is, you know, just track after track after track. Incredible, you know. Every hook is catchy and memorable. As I've said to you, this is like the album that I have listened to the most during this little re-listening project. I think I have listened to it like a total of 14 times altogether, because it just like, you just like get going on it, and it's just like such a fun, bouncy, it almost feels like the most, you know, lean Animal Collective album, even though it is 12 tracks long and 52 minutes. It's actually 53 minutes long. Like, but it's an album that feels like it takes half an hour to listen to, particularly because of the way that the sequencing of Leaf House, which is, you know, a nice, concise, quick track into Who Could Win a Rabbit, you know, which has that like great, memorable, you know, rabbit or habit,
There's
you
like
know, just
four different amazing hooks in that too.
and right, and they're both just like 2 minutes, and then you go into The Softest Voice, and it's just like this classic bit of Animal Collective sequencing to take you from just like really bouncy pop songs into this stretched out, beautiful, you know, there's like I believe, did you Did we determine what the instrument is? That just a guitar that's being strummed on this song?
Yes, I believe it is. And but although
Okay,
something
and
that we'll
it's
get,
just
something we'll talk about in more detail with Fields is that they do often use conventional sort of acoustic instrumentation, but they will tune it in a very unusual way. So I wouldn't be surprised that's something that's a fundamental characteristic of Fields, and I wouldn't be surprised if it is also present in some of the acoustic guitar tunings on this record as well. Just to tune the album, tune the instruments in an unusual way, so make them out of tune, to make them sound like off, unusual. Something that I think it's Geologist or Deacon, one of the two, has spoken to in an interview, is the extent to which, you know, the band value a particular sound that comes out of like a natural history of an instrument. So like if you, with any given sort of guitar, when it's played, you know, a certain way, when certain strings are hit over time, it will develop its own unique tuning that's like a fingerprint to each individual instrument, that no individual instrument after a certain period of playing has the same kind of specific tuning that you become really attuned to when you're a musician. And so that's something that the band really value in terms of how their organic instrumentation sounds, is that it has this lived in quality. And while all of this is more relevant to Fields than sung tongs, it still feels important, no pun intended, to talk about with regard to this record as well, because there is this earthy quality to the acoustic instrumentation. And there is this kind of like really sort of tribal elements to the way that these songs unfurl and sound, the way they're mixed, the way they're constructed, and the lack of artifice and the instrumentation itself is so integral to part of that, which is worth saying, which is worth doubling alongside the fact that there are, you know, electronic flourishes that Avi and Panda do add to these tracks to, you know, complicate it. And there are elements of artificiality in it. And it's all about the kind of relationship between those elements, I guess. But there is this earthiness to it, this real sense of like Campfire Songs, you feel like you're there with them. You feel like they're recording into a mic, you know, right next to you in the room, but also there's this layers to it that make it a bit more complicated than that.
There's a cleanliness to the production too that allows you to kind of catch more of what's in those layers than in, say, like Spirit They've Gone, which has that similar kind of like, you know, it'll just kind of be a little bit of melody and electronics, kind of spacey, but it's all kind of early lo-fi stuff there. And I wouldn't necessarily say, I mean, would you classify this as a lo-fi album still? It's clearly not as like, it's their most polished to date, like relative to everything that we've heard so far. Like this is the future. Like this is very, very high fidelity for the band's standards up to this point, I would say.
It's worth mentioning that I believe this was a bedroom recording album.
That's pretty incredible, I think.
It had like you know, they had more equipment and I think like better technology to record it with. But I know that Avi has said that it was recorded, like a lot of the vocals in particular were recorded in a room, and it was kind of mixed on a laptop, and it was, you know, really sort of like there is a lo-fi element to the production of this album. Like there is a sense that, you know, they're not suddenly just leveling up into this, you know, high fidelity studio environment.
Yeah.
Even though they are,
but it has that personality, like it has that quality when you listen to it. Like when you pop on, you know, there is a real intimate quality to the vocal deliveries, and there is a real intimate quality to like just the way that the strings, like the acoustic instrumentation is mixed. But there's just so much more definition to it. I love that you can hear like little finger wipes and squeals on the strings, you know, which, you know, so you can hear the recording process, which is, you know, part of lo-fi, I guess, but it just has such a better sound quality to it. It's so much more pleasant to listen to. And that part of that means that some of the abrasive qualities are gone. We've sort of left the noise in the past just a little bit. There's still a ton of idiosyncrasy. There's still like a ton of like weird and like wildness going on. But no longer are we really in like the realm of like heavy percussion being like kind of digital sounding exactly, and nor do we have kind of like the squelching high-pitched tones that are kind of present on some of those earlier records.
Yeah,
which is an
everything
interesting change.
everything is a bit more tempered. Like you do have electronic elements that are weaved in. Like I think about the centerpiece here, Visiting Friends, which is again just one of the most hypnotic things the band have ever recorded. And I would agree with you, has like more of a place on this album than say something like one of the longer tracks on Here Comes the Indian has on its album. But what I love about this track is the band have said it was influenced by the work of Wolfgang Voigt, aka Gus, and this idea of like to make an ambient track except with acoustic guitars. And I think AV described it as like a desire to make a wall of hums with acoustic guitars. And they do that, and it creates this very sort of serene landscape, but also there are electronics weaved in to add extra textures and flourishes to it. So it's not just this static piece. There is a sense of very subtle but gradual development. There's vocals that are kind of weaved in and out in very sort of subtle and very kind of like artificial ways. There's a little kind of counter melody that starts to weave into the song a little bit to in the second half of the track. So it has this sense of forward momentum while also having the sense of like static, circlingness to it, the way that it unfurls and unfolds. And it's like the most extreme example of that on a record, where you see that in a lot of different places. You see that kind of structure in the softest voice, though it's pared back significantly. You see it in the way that that track bleeds into the quite distant hums and vocal hollerings and circular guitar melodies of Winter's Love that then explode into something more full-bodied in the back half of that track. That then evolves into the synthesized electronics and more subtle strums of Kids on Holiday. Like there was a real
Kids on Holiday kind of feels like it forecasts like later Animal Collective, just like the way that it kind of so one note with Winter's Love, as you were kind of saying, like it has that explosive, the way that it transitions into the back half, because it's quite a soft opening, and then I love that it transitions the way that it's using the basic same vocal pitch. I was talking about AV exploring this new vocal style, and what it really reminds me of, Tyler, is Hunter Hunt Hendrix on the album The Artwork, right? It's that same very like throaty kind of and what is it, what did they call it on that album? It's sort of like it's like a tribal almost delivery, you know what I mean? Like that's like the idea of it.
The vocals she's doing on a track like Vitriol or Kelvin Hall or whatever, like does have that same sort of sensibility as the and
it's that AV Terror like kind of throaty vocal style, but here it's very subtly and slowly starting to build up to where it will become later in the future, these vocal harmonies where it's bringing out the idiosyncrasies in each layer of the track. Here it's sort of doing that with the guitars, right? You kind of have AV paired with these guitars. I absolutely love, I think like Winter's Love and Kids on Holiday both kind of share that structural, where it kind of starts slow but steady, and it's kind of building and it builds and it just absolutely blows out by the end. And we're just like wailing. I love listening to this album in particular in my car and just getting to any particular like really repeated refrain, and you're just like absolutely shrieking it.
Like so much of it is just wordless.
Holiday.
The melodies are so driven by the vocals as well, especially on Winter's Love, where you think about all the kind of beautiful melodies in that are just like, vocal guttural sounds that are being, used and wielded in this way to make something very tuneful and even hooky, despite the fact that there are clear vocals and lyrics in Winter's Love, but they're not, dominant in any way. And so, and that's really like a big attraction of this record is the way in which the voice is used. I mean, I want to circle briefly back to Leaf House, because that is like the track for this album. I think we both agree. Like it is so demonstrative, and it's such a fantastic, laying out of like a whole new sort of set of sonic, aesthetics and conventions that the band will use. And I also pair it with a track like Mouth Wooed Her or We Tigers from the back half of the record, where there's less kind of intensity and structure, but you still have the voice being used and these really kind of esoteric and strange ways, like,
and really impenetrable lyrics. Like they sort of, this is I'm only thinking this because Leaf House ends with, you know, meow kitties,
Yeah.
and it reminds me of like Cap and Jazz, like Burritos, Alpha Beta Polythology, where it's just like not quite nonsense lyrics. Like, you know what all the words mean, and they form like these ideas, but it's a lot of stuff about like nature and animals, and just like, you know, up to this point, we've had like, whenever we've been talking about like their lyrical ideas, it's a lot of stuff about childhood, you know, exploring like weird grief and pains and joys and exuberance. And all of that's here, right? Like, where it's like these, you know, you could almost think of it as like a sing-along song for kids, like fucking Rafi Banana Phone, right? Where you're like, holiday, 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 right? And it's kind of like sing-along music almost, but it's got this like, because it's so rhythmic and because it kind of plays with this tempo of like, it'll slow you way down and then speed you kind of up. Like, it's just a really bizarre experience musically that's really like engaging and like captivating for me.
Yeah, the way that lyrics are deployed, and not a meaningless way, but in such a textural way, like an evocative way where you don't necessarily directly understand the topics of the songs or like the subjects, but you get that feeling, you get what it's trying to evoke, feels like they're doing with lyrics what they tried to do purely with sound on the previous 3 releases. But because they bring the sonic exploration along with them, it makes this a much more successful and holistic album in terms of all of the different elements contributing to a feeling and an emotion and a place that you're grounded in. And yeah, it is like this natural world. It is this kind of like childish kind of rediscovering, like who could win a rabbit, for instance, like the very sort of like the images of like being a kid at a fair and you know,
you
kind of
don't have to go to college.
That's so funny. Like, because college has become like this iconic moment on this record, right? And it was such a throwaway. Like the band have talked about, like it was kind of like them leaning into the obvious Beach Boys influence with all those vocal harmonies, and the lyric "you don't have to go to college" was kind of put there as a joke to kind of be anti-Beach Boys because of how they represented kind of this kind of conservative ideology and public perception. And it was kind of like you know, the AV describes it as the anti-be true to your school mentality of the 50s. Like it was this idea of just kind of trying to subvert and influence and in a throwaway way. And yet then it became resonated with like so many different people and became a song that, you know, they got screamed at to play, even though it was only 50 seconds long. And AV got bombarded with like emails from fans, like asking them for like, you know, college advice and stuff, life advice and all that sort of thing, despite the fact that it was just this kind of like little joke. And that speaks to, again, the way in which this band already is connecting with people, is resonating with people, is feeling like this, you know, accompaniment to a certain tender age, a commentary on that age as well. And, you know, for a lot of people really connecting in that way. And I think that is why the other significant thing about this record to mention is that this was the real moment where they started to really connect with the indie audience. This was their first Best New Music Pitchfork album. It got an 8.9. And I know that people who aren't like familiar with or weren't embedded in Animal Collective's cultural ascendance might find my repetitive referral to Pitchfork for the next few albums as, you know, kind of trivial, but it's actually quite important because this was a band that was connecting with people, was developing this underground following through their shows and through their recordings, but we're just hitting this moment now in 2004, 2005, where it was really starting to become bigger than that. And their success was starting to become a part of the way they developed artistically and the way each individual record was received and its cultural narrative was crafted, and the identity of their band and what they meant to people and how they were perceived within the wider culture started to coalesce. And this is such an important record for that, because in many ways, even though Indian is the debut of this full band, and even though this is only a 2-person album, it feels like, you know, culturally, as far as this band is concerned, this is the record that kind of laid down the stakes. This is the kind of record that really created the template with which people embraced this band initially and came to understand them, and the lens through which their subsequent records became to be viewed as a development on, or a departure from, or a, you know, evolution of this basic sonic toolkit. The, you know, the hollowed vocals, the acoustic instrumentation, the weird textural flourishes. this is ground zero for all of that, even though it's not technically, because all the stuff we talked about prior to that, for as far as the cultural narrative of this band is concerned, this is ground zero. And so that makes it really fascinating, not only for all these musical reasons we've talked about, but as this artifact of Animal Collective's burgeoning cultural importance.
So I have a couple quick track notes here. So number one of the things that we talked about was who, performed which vocal roles on which album. And it's a little bit hard to tell because they like to use harmonies, and so different members of the band will contribute. But by and large, Avi Terra is the predominant vocalist on most of these releases. However, on the song Winter's Love, on the second half, those are Panda Bear vocals. On Just a Common Modern Day, and Early Morning, A Rush to Work and Rush to Bed, Am I a Better Person? That's all Panda Bear, which I think is like the first credited Panda Bear vocals up to this point, which is pretty cool. It's really cool to like kind of see them begin to share vocal duties. And that's kind of something that ties into your Beach Boys point earlier, or thinking of them as like a pop outfit akin to the Beatles or something along those lines, where you have these kind of like different personalities start to pop up in terms of the songwriting, in terms of the vocal performances, not just being one individual.
I'm so glad you mentioned that, Zach, because I was going to bring up later on, there's a real kind of like Paul, John, dichotomy between AV and, I mean, it's a bit of a reach in certain respects, but it's the same sort of, it's not to say that AV's like, Paul or John, and Noah's like, it's just the
in terms of their dynamic, but like
the same sort of dichotomy, and like
right.
the earthier kind of like more sort of grounded performer versus the more sort of esoteric, wild, darker performer, and they don't exclusively inhabit these roles, but broadly you can see the way in which they differ as writers and are similar as writers in the same sort of way as you can make a John Paul thing.
It's a really interesting little juxtaposition with some of the writing, which is like, a lot of these types of things, like you'd be referencing like an imaginary friend, or you just kind of feel like a lot of the AV writing throughout all of these albums kind of speaks from a position of isolation, or a position where it's like, you find comfort within yourself and within the tangible world around you. And it's a really interesting juxtaposition in the writing to kind of have these lyrics, which are often about like isolation, alienation, loneliness, and then have like a music that is like very clearly the byproduct of like multiple personalities collaborating. And it's an interesting little, like, I don't know that it's totally meaningful, but it's just sort of something that's sort of true.
Well, I think there's distinct AV and Panda, as similar as they are in a lot of ways, have subtly distinct outlooks on the world that you can see through their songwriting, and becomes more pronounced as they become more confident songwriters as opposed to just musicians. And I think this ties in neatly to your mentioning of the development of Panda as a vocalist within this band ties in neatly to the growing confidence of his musical identity, even outside the realm of Animal Collective, because 2004, the year this came out, was also the year that he put out technically his second solo record, but really like I think the first significant one, which is Young Prayer. And it's a very sort of low-key, subtle record. There's not a lot to be said about it, but it's interesting conceptually for one reason, which is that it's written in response to the death of his father. And it's a series of songs that he wrote to his father, where he's speaking to his father, where he's talking about, dealing with the loss and the sense of what his father has left behind for him, and, wanting to take from his father's life and from the way that his father raised him these various, lessons and messages and ways of looking at the world and ways of being a father himself, even though he's not yet a father. And though I don't think there's much to say musically about Young Prayer, I still think it's a worthwhile and important document to mention, because it feels like ground zero for basically all of Panda's songwriting going forward, because almost all of it, if not all of it, in some way relates to family, in some way relates to overcoming a grief or some kind of hardship, in some way relates to learning to be a better and more self-sufficient person. And that's something he sings about on every Animal Collective record, especially Strawberry Jam and Merriweather Post Pavilion. I mean, you have songs on those records like Number One, where he's singing to his son, and Brother Sport, where he's singing to his brother. And then, of course, his next solo record, which we'll get to soon, Person Pitch, where you have a song like Bros, where he's also singing to his brother, but it's more broadly about, you know, these are anthems for becoming a stronger person and rising up from, you know, the hardest hardships of your life. And Avey is
that,
sorry,
I think that ties it. No, it ties in a bit to what we were talking about earlier, where it's like, this is just a great adolescent band. It's because they're sort of trying to, there's a real synthesis between Avey sort of exploring these themes of like lost innocence and nostalgia for your youth, and then like this legitimate sort of messaging about like, I really think that a big part of the message of this album, like if we look at like We Tigers, right? We Tigers is just kind of like this fun, playful, like raucous banger song, a lot of percussion. It even sort of starts out and they're talking about like the very first lyric of it, I think, is like somebody saying into a tape recorder, "May I bang with this?" Like this idea that they are literally making percussion with like bullshit in the room with them. And it kind of starts off with this real playful vocal, like I'm like this and you're like this, and it's what they're doing is they're kind of commenting on their own recording process, right? Like, and that's something that crops up in lyrics in later songs as well, on later albums, where Avey's like, yeah, my band members are real sick of me singing about this type of shit. Like there are lyrics that kind of reference stuff like that. But what it speaks to me, along with all of the, you know, kind of imagery throughout different songs with like fruit and animals and stuff like that, is just, it's like about being in the moment and trying to like seize that. And you know, I really think that there's a lot to be said for how much, even though a lot of these songs can be kind of silly or impenetrable, there is like a real there's like a purpose to them emotionally, you know what I mean? And as you're saying, kind of anthemic, which relates to, you know, their explosion onto the indie scene.
And I think again, like Avey and Panda both have those interests as songwriters, but what's beautiful about them is that their perspectives and their just general kind of attitudes and temperaments about it are slightly different in ways that make their songs contrast in interesting ways. Again, this is more true of later records because it's not really like there's not distinct songwriting differences yet. But like Panda is very much the Paul, because he has this kind of more generally sunnier outlook where he's cognizant of the darkness of the world, but it never really gets him down. He's usually like, it usually strengthens his resolve. You know, again, not exclusively, but that's generally the trend you get in his songwriting. Whereas Avey is much more like the John figure, where he has much more predilection with the darkness and is sometimes subject to be much more, you know, manic and wild in the way that he describes and translates both ecstatic joy and like terrible grief. Like he just leans into the extremes of emotion more than Panda does, and it makes this really nice counterpoint between the two of them. And yeah, I don't want to linger too much on that yet, because I think it'll be best to talk about when we get to like Strawberry Jam, but it's worth forecasting because, as you say, their individuality as separate performers is coming into the fore here. You are starting to be able to distinguish between the two of them as vocalists, between the two of them as presences. And you get a sense of this difference between the two, and just purely from the fact that when the vocals are harsher, it's Avey. When the vocals are more serene, it's typically Panda. And that's just the elemental basis for this more complex difference between the two that gets to be more apparent in the next few years. And
just circling back to that original thought about the sequencing, how we go from Leaf House, Who Would Win a Rabbit, to very like rambunctious songs into the softest voice, right? And then you've got Winter's Love, which moves from soft to manic, and you have Kids on Holiday, which moves from soft to manic. And so you're always kind of playing with that dynamic between things that are very serene and calming and textural, and then things that are real like pitched up and pushing to the extremes. And yeah, I just completely agree that like it's their individual dynamic kind of caught on tape, that just individual dynamics, you know, as a collective, as you say, it's real, just a apropos name. And it's one of those things where I really greatly enjoy this album. I think that not to be like the obvious reductive answer. It's when you contrast it to the next couple of albums where you reintroduce Geologist and Deacon, and thus the textures have more texture, and thus it just you just kind of get like a fuller sound. But this is such a strong foundation for everything that would follow up to this point, and it's just like, it's one of those, you can just really you can really isolate how the songwriting evolved on this record to be more purposeful. I think that one bug that I have with like quite a few Animal Collective albums is that I think that side A is quite a bit stronger than side B. Once you get like you get to Visiting Friends, which is a real long centerpiece song, kind of droning guitar, takes you through the track and all that kind of stuff. Once you get out of that song, which is very evocative and all that kind of thing, it's not as strong after that. Like we talk about College, kind of a throwaway. We Tigers, great little fun song. How do you feel about Mouth Wooed Her? Are you pro Mouth Wooed Her? It's one of my least favorite Animal Collective songs.
What's funny about that is that it's my favorite thing post Visiting Friends on this album.
Yeah, that's fair.
I really like, again, but I definitely agree with the sense that there's a real feeling of insubstantialness to that the rest of that record that does bog it down a little bit and gets refined in the next few albums. But what I like about Mouth Wooed Her is it has some of the most varied and interesting and kind of funny almost vocal expressions. Like I love that I don't want no one.
Yeah.
Like I love that sort of weird stuff that's happening. And I think when the song kind of downshifts into that kind of really repetitive mouth water,
yeah,
I lose interest a little bit. But I like the kind of freakier aspects of it. I think it sticks in the memory a little bit more than something like Good Lovin' Outside, which I heard this album millions of times. I still don't really, that song still doesn't really like stick in my memory for any reason. However, I do think that the closing track here, What Had I Done, is a total wet fart of a closer. I just don't like it at all. Like it's a shame. I'm sure some people probably like it more than me, but the wah-wah vocal effects on it are like the first instance I think of like the band doing something textural to the voice that completely rubs me the wrong way entirely. And it's like it wouldn't be as much of an issue if it weren't just like the crux of the whole song.
And the whole album is so built around vocal refrains that, like, of course they land on something idiosyncratic that you don't like, and it's like, well, you're probably not going to enjoy the song because that's so much of like what it is. And I get that that's true of Mouth Wooed Her as well, right? Like that's the point, is that everything is kind of exploring through vocal performance. But I sort of think that after you get out of the first half of the album, it's like that's really what they are. And with We Tigers, I think it works because it's such an energetic kind of like bounce around, dance around kind of tune.
Like it works on the same level as Who Could Win a Rabbit, right? It's the same sort of song as that. And,
exactly. But then once you're starting, and like this is what's crazy, is that Visiting Friends feels like it's this like long dynamic kind of thing, and it feels like Mouth Wooed Her is twice as long, even though it's like a third of the track length. It's I don't know.
In some ways, I feel like the album should have ended with College. Like I feel like if the album just ended there, like with that as probably, with College as the kind of like the Her Majesty to the end of Visiting Friends, and to make a
I think I would give it the same rating is the thing. I still don't think that it necessarily like reaches up into that register. What's your favorite song on it? It's Leaf House, right? It's Leaf House.
It's Leaf House. It's followed closely by Winter's Love for me. Like I think that song is so classic. But I mean the first 5 tracks on this is freaking unimpeachable. I'm with you 100% of the way. Moving forward from here, worth mentioning just as an aside, not worth dwelling on, but they did do a collaborative EP with the folk musician Vashti Bunyan called Prospect Hummer, which is, I think, a fine EP, nothing worth writing home about, but it is notable because Vashti Bunyan is a kind of the original freak folk musician in a certain sense. Like she put out an album in 1970 called Just Another Diamond Day, which is, if you ask someone like Avi, one of the most influential albums on him as a musician and songwriter. And that was like the only record that she put out until 2005, like 35 years later. And it's a singular, really unique, really special record. I haven't spent a lot of time with it, but it's worth checking out from terms of musical lineage for music like Tongs. The roots of that album are definitely in Vashti's music. So it's cool that this collaboration even happened, even if it is a bit insubstantive. But then we get in the same year, 2005. I mean, this group are on such a rampage in terms of like prolific releases, like they're just not stopping. And in 2005, the band come back together again, AVTR, Panda Bear, Geologist, and Deacon, for what is, I mean, not to get too ahead of ourselves or to spoil this too much for the listeners, but the Animal Collective masterpiece. I mean, they have multiple, but this is the one. This is the album that we both realized in the week leading up to this was, you know, both of us, our favorite release from this band, 2005's Feels. I mean, what a moment, what a crystallization of, and also just what a surprising album in terms of like how leaps and bounds it is ahead of everything they've done before, not necessarily in terms of quality, but in terms of like holistic vision, musical coherence, and just like singular nature, as well as fidelity and weight and just everything that you could possibly want from Animal Collective. You know, feels like it's really being refined at this particular period, and feels as, I mean, it is a masterpiece. This album is front to back an absolute trip where you are not let go of, you're not, it doesn't flag for a second. You're there the entire way through. And it's utterly remarkable. Zach, why don't you leap into this album and how you feel about it?
So the next two records that we're going to talk about, we will have a very similar level of enthusiasm about, I think. Next three, really, but definitely the next two. And what's interesting with those albums, which are commonly also with this, you know, if you look at the ratings on like Rate Your Music, it's actually quite consistent. The band's like, all of their best albums are kind of like at a very similar score. And that kind of speaks to the stylistic variations that we were talking about earlier, like where the level of mastery is kind of now exploring different styles. The next couple of albums really take us into the world of psychedelia and pop music and like electronics. This here is not only my favorite Animal Collective album, but I think that it is the album that most delivers on the promise of the original band, which is to say a band that mixes psychedelia, avant-garde folk music, and all these different types of very peculiar influences into a musical palette that is like totally motherfucking singular, man. From the opening track of this album, Did You See the Words, is like, I'm gonna reference really briefly. Where do I have this on my? I have this at number 6 overall. Like the opening track of this, because it begins, and it's like any artist that you love has a moment like this in their filmography, in their discography, in their bibliography, whatever, where there's just like, holy shit, they arrived. You know, everything has just flourished at this level where you're like, oh, okay, this is the thing. Listening to Avi and Panda share vocal duties on this opening track is like, they feel like two completely different people. The way that like the instrumental, you know, like, okay, so you get to about the second half of Did You See the Words, and you've got this percussion, you've got like rolling piano melodies, like, it's like, I feel inarticulate trying to describe it, because each song is so full of musical mastery, right, that is boundless. And that's like the beauty of it, is that up to this point, just like every other Animal Collective album, there's not like a ton of structure, and that's part of why it retains like kind of the folk label, is because it's sort of about the songwriting and the storytelling, and it goes on for as long as it has to. You know, more than any Animal Collective album up to this point, this one plays with track lengths, where it's like you get like a long cut, then a short one, then, you know, and you're a little bit all over the place structurally, but it works because each idea, each song concept, from like the writing to the like the lyrical writing to the songwriting to the performances, is just tuned and refined to such an intense degree that you feel like any one of them could noodle on for 30 minutes and it would just become like the most compelling thing you've ever heard. So after Did You See the World, Did You See the Words, which is just like this beautifully expansive mission statement for the 4-member band, is like, I don't know, like the best pop song of the 2000s in Grass, in my opinion. Like, just what? So Did You See the Words almost feels a little conventional by their standards. You know, it's heavy on the percussion. We've got the piano samples that we're used to, and it's, you know, the vocal. You have Avi, you've got Panda, and it's, you know, they're singing. Once you get into Grass, like, this feels like quintessential Animal Collective, everything that they've kind of had building up to this point, where you, but like there's this kind of sweet glistening quality that's been present since Spirit. Avi is just on another planet with the vocal delivery, where he's kind of like sweet and childlike, or yelping like a wildcat. And like, I really lack the words. I really do.
It's something else. It feels like, you know, again, the most crystalline, quintessential distillation of the whole ethos musically and spiritually of this entire project. Like, there's this real sense of, like, you've had on records like Spirit and records like Tongs, you've had Avi leaning into this you know, childlike sense of wonder in certain moments, and like sometimes pushing that to certain extremes, like exaggerating that to like create some kind of intense feeling about the intensity of childhood or whatever. And you have him better than ever balancing the tenderness of growing up and being young and falling in love as well, and going through puberty and experiencing these particular kind of swells of emotion. He balances the tenderness and the rough and aggression of that better than he ever has before. And I think that Grass is like a masterclass in displaying that, between the kind of, like, you know, gorgeously tuneful and sort of childlike way that he sings to the object of his affections, both, you know, in first person and in second person as well, and in the third person as well. He has this weird sort of sense in which he uses pronouns in a strange way with perspective in the song, and all of that. And then just the chorus is just those just absolutely shrill shrieks with the do backing vocals behind them as well.
I just love how, like, the lyrics of this song are written like a hook, which is to say that, like, so there's kind of like wordplay in the sense of like using double and triple entendre and like really like referential stuff. But what he does well as a lyricist on this song is actually using like the rhythm and of like the words. Like, I'm just gonna read a pretty little femur sitting in my cherry dreamboat. I'd be sad if you're rejected from my hip bone and my knee. Like, there's just this like bouncy rhythm to it, even if you're just like trying to read it straight. And then you've got Panda in the background just slamming the fills on this song that are like holding up this like rhythmic thing, right? And you're kind of bouncing along the verses until you get to the pow pow now, and it's just like the cymbal crashes, as we've already talked about, the sort of like the harmonization, which it's like the disharmonization of like a cymbal crash, and Avi's particular yelping screams are just like happening in time, just and it feels like the song itself breaks open, which is really relevant because then you get into Flesh Canoe, right? Which I think, incidentally, you and I are kind of like on the same page. This is like a relative low point, but here we are again, 2 Animal Collective bangers back to back into another blissed out, textural, zone out track.
I don't even care for like ranking at this point, because every time I listen to this album, like last night I listened to this in the darkness and I felt like the earth shifting beneath me when I listened to this track.
It feels like there's 100 layers in the song.
Yeah.
You've got like a piano, you've got like this vocals, you've got Avi delivering the main lyrics of the song, but it just feels like in between there's a million layers of like, you know, this is, in my, like I said, like this is kind of like the low point of this album, and it just feels like one of the best ambient songs they've ever put out, like not an ambient song, again, just like with the ambiance, like in terms of creating that sense of atmosphere and texture. It's just that it happens to, as a track, reside between Grass
Yeah.
and the Purple Bottle.
I want to, yeah, well, before we get to that, I want to talk a bit more about Flesh Canoe, because there's a lot that's interesting here, that, you know, and we've seen in the earlier tracks as well. I have talked about how there is like a greater presence of like, not even just sexuality, but just kind of like romantic love, and just like, just not even that, even just like feeling. Again, the title of the record is so like beautifully perfect, because it's not just feelings, it's feels. It's like this kind of childlike expression of you know, emotionality. And what I love about it is that there's an ambiguity in terms of like the kinds of relationships that the songs are about, the nature of those relationships, whether it is sexual or whether it is just kind of a human connection. And what's interesting is that you have songs on the record like Purple Bottle, which are quite clearly about, you know, a lover, and you have songs like Flesh Canoe, which I was really interested to learn that Avi actually wrote this song about his relationship with Panda Bear. And the nature of their friendship. And there's a great interview where he reveals this, and Panda's like, I had no idea this song was about me.
One of the lyrical items that I love, one of the things that I really think is strong throughout these lyrics is like the use of food imagery. It's very near the end of the song where it's talking about, you know, are you just like me, never gonna pick one kind of fruit, like a mashed banana on your tooth, or, you know, like the sting of cherry juice, never eat one. Like he's just kind of like, there's this kind of idea of like, again, the playfulness, the transience of like, you know, trying to like have new experiences, right? And the kind of like joy of that, and those types of things. I absolutely love the last lyric of this song, which is naked in the mirror of the bathroom, which is just sort of feels like the shot, like the final shot of a film or something, where it's just sort of like this contemplative thing that it leaves you with, where you're like, what does that mean? You know, like there's this sort of sense of self-exploration.
My favorite lyric is in the song is a similar one where he's like, I'm singing to you what to do if I'd ask you to make funny faces with me in the mirror of the bathroom. Like, I always assumed the song was about a relationship, and learning that it's about Noah and Dave together, like Avi and Pam together, like, you know, there's a sense of like homoeroticism there, and there's a sense of like connection between two friends, that it's like the boundaries of what, you know.
When you explore it through the angle of the childlike nature of a lot of the lyrics, it's like this idea that love doesn't really have such restrictive bounds. When you're a kid, you love your best friend, and you love your dad, and you love your mom, right? And so like on Grass, right, we there's a lot of familial imagery, right? Like the very beginning of Grass is like walking on feet like my father's, and I trying to reach your knees like your mother's, and, you know, and he's going from father to mother to lover to brother, right? Which is a little bit, you know, could seem a little bit strange to the outside, but it's like this idea that like the experience is just like overwhelmingly emotional. And so you would look at a lover the way that you would look at your best friend, because there is this like sense of like closeness and openness. You know, this is a guy who writes about two different dogs' deaths with like the same intensity as anybody else would ever write a breakup song. And that's kind of Avi, right? Is just that like extremity of emotion, to where you don't really see the lines as clearly between like and one thing that I think is interesting about the lyric that you just brought up, I'm singing to you what to do if I'd ask you to make funny faces with me in the mirror of the bathroom. And then where does it end? With him naked in the mirror of the bathroom, obviously still thinking about that experience he had with somebody else now while he's alone, as if the friend was nothing more than a figment of his imagination. There is like a kind of solipsism to like the idea of having a relationship, that there is somebody close to you and then they're gone even momentarily, and it feels like they're a memory, you know, or something like that. And that kind of relates to that idea of like the fruit, the transience, like embracing things while they're there, really trying to like savor the sweetness.
100%. And I think going into Purple Bottle from there is really like perfect. It's not just in terms of like, let's talk about this fucking song, but like sequencing wise, it's amazing. This is just unabashedly
just opens up with the drums. Just
total heart on sleeve love song. Like the energy of this, the lyricism, the communion of the band, the ways in which, you know, the vocals are being traded off, the ways in which, you know, what Avi is singing about his relationship with Crea Brecken of the band Mum, who they were married around this time, I think, and he's talking about how his love for her is so all-encompassing that it just dominates every moment
It'd
of
make
his
me sick,
experience.
sick, sick to kiss you. And I think that I would vomit. Like,
Yeah, like
it's
that.
such an intense emotional attraction that it like becomes physically unbearable.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
that's the vocal style, right? It's like it's breaking out of him.
yeah.
I just
It's amazing. It's amazing. And like the sense of that, fiery passion he has for her is reflected in the way in which the band are like lockstep in with each other, and particularly Avi and Panda as well. Like when you get into the back half of that song and you have those drums trading off with Avi's vocals, like it's one of the most sublime musical moments in this entire discography. I mean, incidentally, this is my favorite song on this record, and I just absolutely lose my mind listening to it every time. There's such a sense of like forward momentum that's almost impossible to resist every time this song hits. It's just so absolutely, incandescently bright and burning and intense emotionally and musically. It never stops. The way that song changes up in the second half when those kind of pianos and drums become more intense, and it just loops itself into it, the vocals going wild. I watched a great when I was a kid, I watched a great kind of video on YouTube, it's probably still up there, of Avi and Kriya in a room performing this song together. And when they do get to the second half of the song, when Avi's doing those woo, I get that, woo, I get that vocals, like in this live recording, he is literally screaming that part, like deafeningly loud, like to the point where it overwhelms everything else, and it's like so jarring. And he just like, when he performs that song live, it doesn't sound like, oh, get that, it sounds like, whoa, get that.
Yeah,
he goes crazy.
Right. It's so impassioned.
Like he goes absolutely nuts. And that's the thing. Like the song is about, feeling so much that you can't control yourself, and it's such a joy.
So I have a few quick lyrical notes. So I mentioned during the song Tongs that in later albums there are lyrical references to kind of like the recording process. And so in this case, it's, and my dear, dear, dear Kalana, I talk too much about you. Their ears are getting tired of me singing all the night through. And he's referring to his bandmates there. He's referring to like literally the members of his bands who are like pissed at him screaming about his girlfriend on stage, like, or in this case in the recording process, because of course they would have been writing the song at this time. But there is this kind of like meta referentiality where they kind of like acknowledge that they are songwriters in a band, and that like his level of obsessiveness has literally gotten to become so much that the other people that are helping him make the art about his obsessiveness are like, dude, maybe you have gone too far. One thing that I really love in terms of like the structural musical choices in this, so like on Song Tongs, we have a couple of songs that sort of like start off really like mellow and then get like wild. And this does not start mellow, but it does get a little bit more wild as it goes on. But it actually does. This is really bizarre, really odd comp. You know the song Marquee Moon by Television?
Yes. Yeah.
So it kind of has that sort of like where it's like a groove and a groove and a groove, and the groove gets wilder. But as the groove gets wilder into that instrumental portion, there's like a part where it breaks open, right? And then it slows way down. And it's just kind of beautiful. And that's how this song is, to where you get like a few minutes into it, right? And the drumming goes from boom, 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 boom to this little clickety, clackety, clickety, clackety. Did you know that you are all the purple in me? Just the way that it will slow itself down into these beautiful kind of moments and then explode again is just like, it's just such a powerful like experience to be taken through. It's like every time this song comes on, it's like, so I've got like a playlist, and like, you just throw it on shuffle, and like Louder Pet comes on or Bluish comes on, and I'm just like, yeah, I'm jamming out. This comes on and I gotta like sit down, right? And I have to like tent my fingers and like consider it. And then by the time like the last 4 minutes are on, I want to like mosh. I want to just like go push people around and like fight, because you just get that woo, get that woo.
Yeah, and the way that like it's little things like the way that the drums pound when he says "I touched your hand," and it's like it's just, it perfectly communicates the feeling like so powerfully that you can, like you say, when you listen to it, it's impossible to ignore. Like it's impossible not to become physically involved in the song, which is why it's such an amazing success of a track.
And it's using those damn pianos. The pianos are such an important beautiful part of Animal Collective all the way up to this point. And here they're
Yeah.
being used as like a means to increase your heart rate. They're being used as a percussion instrument. Ding,
Yes.
ding, 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 ding,
Yes.
ding, ding, ding,
And
ding,
worth
ding.
mentioning at this point as well, something that I alluded to earlier is that a characteristic of the way this record sounds is the unusual tunings. And I have some background info here to explain that in a little more detail. So Geologist has said that all the songs on this record are specifically tuned to a friend's piano that was out of tune to begin with. And the idea is that they loved the lived-in sound of this out-of-tune piano so much, the unique fingerprint, as I said earlier, that this sound has, that they tuned their piano, and they had someone tune their piano painstakingly to be exactly out of tune in the exact same way as this piano, and they tuned all of their guitars to the same tuning as well. So the whole record, all the instrumentation, all the melodic instrumentation anyway, has this particular unique sound to it that means only this record sounds this way. The instruments on this record only sound the way they do on this record. And there's such a warmth to it. There's such a unique color and flavor to the way all of these, instruments sound that, immediately distinctly marks out any given song on this record as clearly being of this world. And that's so there in the tones and tonalities of the piano and of the guitars on these tracks. You have a song like Bees, which is this weird sort of avant-garde auto harp track that is definitely leaning into the more formless qualities of Animal Collective up to this point, but just being so emotionally enrapturing and just sonically captivating that you don't feel the looseness necessarily of these kinds of tracks at earlier points in the Animal Collective discography. It still feels like you're caught up in this world and you've no desire to be free of it. You've no lack of patience with it. There's beautiful communion and communication between vocal harmonies of Panda that kind of decorate the back of the song, and the really intimate, like mouth at your ear vocal delivery of Avi and the strange ways he uses his voice. And that, again, I can't impress enough, that auto harp sound itself. It's such a warm bath of sonic beauty that it works as this great, like in a kind of similar sense to the way that Visiting Friends does on Tongs. It works as a kind of like midway through the record sort of center, interlude between that separates the two halves of these records, but works beautifully as its own kind of world to get pulled into. I mean, I love this so much.
Suddenly, the bees.
Yeah.
So no, I absolutely agree with you. The Purple Bottle was kind of like the way that I approached all these different albums that I've heard every single one of these studio albums before, but the way that I kind of approached listening to them for this podcast was like to be really fresh and kind of like come away with not necessarily like a new perspective, but just sort of like not reiterating the stuff that I've thought about this band for years. And the Purple Bottle had to have been like easily the biggest grower of any of these songs. Not that I ever disliked it or anything, just like coming away from these listens, just being like, it's so expansive. It has so many different levels to it musically that all kind of explore this one story idea. Love the way that it's sequenced. I love the way that it kind of breaks out of Flesh Canoe. And then that very next song, as you've been talking about with kind of the detune instruments, starts in with that like doon 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 zither on Bees, which just kind of like totally strips away all the percussion that's been happening on the Purple Bottle and just like takes you into the next phase of it. Mm-hmm. And Feels is really just like a really interesting project because it in spite of everything feeling like really well tuned and never feeling like it ever drags, it's very much like a journey that you go on. It doesn't feel like it has that sense of, even Tongs has like more of like a sense of propulsion, whereas like this lilts and it's relaxed and you just kind of like are brought through these different like tones and sounds. And that's kind of what Bees is a little bit, you know what I mean? Like it's kind of got a little bit of a longer intro before you get like Avi coming in with like, so I have some notes on the song Summertime Clothes when we get to that song about how he sings those lyrics, and with significantly less modulation, the way that he's like, so sudden the bees is like the same kind of like what, dude, what the fuck are you? Don't say that shit to me. Like, we've gone from like a bunch of really beautiful songs to this one just being like, I find it very strange and kind of alien, like in the way that, you know, beautiful things can sometimes be. It almost feels like we've gone from somewhere that's really like grounded and earthy to like something real damn ethereal.
You know what I've been thinking recently, like, about this album, like, well, I thought I had earlier in the week was like, you know, one band that I absolutely love that's very clearly influenced this band in a number of different ways is XTC, the classic British new wave slash pop slash post-punk band. And there's a lot of ways in which they influenced Animal Collective, and I won't get into all of them because it would just be too much of a diversion. But like, I think, you know, the clearest similarities are between records of theirs like English Settlement, Mummer, and Skylarking. And of course, one, you know, surface parallel is that both of them have these second tracks which are about very, very similar subject matter and emotions called Grass. And that's cool. And that's clear, kind of maybe an intentional bit of referentiality. But the point I want to make is that that album's interesting because it's structured like a season cycle. Like, it starts in one part of the year metaphorically and goes through the seasons as the song progresses and ends up at the place where, at the dawn of the place where it began, like the dawn of summer, and it goes through autumn and winter and spring and all of that. And it feels almost like the album does a similar thing. Like, it cycles through these different kind of emotional states, like modulates through these subtle kind of emotional places, like a kind of, you know, it starts in a sort of springy, sort of late spring, so early summery place in the early tracks, and then it kind of falls away into an autumnal and wintry place around Bees and Banshee Beat and Daffy Duck, and then sort of goes through autumnal, wintry, and then kind of ends up in spring with Turn Into Something at the end of the album. Like, that's very loose, and I haven't really thought this through that much, but the way this album is structured, it's so important. So I'm doing Cy Abelman, so important. The way this album is structured is like, you know, you're progressing through a developing sense of states of being, and it's moving from that bright summery feel of the first half of the record to a more autumnal, wintry, darker place. And then it feels like you go through this real sort of darkness, or this real sort of like more internal, for lack of a better word, place with the run of songs from Bees through to Loch Raven, and then turn into something at the end. It's like you're bursting out into the sunlight again. Mm-hmm. And there's something so potent and powerful about that progression and the way the songs fit into that and evolve through each other. And, you know, every bit of sequencing feels right in that sense. Like, it's why I think this is a perfect album, because all of those things are taken into consideration and they impact and affect the experience of the record in a way that adds to it actively from moment to moment. And that is why I think Bees is so well positioned, because it sets you up as this interstitial piece before the second half of the record really blossoms with Banshee Beat, which is like probably maybe the most beloved song on this record. I've seen a lot of adoration for this track for a good reason, right? It is, I mean, it has that sense of slow build that Did You See the Words has. Like, it kind of opens in sort of gentle, sort of reverberating guitar tones that, again, are tuned in that really unusual way. And the vocals come in gradually, and they're soft and whispery, and there's a sense of kind of mournful tonality to them. And just like with Did You See the Words, where that song explodes with the high part, Banshee Beat explodes with the swimming pool, you know, explode, and it's such a cathartic release of tension when that happens. And there's something profoundly powerful about this track in particular that I can't even articulate fully.
It's a similar guitar progression melodically, I think, to Grass, which of course, like, Grass gets into the percussion really, really quickly, and that kind of like takes over, and so the guitar is just there. Whereas Banshee Beat opens with pretty much just an isolated guitar and vocals, right? And they're almost at a whisper, right? Just real soft. Oh, there'll be time to get dry after the swimming pool, which is kind of like speaking a little bit to the sequencing item that you're talking about, like this idea that like there's time to get dry. There's like this season of transition, which this song takes you into. It's a real moody opener, you know, like it really just the way that it cracks open. There is just kind of like just really sustained guitar, kind of similar to like Visiting Friends, not the same sound, but just in the way that it's so stripped back and so minimal, to where you can almost detect the band's one-time identity as being sort of Avian Panda, right? Just being really, really, really simplified. And being able to kind of like break that out on this sort of beloved song that's got like a lot of parts and gets like very dynamic and very big. But to start it in such a kind of like simple and humble way really speaks to the quality of Bees, that it was able to kind of take you from like the purple bottles, you know, get that woo, to something a lot slower, you know, and you're just kind of like ready for it on Banshee Beat. I think the comparison to Seasons is an apt one. What I would say is, like, in lieu of having a definitive read on the meaning, what I get out of it is, like, you know, it's like being on a raft. It's like being in the water. You don't have any control over like the flow of it. And it doesn't seem to have, like, you're just kind of like subject to its like little idiosyncratic, like, all right, we're going to kind of lilt over in this direction. Now we're going to come back over here a little bit. Which would speak to Seasons, and I think it would speak to sort of some of the coming of age writing ideas that exist on this album and on other albums, where it's sort of like you don't have a choice in the matter when it comes to growing up, or the things that you experience in your life, or the way that a relationship's going to go, or things like that. And, you know, kind of understanding that your place in the world doesn't give you a lot of control, and it's like literally reflected in the music sequencing of this album, which is a really, really, really big part of its power.
Yeah, and I think why like Purple Bottle and Banshee Beat stand as kind of like twin kind of peaks of this album, for lack of a better word, in terms of just songwriting, is like this is kind of like a mirrored sort of darkness to the Purple Bottle, because it's kind of elliptical, but this seems to be a song about sort of feelings that were once positive souring, like a relationship potentially souring. Like there is quite sort of explicit lyrics that seem to refer to some kind of love sort of falling apart. I don't think that I like you anymore. I found new feelings at the feelings store, which is hilarious. I can't find you at our kissing place, and I'm scared of those new pair of eyes you have. Like, quite, you know, there's an unsettling feel to the song, but also like it's a comfort in moving through and realizing you have to embrace a new stage of your life that might be without the particular person, or might be that you've changed in a particular way personally.
And there's obviously the kind of signature moment on this is the second delivery of Swimming Pool. The first one is in that opening lyric, oh, there'll be time to get dry after the swimming pool, which I think, like, as like a metaphor, really kind of speaks to this idea of like what it is like to be in love, right? You can't half-ass it, you know, you got to jump in the pool, right? Like, so to speak, like you can't put your toe in, you have to like jump in all the way. And the idea is like you can't jump in the pool without getting wet. There's no way to like be in it without being all the way in it, kind of like in the way that we talked about the Purple Bottle, like where the feeling is so intense that it's like overwhelming. In the same way, to like be in love is to be that dedicated. And it seems to me that like this is a song about like accepting that as a reality, that like if you go into the swimming pool, one, you get wet, right? So there's like kind of an emotional consequence to like if it doesn't work out, or if you don't get to be with that person forever, it feels bad. But then there's also that second delivery where it breaks open, swimming pool, where it's cathartic, right? In the same way that like a pool is like a visual metaphor in like The Color of Money or whatever, where Paul Newman like gets out of the pool and it's like he's reborn, right? Like there's this kind of cathartic rebirth that comes as a result of negative things. You go into the pool and it's like being baptized. You become a different person because you experienced your emotions so intensely, and there was another person there to like reflect them to you in whatever way, positive or negative.
Then it's almost like a regression into childhood, or a regression into a kind of more peaceful place from this, you know, epiphany, if you like, with Daffy Duck, which, you know, our viewers won't know, but you and I have been talking a lot this week about how this is both one of our favorite pieces of music that this band has ever made. I mean, like we've talked about how up until this point, you know, you and I have maybe varied to some extent on our level of enjoyment with the more purely textural stuff that Animal Collective do, where the song structures are abandoned and it's more kind of like dwelling within a certain space for a long period of time. But I think this is kind of, because this is not purely that, there is lyricism and quite evocative songwriting here, but it is quite formless. It's, you know, about as formless as this album gets. And it is very much like, you know, before you can intellectualize any of it, the listening to this song is about just experiencing the sounds of it and the way that they change your brain and the way that they just do something to you. And then, I mean, the walls and washes of this gorgeous waves of acoustic sound and these gently sort of plucked melodies that will reassert themselves and sometimes just fall apart. And the little details, like there's this fucking what sounds like a distant dog howling that will sometimes just like perk up into the song out of nowhere, that just give you full body shivers, for me anyway, and I'm sure you probably have a similar experience.
With Daffy Duck, you know, it literally, from the opening moments, you get that guitar tone. Wow, 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 wow. And I can't describe to you how much I love that one tone. And it's basically sustained for the duration of the song, and it just kind of has this like foggy, dreamlike kind of quality. Like you can kind of envision it being like music playing as you're like disembodied on the highway, like fucking Chris Marker or Koyanis Katsi or something, like just sort of like where you're sort of watching something natural, something synthetic. It feels kind of cinematic in a way where it evokes imagery, right? And that's where the songwriting, the lyricism, excuse me, where it's very sensory, right? Someone salt a sweet pea soup that I could swim in proudly. Like it's like these very esoteric lyrics. And if I had volcano boots for swimming in volcanoes, did you know the origin of laughing ducks? Like it feels almost like word salad, because it's just like, it's almost sensory. You know what I mean? It's like you're in this dreamlike liminal state of emotion almost. And it's just one of the first songs up to this point where they go like fully atmospheric with you know, no hook, no real, you know, repeated refrains, and you're basically just carried through it by vocal, this really noodly formless guitar riff. And I mean, it helps to be sequenced after Banshee Beat. Like, just frankly, Banshee Beat's just like such a rewarding song. Like, it's a patient and rewarding song, and you get into this and it just like, it feels like you hear every note of it after having gone through the experience of like listening to Banshee Beat and kind of like the slow way that it builds upon itself to its final ideas. And it's really difficult to describe. I totally kind of understand like why this is probably not the most loved song on this album, because like it doesn't have as many flourishes that you can point to, or like a really strong lyrical idea that drives an emotion. But every time I have listened to it, particularly within the sequence of the album as like track 7 on Feels, Daffy Duck just flattens me. Like, you gotta like lay down and just let it happen. It reminds me so much. I used the Antlers Uprooted to kind of talk about Campfire. Is it Campfire Songs? Excuse me. This has like later Antlers all over it. Like, you can absolutely tell that like this album was just like hugely influential in the indie world. It just kind of has like that same sort of sensibility as like a Burst Apart or a Familiars, where it's just kind of like really open, spacious, atmospheric pop songs, particularly as you get into like the second half of it and we get those classic piano samples and it just really opens up. There's a, you know, it's just
I think those even become sort of more pronounced with Loch Raven, which is, I think it may be an easy track to overlook initially, but to me, much like Daffy Duck, this is one of the most kind of like just stop you in your tracks textural marvels of the album. Like, there's just so much happening sonically and musically here, and again, it works because, you know, Daffy Duck is the stillest that the album gets, and it kind of continues to kind of, you know, it's gives you slightly more momentum. It kind of pulls you out of that lull, and I say lull in a very kindly way because I know how much you guys know how much I love this song. But Loch Raven is like, you know, it's kind of like slowly waking up in a hypnagogic state from the dream of childhood that Daffy Duck represents. Like, there's something really it's just so gorgeous. Again, you have those twinkling kind of like melodic refrains and lots of textural stuff going on, and vocal effects. You have that refrain of, you know, I will not give up on you. That's and the vocals are barely even intelligible, but there's something about it that's so evocative, I guess, and I can't really put it better than that.
There's like a synth that kind of pairs with the vocal melodies where it's da 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 da, and it's just kind of it's almost like haunting. You know, I just name dropped the Antlers. It just feels like the kind of thing that you could imagine Pete Silverman singing over or singing himself,
Yeah.
because it's just like it just gets into like a really unique, like for as out there as both Avi and Panda do get as vocalists, like just this is a really unique on Lock Raven, really unique vocal performance, really really high up there in the vocal register.
Yeah.
And it just kind of like it feels like one of the synths, you know, because like there's like a lot of synth pads and just kind of boo 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 boo, and like the vocals are just up there with it, and it, you know, kind of Antlers kind of grouper, real spacey, beautiful. Yeah.
And again, like I kind of forecasted earlier, it sort of just blossoms with Turn Into Something. Like that song in isolation is great, but like when you have gone through the fucking ringer of this album, like when you've just moved through each wave that it just crests into, and you get to Turn Into Something, and it immediately kind of opens with those radiant sort of guitars and the vocal hollering, and it's just like, oh wow, this is like we're back in grass territory. We're back in Did You See the Words territory, swimmer. We're back in this livelier place. And it feels like a genuinely earned piece of sort of cathartic, you know, power at the end of the record. Like it's so gorgeous. You have the AV's vocal hollering at its most sort of classic Feels era AV, and you have the band just kind of like ramping it up so magnificently. Panda's sort of back kind of hitting the drums, and the song just again, and I love the way the song just kind of like, you know, in the second half it just kind of again falls away into this kind of like blissful drone sequence that feels like, you know, that has evolved out of the like the progression of Turn Into Something is like a microcosm for the progression of this album up to Turn Into Something. Like it starts in this lively, beautiful place, and then it kind of becomes a transcendent sort of drone outro, but where the more sound play oriented work in the second half of this album has a melancholy to it. The droney stuff at the end of Turn Into Something is bliss, and it ends the album in this just blissful place, and it's such a great finish.
There's a lot of like distant vocals that are present in that kind of droning synth that takes out the end of Turn Into Something just very lightly in the mix, just kind of can't even really decipher what the hell they're saying, and they're very disembodied and kind of not in time with each other. So it just kind of feels like this sort of like chorus is just like kind of fading away and away and away and away and away. So it's like, again, if you're sort of on that raft metaphor of like kind of being taken through the album, this is like you are now being taken away from the album, and like the album is like dissipating. It's over there, you know, you hear it and you're moving away and away and away from it. And it literally, like the way that works, the way that it fades out like that, because it's genuinely like 2-3 minutes of just kind of like and it builds and it just gets really 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 soft. It just makes me want to loop it back around into Did You See the Words, right?
Yeah.
Which kind of just immediately brings you back up. Like it doesn't, it's not really sequenced in a loop in like a, like literally it ends where it begins, but it just kind of, if you've ever listened to the album back to back, it's really a satisfying little loop back into itself in a sense.
Absolutely. And I mean, I don't want us to necessarily like do what we just did for all the next few albums where we just go into every track, but I feel like it was essential here because again, yes, each piece of the puzzle is so integral to the progression that you're moving through. And like, whereas the next few albums are amazing records that are definitely a collection of songs, this is, you know, that to a certain extent, but also this single, you know, like in the same way that Campfire Songs is, except in a much more developed way, it is the single piece that moves through these different, you know, stages and reflects on what has come so far, and almost like in a meta way in some aspects. It's just so integral to experience feels as a holistic album. And yet you can pull out songs like Grass and Purple Bottle and Banshee Beat and turn into something and listen to them in isolation, and they will have so much impact as well.
But their relationship within each other, like just the way that each one, I think there's a real thoughtfulness to how like songs are structured in sequence, like within themselves, like as we've talked about throughout the song Tongs and this album, there is kind of like progressions within each songs where if you say, like as you say, if you listen to it in isolation, it is a unique and satisfying experience. And so when you put them together, it's kind of like, you know, being taken through, this is like volumes of a story where each one is kind of distinctly satisfying, and then the places that each one takes you kind of reflect how the next one comes across and how the next one comes across and how the next one comes across. And I mean, it's absolutely the pinnacle of songwriting as like holistic album songwriting in this band's career. And I think like even if you were a person that like preferred other Animal Collective albums to this one, like if you loved a bunch of them and you were like, my favorite Strawberry Jam, you would have to kind of on some level concede that just like this just has that spirit they've gone, spirit they've vanished, like really holistic, brings it all together quality at like an astronomically high level of like craft, musicianship, skill. And it's just, I mean, and to boot, like taking all of the analysis out of it, taking all the intellectualism out of it, like turn off the lights, put on your headphones, crank up the volume, and you just like for 50 minutes are going to be taken to a different world, because it's just that kind of experience, in my opinion, particularly if you explore them as we have been discussing from spirit to here. If you've actually like listened to all this stuff and you see this as it truly exists on the timeline as like a step up from Song Tongs, it's unbelievable. Like I think it just like if you love Song Tongs and you never heard this album, like if you could imagine being a person in 2004 that was into the band and then this came out, like just the staggering upgrade from one album to the next, I think is just really, really special, really remarkable.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, worth mentioning as an aside as well, Sung Tong's got an 8.9 Best New Music from Pitchfork. That's got a 9.0 Best New Music from Pitchfork. So their ascendance is continuing, reflected in the progression of the music as well. Their cultural groundswell is building and building. They are at this point a fixture of indie music, to be sure. But I think it would be fair to say like their biggest, or maybe not their biggest year, definitely between 07 and 09 in terms of like cultural ascendance, but 07 was a big year because two quite significant releases for the collective came out that year. The first of which was actually Panda Bear's third solo album, Person Pitch, which I don't want to dwell on too much, but I think that we do have to mention to some extent because very significant release. This got a 9.4 from Pitchfork, which was fucking huge. And this is a really interesting album. Like I said, I don't want to dwell on it too much just because, you know, we've really gone long already on this discography, but I do have to really emphasize it because for me especially, it's a significant album. This is one of the records I listened to the most when I was going through my Animal Collective phase at 15. A lot of that phase was shared with my dad, who we both got into the band together and both kind of became obsessed with them together. And this was like one of the records we listened to together the most. A really fascinating record made almost entirely up of samples by Panda Bear and sort of known most for its kind of twin sort of centerpiece tracks that are both 12 minutes long, particularly the song Bros, which is one of the most beloved songs, develops on what, like I forecasted earlier, Panda's predilection for writing songs about sort of his family life, writing songs about sort of overcoming a difficult time and asserting your own independence and being there for the people in your life, but also not letting them become reliant on you or being reliant on them. Quite a heartfelt song that he wrote to his brother, overcoming, you know, difficulty. You know, references the death of their father, which of course was the subject of Young Prayer, and it's this gorgeous song. I mean, it's utterly spectacular. I know that you love it too, Zach.
So this is an album that I've always been not like low on by any means, maybe a little bit cooler than other people. I will say that for my own part, this is a very reductive take and I deserve to be yelled at for it, but that's okay. I tend to find that when you kind of get into the Animal Collective side projects, it's tough to listen to them and not hear the missing members. It's tough for me to listen to AV solo and not be like, where's Panda? Where's Deacon? And in the same way, that's how this feels. I did have you know, a really nice time re-exploring it. I think that it's really accomplished musically. The use of sampling, the way that each song is kind of like, this is probably, discounting the album that we're about to talk about, this is probably about the best mixed and mastered Animal Collective project, period. Like just in terms of the sound quality of it overall. It's very extremely the most inspired by the Beach Boys. It is like in terms of making comparisons between this band's projects and like what it sounds like to listen to like Brian Wilson's music, this is the one. From the very opening parts of like Comfy and Nautica, Bros, it just has like this super like distant, you know, it literally like listening to this makes me think of like of the Beach Boys Surf Up, where it's like the dude on the horse and it's just like real washed out and shit. But it's like, what's interesting is that like it's kind of got this like dour emotional tone to it that is obviously cut heavily by the fact that it is kind of like heavily influenced by sunshine pop. So it naturally also has some happy elements. But as we've already kind of talked about, Panda Bear as a songwriter is like so much more optimistic than AV Tear that it has that kind of feeling where it sort of acknowledges the negativity, but it is ultimately a really, really uplifting album. I think that the two most notable tracks are like Bros, as you were talking about, which is like one of my very favorite Animal Collective songs. I think that I love the way that song breaks down at the very end, where it kind of gets into like that heavily strung, and like the use of vocal layering and stuff like that, just kind of like gets into this really jammy place. And then Good Girl Carrots is like the other big centerpiece. I really like Carrots. I like the second half of that song a little bit more than the first half, I think.
I unabashedly love both of those tracks, and I would say that to anyone looking to get into Animal Collective, do not overlook this. This could potentially, depending on your taste, be the perfect entry point. It's a very
I would agree.
record. It's a very
and it gets away from Tear's vocals into Panda's, which are a little bit less alien if you've never listened to it before.
And they're at their most gorgeous here. I mean, Bros is a masterclass in so many different ways, like the, you know, sampled sort of acoustic guitars, the way they layer on top of each other and then turn into this kind of like marching dance rhythm. And the second half of the track is the vocals are kind of like double tracked, but like they're delayed from each other, so that they have this kind of echoing quality that I really love so much. And it just gets so sort of feverishly ecstatic at the finale of this song. And what it is like the whole spirit of this album is like, I'm there for you, I will support you, but also you need to snap out of it and you need to grow up. Like it's this really like inspiring album to listen to, because it doesn't like placate you as a listener. It's like it's a really like, if I'm ever feeling like absolute shit, it's definitely an album that I would consider putting on as a pick-me-up, because it's not just like, hey, everything's going to be fine. It's like, you know, everything might not be fine, but, you know, you just have to keep going. You just have to. And I love the like, we talk about all the sound and stuff and how important that is, but more than anything, this is the record in this whole catalog where like the spirit and the message of it really resonates with me in a way that I like need from an album. Whereas I can, you know, it's just such a, and I think that discovering it when I was like again 15 and really connecting to it at a time where I really, really needed it, like that was profoundly impactful for me. Like I listened to this record a lot, I internalized the sentiment of it a lot, and it really helped. Like I can pinpoint, you know, clear and tangible ways in which this album helped me to actually overcome bullshit I went through as a teenager. Like actually just hearing Panda say these certain things. And I think on Carrots especially, where that's a track where it's very much like, you know, it's almost like tacky in a certain sense, where you like get your head out from those mags and websites that try to shape your style, take a, you know, dive into the deep end of the ocean. Like he's like, it's like an encouragement sort of anthem, and it's beautiful at the same time, right? It has those reverberating, like the back half at the end of Carrots actually reminds me of Basinski's Disintegration loops, when you have like the different parts of the song kind of like sputtering and just falling apart, and but yet retaining this kind of like beautiful glow. I love it so much. I love when those tribal sort of loops and rhythms come in. Like everything he's doing vocally on this is amazing and mind-melting to me. I love the way he kind of like stretches his voice out and clips it up and cuts it, and you know, he'll like land on certain notes, he'll let them ring out for ages, and then he'll go da, 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 yeah, and he'll just do stuff with his voice that's so like, you know, unique and catchy and keeps you engaged so much. And yeah, I definitely think there's a distinct sort of, you know, disparate difference between like Good Girl and Carrots as these kind of two parts of the singular whole. But I think I enjoy the whole thing. I definitely think it peaks in that sort of final stretch. And yeah, and I think that's most of what I want to say about the album. Really, it has some other beautiful moments too. I love the circling repetition and sort of serenity of I'm Not, and I like the gentle sort of kind of ballad that closes it out with Ponytail, and there's a lot of beautiful sort of individual moments on this record, but for me it is dominated by those massive sort of swelling centerpiece tracks that I have probably listened to upwards of 100 times each in my lifetime.
I think my biggest note is that when it comes to Panda Bear sound, I kind of like it once it gets bigger. You know what I mean? As maybe basic or predictable as that might sound, like on Bros, what's great about it is that you have like this real swell to the way that all the vocal harmonies kind of come together. Whereas like on some of the songs, like Search for Delicious, really beautiful song, very atmospheric, but it's just kind of, it feels a little insubstantive. It doesn't feel like it's got all the necessary like textural flourishes that you're getting out of like a full version of the band necessarily to me. And that's kind of like my only real note about it from like a critical perspective.
No, absolutely. I think that's fair enough. So then, yeah, so I think Person Pitch came out early in 2007. I want to say March. It might have been a bit around about that time. And then Strawberry Jam, which was recorded in January of 2007 and the recording sessions, I think for this record, they've spoken about wanting to capture a really live feel in the songs and not use a whole heck of overdubs, which is actually kind of funny when you think about the cluttered sound and mixing of this album. But it was very much an attempt to do something quite live feeling. And this album came out in September of 2007. Once again, best new music from Pitchfork. It's got a 9.3. So that kind of steady rise is continuing. And I forecasted this at the top of the video, but this was kind of my introduction to Animal Collective through the song Peace Bone in particular. And though I didn't listen to the rest of the album for like 5 years after that initial single, when I did decide to listen to an Animal Collective album, it was Strawberry Jam, for obvious reasons, being connected to that song so much. And this is, I think, as I said with Peace Bone being one of the most influential individual songs on my development of musical tastes ever, this would probably still be one of the most influential albums on the development of my musical tastes ever. For a long time, actually no, and still now, this is the Animal Collective album I'm the most sort of emotionally connected to, even if the perfection of Feel's holistic vision has sort of overtaken it for me. This is an album that there's just very few albums I connect to and I have the history with as I do with this album. I've heard this fucker over 100 times. I know this fucker like the back of my hand. This album's in my DNA. Everything about every facet of the way this record sounds, the emotional expressions of this record, the dynamic range of it, the intensity, the beauty, the ugliness, all of it is so important to me, and all of it is so like deeply embedded within what I value in music and generally, and what I love to get out of this band in specific. This is a total fucking trip of a record. I often, want to recommend it to people, but I recommend it with a big sort of flag of caution because it might just be too fucking much to take in for you. But also, in many ways, it crystallizes so much of what is great about this band. Like Feels does that, but this does it in like a completely different way. Like Feels is that, you know, nature embedded sort of like earthy, gorgeous sort of like getting in touch with the, you know, inner child sort of record, and coming to terms with your emotional, you know, development and all that sort of shit. Whereas Strawberry Jam is just the fucking expression album. Like it is just the fucking everything unfiltered, nothing refined into this kind of beautiful core, everything just the ugliness of, you know, being alive and having emotions, and the reality, the grit of all of it, you know, that the ugliness of life is intact on this album in a way that Feels obviously doesn't really try for, but this does. And it's such a unique experience. Like this is, and what it's important to acknowledge first and foremost is that this is a pop album through and through. Like this is a pop record in the way that no previous Animal Collective record has been remotely. They've had pop instincts on songs, on some sung Tongs and a couple of songs on Feels, but this is them, you know, ascending into the pop realm, obviously still deeply embedded within the indie world, the alternative world. The influences of freak folk and noise music and electronic stuff is fully intact here, but you have pop structures being adopted and played with and worked around in the format of throughout this record. And I mean, it's no surprise that this record became as beloved as it did as quickly as it does. And it's no surprise this record is still as beloved as it is. I think it might be the highest rated album of theirs on Radio Music.
It's at a 3.79, which I do think is the highest rating.
Yeah.
All the others are 3.78. And like critically, it's got like thousands of more votes than everything except for Merriweather Post Pavilion.
Yeah.
So in addition to being the highest rated, it's like the second most popular by a big, big margin.
Yeah, and it was a big moment for them critically as well. Obviously, I mentioned Pitchfork as well, but generally, like everyone who started getting on board with Sung Tongs and Feels, and even some people who weren't on board, really started to acknowledge the, you know, how absolutely impossible it was to ignore Animal Collective at this point. And again, with songs like Peachbone, with that music video, I'm sure you've seen the music video for Peachbone, right? It's an iconic fucking video. Like again, such an impression it had on my child brain, and it still is like one of the best music videos ever in my opinion. And like it made waves. Like it sort of crossed over. It was on those sort of indie, you know, alternative music channels. It was having an impact. And yeah, and this album is like, you know, it starts with that. It starts with the intensity of that, and it just blossoms from there. I mean, you could point at any individual track on this record and say, you know, this is masterfully displays what's great about this band as a unit. All four members of the band are just at the peak of their powers here and doing something that crucially sounds like nothing else you've ever heard.
You know, right off the bat, you're talking about how it's a pop album. This is the first album that we have discussed that does not have a single track in excess of 7 minutes. It's the first one. Every other album that we've talked about, Feels is like the one that has the least amount of that, actually. It's like as they kind of progress, they become a little bit more popular, just like more concise ideas. This is like side A of this album is like not just as good as the band gets, it's like as good as pop music gets, in my opinion. Like from the very opening moments, you know, as you've talked about with Peacebone, it's like it's really fascinating to hear you say that they went for a live approach, because you can feel it with Avi. You can feel it in the way that he is just completely, there isn't one lyric on this album, even if it's a softer lyric, that he sings where he does anything less than like shred his entire range of vocal cords delivering these songs. But then it is like really cluttered and dense in terms of the like electronic production and things like that. You do still get nice little flourishes of instrumentation, like in Unsolved Mysteries. I love how you get like there is like an acoustic guitar strum. It's really distorted, and there's a bunch of like other ambient music like being built up off of like Panda's Panda's percussion, where it's just kind of like, again, that Olivia Tremor Control-esque kind of like I couldn't even describe the sounds. I mean, it sounds like carnival music, like, which sounds
there's lots
diminutive,
of kind
but
of
it
like,
isn't.
there's kind of like lots of sort of eclectic sampling that's used to like add just a sense of chaos to the album. They do obviously return to that even more and even double down on it with Centipede Hz as well, but it's really present here in terms of like the chaotic nature of the production. Like there's always something happening in these songs, and there is often many things happening in these songs. Like, I mean, that fried acoustic guitar, like it sounds like baked in like acid on Unsolved Mysteries. Like that in itself, like just hooked me. I can fucking remember being 15 years old and hearing
it's
it
like
for the first time.
mutating into psychedelic pop music, like
Absolutely.
in real time. It's bizarre.
No, I was just going to say it's a much uglier sort of album, but it reminds me of like the first time I heard the Flaming Lips, which were another band that had a huge influence on my development as a child. Like my dad bought Yoshimi Battles of the Pink Robots the day that it came out, and that album was an album that was one of the first full albums that I like internalized as a really young kid. And so obviously a record like Strawberry Jam is much more sort of chaotic. It has more of the energy of something like Embryonic than that, but it still like has the same sort of tradition of taking sort of psychedelic elements and just washing them in noise and in pop structures that just threads everything together.
Yeah, these kind of concise explorations that have a ton of energy to them, that's kind of like interested in keeping the momentum and taking these. So something that is notable is that like you've used the word ugly, but it's never harsh. It's never like the word that you would use to describe it is not necessarily like abrasive, although there is like some
I would describe Cuckoo as pretty abrasive.
Once you get to Strawberry Hurts, it kind of gets there again. But where we are now is it's kind of funny, right? It's right there on the cover. First of all, this is the best album art of any Animal Collective album. Don't at me. It just is. Look at that. It's amazing. But think about the strawberry, right? Think about the strawberry as a fruit. What it is very sweet, right? But when you eat it, it's tart as hell. Like it's like that same kind of sensibility where it's like it's pop sensibility, but it is wild. It is aggressive. Like it is, you're not dancing with any kind of like precision. You are like wildly convulsing your body style of like dancing to pop music. It's like that kind of thing. And that's like, this almost to me feels like the most accessible Animal Collective album. And yet it is only that way because I am used to their idiosyncrasies, which are fucking all over the place. Just to give a good example of that, the song Chores, which I think is my second favorite song on this album, which follows Unsolved Mysteries, begins with 5 seconds of what I've already compared to the artwork, AV going, and he's starting up that if I ever, and the whole chorus of that song being like, if I, it's like the most wildly reckless vocal deliveries that have been on any Animal Collective album up to this point, which is pretty hard to do. And yeah, so you just get to move. This kind of lacks that traditional early in the track listing kind of ambient, open, textured kind of song. It goes right from Peacebone to Unsolved Mysteries, which is quite chaotic, to Chores, which is just, very bouncy song, lots of vocals, kind of taking you back to that sung Tongs use of like the vocal as the instrument. Forever and Green is not a song that we are going to skip over, but just to make the point, it's not until you get to Fireworks, which is possibly the most beloved Animal Collective song, possibly the most like popular Animal Collective song pre-Merriweather for sure. But that's like the first moment where anything starts to feel light, and it's still a very upbeat track. And then number 1 is like, that's the thing. So for the first 6 tracks of this album, like you're just kind of building and building and building and building and building, and there's no real relief from that. To me, Fireworks is kind of like the first one because it's sort of, even though it's very energetic and it's got that, it's got like a little bit of a victory lap sensation to it. Like after you've gotten out of Forever and Green, they're just kind of, it feels like you, and if you imagine it as a live album, as like live songs, that's how they're sequenced. When the headliner comes on, they play their 4 most blistering songs, and then the lead singer chugs a beer, and then they play something a little bit slower, right? Like, and then you get into the rest of the album. But I find that the first half of this is just like one of the most impressively sequenced pieces of Animal Collective music in terms of the way that it kind of builds and builds and builds on itself, where it's like each song is better than the last until you get to Reverend Green, for Reverend Green, which is like our combined favorite Animal Collective song. It's neither of our number ones, but like I think it's my number 2 and your number 3 or something like that.
That's right.
And so it ends up being like our highest rank, because for Reverend Green, it's like just the best thing that exists.
One thing I want to emphasize about this album is like it's the first moment in the discography where you have sort of distinct songwriting from AV and Panda, swapping the microphone, swapping the songwriting, like sharing all of that sort of stuff, which is great because it feels like a crystallization of their artistic personalities as distinct entities, but also like how they work together too. But this is also AV Tear's songwriting peak. And I actually want to talk about AV Tear's songwriting in relation to 2 songs. One of them is, of course, Forever and Green, but I want to leap off with Peacebone because, and I'll talk about these 2 songs together, I guess, because Peacebone, I think, to me is the best, has the best lyrics that AV's ever written. It is the absolute pinnacle of his lyricism to me. It has that absolute mix of just completely indecipherable surrealism, but also this absolutely fully realized, beautiful imagery and sense of a particular time and feeling and place that he is evoking. It's almost like discombobulating to try and pick apart these lyrics, but so many of them just kind of jump out as these incredible nuggets of like beautiful and sad and evocative imagery. Like, I bet the monster was happy when we made him a maze because he don't understand intentions and he just looks at your face. Like, that's such a beautiful and tragic sort of like sentiment, and an obsession with the past, like a dead fly, and just a few things are related to the old times. Then we did believe in magic and we did die. It's not my words that you should follow, it's your insides. I start in a hose and I end in a yard. I love that, how evocative that line is. When I feel like I'm stealing, I can't keep myself from hearing God. Only the taste of your cooking can make me bow on the ground. It was the clouds that carved the mountains. It was the mountains that made the kids scream. Like, I can't, and I don't want to like understand these lines, but I get a feeling and an incredible sensation from them. Such vivid images that are so powerful in the context of this song that is obviously a song about childhood to some extent, and about looking back and about nostalgia and about, taking from the innocence and the wonder of being a kid into the real world, and the nostalgia and the reflecting on all of that, and the romanticism of it, and the ugliness of it, as I said, like that relationship between the kind of beauty and the darkness and how that's reflected in the absolute cacophony that the song begins with and then settles into this rhythm that has these beautiful qualities to it as well. The way AV modulates his voice between that tuneful nature and the bridge of the song, which literally is just indecipherable screaming. It's so powerful. And then Forever and Green does a similar trick, right? That's the other kind of like really emotional sort of peak of this album. Actually, honestly, it's even hard to even call it that when you also have Fireworks too, but like, he is just so in his fucking element as a performer and as a voice and as a vocalist. Like, and again, the evocative imagistic lyrics that he refers to as well, like red negativity in the street, maybe it's the dirt, maybe it's the heat, a baby on a bus smiled at me so easily, a running child's bloody with burning knees, a careless child's money flew in the trees. Like,
I love from the very opening line of that is the from one moment to a next, right? Where it's that same idea of transience, of nothing ever being sustained, that your life, even though it lasts for a really long time, is always very momentary. And the little bridge, the post hook regarding the child bloody with burning knees, right? It's an injury that heals. A child's money flows into the trees. It's money, it's transient, it flies away. He's happy with the winter's freeze, because what happens when winter eventually thaws? There's just kind of like, everything is about transience. It's about evolution. It's about the next thing coming down the line, and being anxious and frightened about your future, and being upset and pained by your past, but trying to find the ability to enjoy and experience intense emotions in the present.
Yeah.
And that's the AV Tear thesis. is trying to find the sweetness in the now between the past and the future. Like, Ah.
Yeah, I mean,
It's
the
just,
song's title is literally just a homophone for forever in green. Like Avi
mhm.
loves to use color to like with Purple Bottle as well. Like he'll use a color as a stand-in for like, a feeling or a way in which, the past is regarded, and casting like this nostalgia forever in green and feeling that so intensely that, as he repeats it, his voice gets more intense and unhinged to the point where he's just screaming those words unintelligibly. It's so like it's effective in a way that no other way of communicating that would be. And like, he has the references to food as well. Like I love the couplet of from one moment to a next, the shifting in the plates of what you ingest, from sugared teas to honeyed pests, bulimic vegetarian wins weight contest. Like there's
Yeah,
this.
it gets into this idea of like the eating disorder, right? Like this idea that there is kind of like you can bend the nature of humans into a pretty dark place. There's a kind of cyclical, if we're talking about Peacebone and Forever and Green is kind of like a pair of songs. The specific hook is, now I think it's all right, we're together, now I think that's a riot, like where he's repeating himself, now I think, now I think, now I think, right? Where he's like, it's like he's trying to console someone who's upset, that's sort of like, it's fine, we don't need a purpose, we just need to be, and we just need to be together. But then you think about like back to Peacebone, it's like, it's not about my words, it's about your insides, it's about your insides, change your insides. And it's like this idea that it's like, it's not about a single piece of wisdom or anything that you can transfer from one person to another. It's just about accepting these types of painful truths inside of yourself, whatever they are for you. And just, man, really powerful sequence of songs here.
Amazing. Well said. Yeah. And I mean, to go into Fireworks as well, which is rightfully considered, a canonical Radiohead.
I think it's like their most played, like it's got like 9 million streams on Spotify or something. It's like their most played song on this album.
Yeah. And I mean, what's funny about that is that this is such a like openly upfront melancholic song. Like it has some of Avi's most direct lyrics in terms of like confronting melancholy and confronting a sense of like lost time and aging. Like
Well, it starts off with I've been trying to get that taste off of my tongue, like this, the very opposite of this idea of transience. Like everything's gone rotten, but I can still taste it, the past still hurts me here in the present, and I'm trying to figure out how to like move from the sweetness of the present that has now rotted into the sourness of the past. And like, how do we move on from that? How do we move on from that? How do we move on from that? What's the next thing? What's the next thing?
Yeah.
What's the day? What's you doing? How's your mood? How's that song? Man, it passes right by me. It's behind me. Now it's gone.
Yeah. Fuck, man. The way he sings that is so fucking gutting. Like just the way he hangs on those words.
And then he starts talking about frightened babies pooing.
Yeah. I mean, there you go. You have like, those images of like childhood and innocence and like, the time that, the being new and like the physiological nature of feelings, like, you're a baby just like watching fireworks and like shitting itself. And like, that's arcane and it's disgusting, but it's also like, it's that excessive, like over the top version of like what the emotional thing he's trying to communicate and the time he's trying to go back to. And like, again, he does that a lot. Like he takes these forms of imagery that he's used as lyrical motifs and he like talks about them in this disgusting sort of rotten way, dominions of a hot Turk dish, whatever the fuck that means. Like he just uses words in a very impressionistic way, but specifically food references. I mean, the strawberry jam thing, like that whole album title came from Pandas like looking at some strawberry jam and saying like, I want our album to sound like this looks. I want it to be tangy and sweet, but aggressive. And like this album art was actually like designed and photographed by Avi as well. Like he very much imagined, and you get like, you see this thing, this beautiful, berry, he's referred to berries in the past, in previous lyrics as, like representative of this kind of gorgeous, sweet, pure thing. And here it is like squashed and smashed and like, it's like in many ways, this is like for Avi, must be the equivalent of looking at like a mutilated, dismembered human body. Like that's what this represents, right? It represents something, beautiful that is also ugly, and that ugliness is brought out and the beauty is destroyed. And it's fucking, perhaps I'm reading it too darkly. Maybe that's, I'm always hesitant to like fully embrace a fully cynical view of anything or a fully optimistic view of anything. But like, there's so much darkness in this that it's almost pervasively overwhelming. And I mean, once you get inside the head of Avi as a songwriter, and once you start to understand his perspective, then you look at this and it's horrific. Like, it's the horror of it really comes out. And that's the power of the record as well, is it helps you to understand that and like feel it and understand and communicate the way he communicates it. And we've barely even touched on Panda's songs, like Chores for one, that idea of wanting to get out and escape the bustling noise and like just get stoned and walk out into the woods. And then you have the kind of nation sort of beautiful ballad of Number One, where he considers like, being a father and speaking to his child and wanting to preserve the beautiful innocence of childhood for his child, and not wanting his child to be like, to have his world become complicated, to delay that as much as possible. There's a
Chores has this great lyric that I think about all the time. I only want the time to do one thing that I like. I want to get so stoned and take a walk out in the light drizzle at the end of the day. And it's just like, it's kind of like grown men writing Animal Collective songs at that point, where they're just like, God damn, dude, wouldn't it just be nice to like not have to be so fucking worked up about your life all the goddamn time?
Yeah. And the culmination of this is Cuckoo Cuckoo, right? Because that is, it's another iteration of these kinds of themes of rotted, forgotten innocence and like, perverted, ruined, ecstasy, like the dark clouds coming over.
There's that line on Number One, your mom and I help you dance through your bad weather, right?
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And then when you get to Cuckoo Cuckoo, it's like that at its most aggressive. Like you have that, gentle sort of piano chord that's quite piano loop that's quite pretty, and it's paired with this stabbing noise and really hectic percussion from Panda, and these really just dark lyrics from Avi. I mean, some of the most outwardly, dark stuff he's ever written, like The King and I Died, like, reference to that, death of childhood. He kept floating past my eyes and singing his songs. Life was good, now death's all wrong. That's even like a bit meta-referential there, where he talks about like singing the songs of his younger self and being so distanced from that. You can't feel a thing, no heart flutters in late spring, you just drift and pray for sun-kissed golden days. Like here he's confronting nostalgia in this very sort of cynical way, where it's like, looking back on the past is this fruitless, no pun intended, endeavor. And it's so hard, like, and he literally just says, I can't hold what's in my hand. It doesn't do any good to say this isn't what I planned. Little kids sliding down the Steel Park slide, little kids can't play with things that died. Like it's so direct and blunt.
And right there, you actually cut it off right before some of the most like really like dissociated vocal performance. Sometimes all I want is one favorite song, and 2 or 3 minutes don't seem so long. Like I just want anything to like help me mitigate the constant state of whatever, anxiety, pain, whatever you want to fill in the blank with in that.
And that mirrors Chores as well. Like, I want to go out into the woods and get so stoned. That's all the only thing that's on my mind. That's for Panda, and for Avi it is, I want one favorite song. That actually tells you a lot about the differences between the two right there, because what Panda wants is to escape into a realm. He doesn't necessarily want to go back into the past. He's content existing in the present.
He wants kind of like the isolation and like less stimulus.
It's almost like what Avi wants is, he wants the past. He wants to go back.
Rain-quenched golden days.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
That tells you so much about the two of them, like the way in which they think about themselves and about peace.
And that's what Panda wants, is a place you can go to physically, and what Avi wants is like a memory. It's like an emotional state that like a rain-quenched golden day, like Panda's like, I want a light rainy day to be like smoking weed, and this guy's like, no, I want like the rainy days of my youth and the way that felt. And it's like it's inaccessible in that second chorus, and my tears quench 5 feet of lawn, and I can scream but I cannot yawn. It's just like this idea of like, all I have left are like the intensity of my emotions. I don't even have the ability to like express my exhaustion. It just feels really overwhelmed and kind of pained and chaotic.
what is beautiful about that, and the way I kind of see, and Person Pitch coming out the same year, is that I know that songs like Bros and Carrots are like written ostensibly to Panda's brother, but they can almost be read as songs written to Avi as well, like his other, you know, a brother on a different level, right? Because they are songs where he's saying like, hey man, like I see that you're going through shit, and you know, you need things that are, you know, of your past, like me, to kind of glob onto to pull you through it, but you need to, you know, and it's like there's this, and obviously I'm reading into it really heavily there, and there's this kind of, you know, parasocial element to the extent to which I feel like I know them through this music, and it's very much obviously just artistic invention, but you do see this relationship between the two really crystallizing here at this point in their career.
It's hard not to have that when the song right before this, Winter Wonderland, he's talking about yet another imaginary friend, in this case a snowman, just like the chocolate girl, inevitably gonna melt, fall away. He, you know, all the hooks on that song are talking about like, you know, if you don't believe in fantasy, do you not believe in fantasy because it gets you down? Like there's just like this frantic need for escapism that doesn't exist. And then I think finally you get to the final track and you kind of get like maybe what's going on a little bit. Like what, like man, where you're at, like why this is so like burning. I don't want to be like it's because this one thing happened.
Zach, the last song is a masterpiece. It's the perfect way to end this album, and I'll tell you why. Because it is a Panda song where he sings about his childhood dog and the experiences that they had together, and wishing that he had treated the dog better, and wishing and wanting to sort of have some greater insight into the dog's mind and memory and try to understand this aspect of his past. But it works because it's making peace with the past. And so it's Panda makes peace with the past. He demonstrates, and he almost shows to Avi, you know, what he wants Avi to do. Like you can live in the past. You can like think about, you know, and dwell on and dwell within these, you know, memories of childhood and these memories of like, you know, picking berries or whatever formative experience it is. But at some point you have to confront, you know, your relationship with the past represented by the dog here, and you have to move forward. And that's
it cycles back, I think, to the lyrical refrain in Peacebone, where it's like you have to change your insides.
Yeah.
The very tail end of the song. What do you see when you see inside me? You can count when you count on me. What do you see when you see inside me? Like this idea, like, have I changed? Have I grown? Can you see how I've developed? Am I a different person than I used to be, or am I repeating all the same mistakes?
Yeah, that refrain of what do you see when you see inside of me, like the way that, and I
love a scanner darkly.
It didn't just hit me until right now when you said it, but the way that does reference back to it's not my words you should follow, it's your insides. Like that's, you know, that's that opening refrain in Peacebone, that chorus refrain is like, you know, it's an imperative. It's saying like you this is the way forward. And then Derek at the end is like almost like reflecting on, okay, well, I should follow my insides, but what is inside of me? Like, how do I interrogate that? How do I come to understand that? And
how can we ever know what's inside any other person, right? Because he's kind of talking about like not knowing what was inside the dog, or we're talking about kind of like these speculative ideas of the relationship between Avi and Panda. And like, truthfully, if you follow what these words are saying, like neither of them can know each other. They can be as intimate as possible, as close as possible, but what's inside of you is inside of you, you know? Like, and that's kind of like this inaccessible thing. And it's kind of one of those really difficult truths of adulthood and growing up, is that like there's just these things that you can't know. The inside of you is something that no one else will ever know. It's just you. And that's a lot of Avi's songwriting is about that kind of like the version of a relationship. And we're gonna get into this on Merriweather post Pavilion because it's all over the fucking place. This idea of like, so, okay, there's me, Zach, and there's you, Tyler, and we're friends and we have a relationship. But inside of my head, there's a Zach and Tyler relationship. And inside of your head, there's a Zach and Tyler relationship where there are sort of fictionalized concepts of the other inside of each of our minds. And that's something that Avi's like really interested in exploring.
Strawberry Jam is a fucking masterpiece. I think we've done a pretty good job of explaining why. And so at this point, the band are essentially at the height of their powers. This is followed by an EP in 2008 called Water Curses, which I'll say up front is my favorite EP this band has released. It's 4 songs that were sort of offcuts from the recording sessions of this album. The title track, Water Curses, is a great Animal Collective pop track. I think really should be heard by anyone who's a fan of the band. The song Street Flash, which is a more sort of slow, sort of ballad sort of track that's driven by this AV vocal that's very longing and evocative and has this kind of climactic moment of AV screams over these piano chords. It's a big fan favorite track, and I love it too. Cobwebs and Seal Eyeing are more low-key tracks, but there's a lot of stuff to enjoy there rhythmically and texturally too. Just a really solid EP.
I very much enjoy, I think the first two tracks on that, which are the title track Water Curses and then Street Flash, are both really strong. And then Seal Eyeing is my favorite song on that album. Big sucker for pianos on Animal Collective albums, and it's got really like the back half of it has this just like really great, just intense piano playing with like the really washed out vocals and things. Just beautiful song.
Really speaks to, I guess, how creatively fruitful those sessions were for the band. I mean, these were like Street Flash and a song I'm about to talk about called Safer were played quite frequently in their live shows around this time, I believe, and fans were like begging for studio versions because they were like bootlegged live rips of these two songs in particular that were like fan obsessions. And like AV had to put out a comment saying, sorry, we didn't put them on the album, they just didn't fit because they were too long, but we will release them. And so you get that Water Curses EP, and on the single for Peacebone you get, I mean, in my opinion, one of the greatest B-sides to a single of all time. It's not my favorite Animal Collective song, but it might as well be for as much as I enjoy it. The track Safer, which is one of the longest Animal Collective songs. It's 9 minutes long. Obviously, there's a bunch that are over 10, but it's definitely one of the longest from this era. And to me, this song distills everything I love about Strawberry Jam musically and texturally, and everything I love about Animal Collective in this period to this jam form that you don't really get on Strawberry Jam, the album, hilariously enough for that title. Like this is a more, like this is what Zach would refer to as one of the kind of slower cuts that they would typically have early on one of their records.
Similar to like a Flesh Canoe. It's more lyrical than Flesh Canoe. Like it's got way more singing on it than that description, but it's very like washed out. The structure kind of goes away, and it just kind of,
in some ways it looks forward to like the kind of songs you'd get on the Fall Be Kind EP. Like there's certain aspects of it that remind me of What Would I Want Sky, which we'll talk about eventually as well. But yeah, this is a really unique song in the sense that it starts with this looping sort of piano melody, and AV just kind of like doing this stream of consciousness vocal thing where he hits these certain notes and then he just does these run-on sentences, and it has this quite large sort of open sound to it. And then he kind of devolves into this section where he's just screaming, I'm all right if you're all right, over and over and over again. And the whole song sort of melts into the second half that's much more psychedelic, has this looping sort of vocal sample, and AV's vocals getting sort of more adventurous and looped. And there's this great melodic development about 5 minutes in where these kind of bassier tones come in, and he's hitting this really cool vocal melody that I love. And then the rest of the song, he's kind of just hollering and letting his voice sort of ring out. And I don't have as much to say in terms of like profound significance or meaning to this song, but it's just this absolutely transcendent experience for me. Every time I listen to it, I can't get enough of it. It's just an absolute treat that is buried so much within the sort of deep cuts of the non-album Animal Collective material, and it deserves to have a bit more attention shown its way, I think.
I think that in not like to be totally basic about it, but it's kind of like the fear of the unknown as you progress through your life and being in this kind of transitory stage of like not knowing what's coming next, right? Like it's a lot of the lyrics tend to be, I'm all right if you're all right, I feel deranged. Like it speaks to the sense of anxiety. It's using repetition, as AV songs often do, as like reinforcing a positive idea. I'm all right if you're all right. I'm all right if you're all right. I'm like, you're trying to like talk yourself up and saying it to yourself over and over and over, as if like the 10th time you say it, it's going to stick. And like, it wouldn't have if you just said it once. But as you kind of like peel through the lyrics, he's talking about like, you know, why am I scared at the shadows on the wall from yesterday? I saw ghosts in the park. He's talking about like seeing wolves in the fog, seeing through the rain, like this unknown threatening entity that is kind of visible through fog and clouds, and like there's like this sense of unknowing and like what's lurking in the unknown. Like, why am I so scared of my future and where I'm going, and like not being able to know where I'm going, and just stuff like that, which are all just kind of like classic things about growing up and living your life, that I think it's just sort of AV tackling classic AV shit from a more adult perspective, from that kind of like, I don't want to say midlife crisis, but just like where you end up as like a man in your life, where you're like, you know, maybe as a kid you had this sort of idea of like, this is what I want my whole life to be like, and then you get there and you're like, shit, where am I?
Yeah. And I love as well, like it's a continuation of just him expressing the intensity of his emotions in really like pure AV ways. Like there's one moment in the song where the lyric is literally, sometimes I want to eat him.
Like, and he starts like talking about like torture at the end of the song, right? Like, and I don't know if he's talking about like, because this song is like 2008, it's like the mid 2000s. This is not a political band. Like, this is not a band that like writes about current events in their song lyrics a whole lot, but every musician in the year 2005 through 2008 was like fucking aware of like American politics and shit like that. Like, in fact, there was torture happening, you know, like it's like, so I don't know if there's like a political thing happening here, or if in some way he's like trying to, or if he's just using like the concept of torture. I'm just sort of thinking about it from like the perspective of like him being an adult. It's really kind of, I think being in the track run of an album helps to kind of clarify what certain songs are about, because they kind of relate to each other. This being a single, it's like a little bit more impenetrable in my opinion.
Yeah, I think there's definitely a subtext there, like in lines like, why am I so scared of explosions going off just any old way? I turn, ask, is it that bad? They say we've much bigger problems. We've got wolves on the plane. Like,
wolves on the plane, right? Like,
yeah. There's definitely some
weird
subtext there of like, you know, an uncertain world and stuff, and kind of like existing within that. But that's kind of like the background to the, you know, more personal, emotional experience that Avi is cryptically singing about. And it does add a certain level of sort of power and potency, and also mystery and curiosity to it. Like, I don't have a clear read on it either. But I think a lot of the stuff, like references to torture and stuff, you know, it's kind of like Avi's version of a Bros sort of song sentimentally. Like it's you know, a call to sort of, you know, become stronger and lean on someone if you need to, but, you know, also try to overcome what's getting you down. But it's just him doing that kind of song through his distinct sort of more surrealist lens. And it just, I find it really emotionally potent. And a lot of it is to do with the intensity of the way he performs and the way the song kind of develops. Yeah, I just love that track so much. And it deserves a shout out in and of itself. Moving forward, we move to the year 2009. Deacon, it's worth mentioning, has taken a break from the band, a sabbatical, and I think a well-earned one. And you have...
Incidentally, actually, right during this time, this is when he starts writing Sleep Cycle, which is an album that was delayed and delayed and delayed. But he is working on solo material while away from the band here, that will not be released until the year 2016.
Yes.
So 7 years after the fact.
Yeah, so he takes a break from the next record, worth noting. And Animal, so AV, Panda Bear, and Geologist convene to make a record where called Merriweather Post Pavilion. And before we get into it, it's worth mentioning, again, just in terms of like production of the album, again, as you might be able to sense, the band went for a very different approach in terms of creating the album and envisioning its development than with Strawberry Jam, as opposed to a record like Strawberry Jam, where the desire was to kind of capture a sort of live feel in the music and to not sort of try and minimize overdubs and things like that. With Merriweather Post Pavilion, it was like, you know, almost like a sort of Steely Dan approach, where it was like they were very much, it was a studio record. They spent meticulous
Speaking of
time.
XTC, right?
Yes, exactly. They spent meticulous time getting every single peripheral detail right, recording everything individually, layering everything very carefully, mixing everything painstakingly, and getting everything just right. So it's a record that is the product of, you know, painstaking work, essentially. And I think it shows in the best possible way. Like you said before, that you reckon that Person Pitch and Strawberry Jam are the best mixed and produced records of this band. And I probably would agree, considering what the task that those records have and that the producers and mixers have with music like this. But no record sounds as richly gorgeous as Merriweather Post Pavilion. No record has the pure, vibrant color of this album. And I mean, this was the peak of their cultural ascendance as well. It's worth noting this album came out in January of 2009. So this was an album that came to define that year from the go. Like, it was not an album, it wasn't a year where, you know, this shit happened and it was like, holy shit, and it becomes about that record, like with My Beautiful Dark Twisted Fantasy dropping in like September or October of 2010, and then retroactively, you know, the year gets canonized to that album. This happened in January of 2009, and immediately got the 9.6 from Pitchfork, which was, you know, we're talking excessive. And Zach, you talked at the start of the top of the video about how, you know, it immediately became a mood staple and just became this fixture of alternative music culture. Yeah, absolutely. And the thing about it was, like, it wasn't even really like, I mean, the album itself was like confirmation, but like that was going to happen anyway, almost, like, because the from what I can gather, the hype for this before it even came out, before any of the songs were even heard, and because incidentally Strawberry Jam leaked early and the band were really upset about that, they tried to really keep high reps on this album, and so it became this mysterious thing for fans. Like, they had no real idea, you know, what exactly it was going to sound like, and so there was this feverish anticipation. I think Brother Sport leaked a little bit early, but that was it. And so when this album came out, yeah, all of the conditions were there for that instant canonization. Like, everything that we've talked about, all of the building hype, the accumulating sort of like success of each record more and more than the last. And then this being the record where they decide to take those pop instincts that are embedded within the Strawberry Jam songs and just tune out the abrasion, take all the noise away, and really like make that sunshine pop record through and through without a kind of complicating it in very many ways. You know, this is the peak of Animal Collective as a cultural force. And, you know, it's an album that so dominates discussion of the band to a certain extent that it's difficult to kind of even really talk about it now. It's an album that I've seen a considerable amount of backlash to as well, which feels inevitable for an album with this level of hype. I
of
still
a piece with another 2009 album, Hospice, of a piece with like
exactly,
In the Aeroplane Over the Sea.
It's a record where I still see people this year talking about, you know, listening to this for the first time on Twitter and being like, this sucks. Like,
this is shit.
Why the fuck do people like this thing? Which is kind of crazy.
Because of what happens at the 2.5 minute mark of In the Flowers is why, where it just, if I could just leave my body for an hour.
Yeah.
The reason that we're emphasizing Pitchfork is not just to like be like, oh, Pitchfork, blah, 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 blah. This was the peak of Animal Collective's cultural cachet, and it was the peak of Pitchfork's cultural cachet coalescing with each other. 2009 to 2010, Merriweather Post Pavilion and My Beautiful Dark Twisted Fantasy, that is as relevant as Pitchfork has ever been as like a taste-making force in the music world, in my opinion.
Yeah, the only other thing I would put up there with it would be their review of Arcade Fire's Funeral, which essentially broke that band. But that was sort of a time when
that's like a primer for like this era of them, where it was like, this led to them being like the premier independent music publication of the 2010s in the minds of like everyone. Whether or not you think it was earned or valid or good, that's your opinion. But it cannot be overstated that this album was their album of the year in the year where they were the most relevant and popular music reviewing website on the fucking planet. Like, so this is big. Like this album hitting as instantly as it does. And I think that when you listen to the music, it's like that. You have, you know, these beautiful succulent synth noises that build into on In the Flowers, I mean, into that kind of, I wouldn't call it quite a jump scare, but it just kind of breaks open. And for the rest of the album, you're just like, you're really in pop bliss until it's over.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that's so striking about the album, like when you think about it in the context of this discography, is just how blissful it is. And it's not like, I mean, you can describe parts of Feels as blissful, but I mean, we're in a totally different ball game here. Like, it's just unabashedly and uncomplicatedly beautiful and just really, really fun and funky and bouncy and blissful. And just like, there's so much about it that, you know, it's almost disarming and how pretty and catchy and sweet it all is. Like, it's you know, it's difficult to really comprehend, like when you get really immersed in the discography, like how they even made this, like how it even got into their heads to make this record in particular. Like, it's so like, jarring coming off the back of the previous records. And yet it also, when you see all the pop sensibilities of Strawberry Jam, it does make sense. And yeah, and I mean, there's still like, it's not that this is, it is their pop album, in as much as one album can be that, but it's also got plenty of, the sort of esoteric beauty and brilliance and weirdness of Animal Collective. Like my favorite Animal Collective song is on this record. It is called Daily Routine. And, I don't have massive, profound reasons for this being my favorite Animal Collective song. It doesn't have the kind of like beautiful sort of ugly weight of something like Forever and Green, but it is transcendentally beautiful in a way that only an Animal Collective song can be. It couldn't be made by any other band. It has the characteristics of this band in so many different respects, that yet it executed so idiosyncratically such that it sounds like no other song by this band. And it has an incredible vocal performance that functions just as much as an evocative set of lyrics as it does as its own, musical instrument. It has this incredible combination of sounds that builds and rises and ascends and ebbs and flows, and then totally collapses into an absolutely gorgeous shoegaze influenced outro of blissful, incredibly loud synthesizer baths and the absolute pinnacle of Panda Bear's vocal range.
I was going to say, it really draws out that reverbed vocal performance that is so much the identity of Person Pitch, when he's just really crooning just a sec more in my bed, and you just hear that like fucking cavernous echo on every word that he says.
Yeah, and each time this sort of synths hit in that outro, when he's sort of vocalizing, they feel like a ton of fucking sugar or something collapsing onto you. Like they feel like the most, like, or falling into, like jumping off of a cliff into a lake, like is what it feels like each time.
I love the little flourish of the,
yeah.
There's like where they're all kind of like layered on top of each other, and there's kind of like this little blitz of.
And what's beautiful about it is that, those sounds are both exciting and cool and funky and Animal Collective, but they're also like onomatopoeic for the subject matter of the song, right? The song is about, it's about waking up in the morning. It's about transitioning from being in a dream to being awake. And those like little sounds are onomatopoeic for an alarm clock going off. Mm-hmm. And you hit the snooze button and they stop and then they come back. And that's what they represent. They're there for a specific purpose that elevates the qualities of the song and what it's about. And, it's also just like, it's a nice little insight into Panda's mind, that like he's ostensibly dreaming, but he's dreaming about taking his daughter to school, and
he's like dreaming about his daily routine, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And it's all the lyrical imagery is like really mundane. He's talking about like kids in his jacket, and there's like cracks in the sidewalk, and there's like mufflers going off in the traffic. Like he's just talking about like a day in New York. He's talking about like a day in his own life. And one thing that I really love in his vocal performance is like the way that this, because he's talking about stop and look at the traffic signal, right? And signal, the way that he sings just a sec more in my bed, he's like just a sec more, like sec more and signal start to like sound like each other, like the waking world and the dreaming world, and these different concepts are all kind of like melting into each other in this like groove of routine that is just so like cyclical and repetitive and I kind of like mind-numbing.
I think this is intentional as well, because before I really dug into the lyrics, like way back in the past, I used to think he was saying just a signal in my brain.
Mm-hmm. It's both, but it's both just a signal in my brain, just a sec more in my bed. Like it's for sure playing with like the duality of those ideas, like mishearing your clock and thinking that it's something else, or like waking up and feeling like you just had this dream about doing this thing that you're going to wake up and literally do, and how there's like these two versions of it. To work it back to the song prior to this, which is like Summertime Clothes, is like, for the longest time in my life when I listen to this song, like it's just one of many bangers on Merriweather Post Pavilion where you're just like, it just goes really hard. But this time around, I love the way that it so the two songs back to back, AV song, Panda song, and it opens the same way. Sweet summer night, and I'm stripped to my sheets. Forehead is leaking, my AC squeaks. So it's talking about going to bed, and the next one's talking about waking up. We're talking about like these weird New York apartment kind of like cracks in the sidewalk, the AC's leaking, like these like just weird, super mundane things. And the nature of this song, the reason that it sticks out so much to me is like, I love how romantic the refrain is, where it's just like, I just want to walk around with you. I just want to walk around with you. But the way that Avi's delivering it is like so fucking deranged that it doesn't really sound like a love song. The whole thing is the story. It's real fucking hot in the apartment and he can't sleep. And the idea is like somebody comes to his house and they go fucking run around in the streets. But it's like this idea, there's like this dissociated dreamlike nature to it. Like this is a dream that he has night after night after night about this person. Like, and it's just like an AV dream versus a panda dream. The AV dream is about like trying to get lost in the groove of like this beautiful thing, and the panda dream's like, fuck, I gotta wake up and take my kid to school. Yeah. And it's just like the duality of it. I love the two of them back to back so goddamn much.
Yeah. Yeah.
The muted delivery is on the when the sun goes down, we'll go out again. When the sun goes down, we'll go out again. When the sun goes down, we'll go out again. And he like really morphs it. And I love how both of the two songs back to back have that kind of like where the vocal delivery is like, what the fuck did he just say? Like he's saying words clearly, but I can't quite, he's saying it in such an odd rhythm and interval that like there's like these different interpretations that you can have out of like, what
I like about it, like you said, their dynamic between their different personalities is just as present here in those two songs as it was on Strawberry Jam. But the difference is like you can sense that both of them are in a more comfortable sort of place. Like this is a much more just broadly optimistic and happy and joyful record, and that's reflected in so much of it. Like My Girls, the classic single for this album, probably their most listened to song, I would imagine, is this lovingly simple sort of ode to domestic life that's uncomplicated and
I don't mean to seem like I care about material things, right?
Yeah.
They're like at their pinnacle of success, like we've talked about, but they don't want to care about material things. They just want 4 walls and Adobe flats for my girls.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, even Avi has that sense of like, just uncomplicated bliss and relaxation on this record.
The panda chorus where he's talking about his father's grave makes me fucking little weepy in the middle of My Girls.
Yeah, I mean, it was typical, like again, that referencing back to the loss of his father, which ripples through everything in some ways. But yeah, and you have like Avi sharing in this bliss as well. Like I think about one of the most classic Avi songs on this record, which is undeniably Bluish. And I know that's a song. I mean, that's the most romantic song, next to Bearable Bottle, obviously. It's the most romantic song in the Animal Collective discography. And it's a song about, it's not a song about like the overwhelming rush of like the intensity of love. It is the song about like, let's just stay in your apartment and
obsess over
together.
The details of a person.
Yeah.
So if you look at Summertime Clothes, the very end of it, right? It's what's the hook on Summertime Clothes? I want to walk around with you, just you.
Yeah.
It's really fixated and almost like the way that Avi sings it, it sounds like deranged. Like it sounds like a little obsessive and like whatever. But there's like this, it's like fixation. It's literally just like getting lost in the details of a person. I'm getting lost in your curls. It's literally just like, just saying those words without listening to the song makes me feel like I'm going to choke up, because it's like, to me, Bluish is like the most beautiful Animal Collective song. It's the most just like, it just takes me away, like, and puts me in this world of like a love song through the completely unburdened and sort of somewhat childlike, but like, again, it's just kind of from this new mature place where it's like, it's not, I don't know, pulling me, again, we're using kind of like dreamlike imagery where it's like, but in this case, it's like, we're like lying in bed together, and like dreaming and waking are the same thing, because they're like just like this in this beautiful state of bliss. And
like I mean, it's so uncomplicated and just like purely beautifully simple. Like the most existential this album gets is probably Taste, and even then that's like a song
that's like a song that every 14-year-old should hear. Like the the lyric of like, am I really all the things that are outside of me, is just like the most, I would have worn that as a t-shirt, a bumper sticker. I would have written it on every notebook, every locker, every pair of Converse I ever owned.
Yeah, I mean, can you imagine how 15-year-old me felt hearing those lyrics? Like,
Yeah.
it's a song that absolutely resonated.
Would I complete myself? Would I complete myself without the things I like around? Does the music that I make play on my awkward face? Do you appreciate the subtleties of taste buds? Like, it's just such this like youthful, exuberant, like hanging out with your buds kind of, it's such a really, I think, wonderful thing to like listen to an Animal Collective album that's like kind of like this unburdened by like the bullshit of the world a little bit.
Like, and it's a song about like finding yourself and like being comfortable in who you are. Like with a discography that's got so many songs about like, you know, kind of looking back and trying to kind of recapture the past. This is, you know, this whole album and in this song and all the songs on the record are just about like being comfortable with where you are and just learning to find yourself and your own identity within, you know, the
which with this
in.
band that's kind of like about the loss of innocence and like childlike stuff, like this idea of like embracing the maturity. Don't let your temper rise, don't get a bitter face, try not to judge me on my kind of taste, and don't go changing your clothes when they don't like yours. Meaning like embrace the carefree parts of your childlike nature, diminish the needful parts of your childlike nature, and just try to be, you know, just try to kind of accept your own nature as an individual in the world, which is kind of like refuting kind of the bad part. It's trying to optimize, taking the good parts of maturity, self-acceptance, and the good parts of childlike, like not giving a shit what other people think of you, and fusing that into like a mission statement, which as ever is just like delivered through this like repetition over and over and over. Only on this song, unlike on Summertime Clothes or some of the previous albums, it doesn't sound like it's trying to like reassure oneself. It's like it's saying it over and over. Like I think I like that it's the refrain that's repeated here is like a question. Am I really all the things that are outside of me? Am I really all the things that are outside of me? And that connects to what we were just talking about at the beginning and the end of Strawberry Jam, where it's like you have to change your insides. How do you change your insides? By embracing that your insides are all the things that are outside of you, that like you're part of this bigger world and like all this other shit. It's just like a really beautiful like progression for them to have made as lyricists, in my opinion.
I mean, again, I don't think we need to necessarily talk about every song in detail, but I think it would make sense to zero in and maybe kind of finalize our thoughts on this record by talking about the closing track here, Brother Sport, which again, it's like a compliment to Bros off of Person Pitch, because these are both songs where Panda is ostensibly singing to his brother. And it's a song about, you know, sort of encouragement and support and familiarity. And I love like how kind of understated the shared tragedy between the two of them is when he says like, I know it sucks that daddy's done, but try to think of what you want. Like there's a sense of like tongue-in-cheek humor here and just a sense of like,
where it's kind of like grim, but it's offhanded, where it's like, I know it sucks, but like it's done. Like we have to move on. Like there is like a real, one thing that I think is really, so you had talked about how like Bros almost sounds like it could be for Avi, right? And it's like, I mean, what sounds more like singing to Avi than telling him to open up his throat, talking about like sung tongs and like his particular vocal style and shit like that. Like I really think that there is kind of like an open-ended nature to it, and it's not to be like it's about Avi, but it's in the same way that it could be about anyone in your life or you. It's just kind of open-ended. Just I've always really thought about it, because when you open up your throat, let it go. What are you talking about? You're talking about yelling, you're talking about singing, you're talking about talking, you're talking about the cathartic power of music and releasing the things that are inside of you.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a beautiful sort of glorious imperative.
Love Avi's background vocals on the Sports Brother. Yeah,
obviously the sports brother, you know, like, and support your brother, and also like sport as in like an affectation that you would call someone like sport. It's great little lyrical wordplay. And you talked about repetition being so powerful on this record. I mean, nowhere is it more emphatic and important than here. The way this song sort of builds, and then the way that the second half of the song is literally just that refrain of, you know, until you're fully grown, you've got a real good shot, won't help to hold inside, keep it real, give a real shout out. It's just that over and over and over and over and over again, really impressing that, but not just like impressing that sentiment into the person, but, you know, making it into this like refrain the person can kind of tell themselves to kind of psych themselves up, and bringing the music in and making it so intense as it builds and builds and builds to really give that affirmation some like genuine weight and power. And like it speaks to how, you know, powerful words can be, and how like much power that Panda sees in words and in expressions and in opening up one's throat, right? Like there's a catharsis and a power and a real sort of like, you know, something in words and in expressions and vocalizations that can give you the strength that maybe nothing else can.
It's kind of inviting the listener to sing along too on this particularly hook driven poppy album. It's, you know, it won't help to hold it inside. Keep it real. Give it a good shout out. Like you're in your car and you're just like, okay, just a sec more, you know, and you go back through the album and it's like, open up your throat, sing along to every fucking song on this album, and you will find their power. Yes. You will find like what it means to scream, I want to walk around with you 30 times in a row. I want to walk around with you. I want to walk around with you. It's like really trying to like emphasize that kind of interactivity and engagement on the part of the listener to not just use your ears, but use your voice, like sing along with us. You are as much a member of this as anybody.
Yeah. And obviously that being the spirit of the album is why, you know, it meshes so well with making this a straight on pop record, like making this record sound the way that it does, producing this record in the way that it does. Like if they're where they're at in their life and what they want to do at this particular point in their discography is make a record that embodies all of that, you know, of course they would make a record that sounds like this. It's no surprise the record sounds this way. Part of its success is that it sounds this way. It's not just, hey, this is a cool, you know, amazing sounding synth poppy record that has, you know, these really inspiring lyrics. It's that there's, again, like with all the best Animal Collective records, the subject matter, the ideas are meshing perfectly with the execution sonically, and they're of a piece with each other, and the record sounds the way it does because it needs to sound that way to really bring out all of the power of the sentiments that are expressed in it. And so yeah, I mean, it's a record that is as perfectly crafted as it could be.
A lot of Animal Collective songs, and as you talked about with Purse and Pitch, kind of have this sort of like addressing somebody, you know, they're talking about pairs and partnerships, and a lot of times with AV Terror you kind of get this implication that it's like an imaginary person or his concept of a person or whatever, kind of Charlie Kaufman shit. It's not really one of my favorite songs on the album because I just never totally love the way that it sounded, but I love the lyrics of Also Frightened as kind of starting off where it's just sort of like, no one should call you a dreamer. Like, again, we're kind of referencing these ideas of like being asleep and being in your dreams, but there's kind of like this one takes one by the hand, let them crawl into the logs of damn brown jeans, the hue of their path, excited and screaming, and their voices grow wild and rise with the birds mating up in the pines down to the puddles that can't breathe, covered by leaves with mud, they make up the prints on their backs. Like this idea that like you're in like a dream world and the world's scary, but you're with someone, you know, like, are you also frightened? Are you also frightened? Like this idea that it's like, if I'm scared and you're scared, then we're scared together. We can make it through this type of thing. Like there's just this kind of like, always this sense of like camaraderie and trying to like see the pain in others and like comfort them and like be a partner to them and like be comforted by them and have them be a partner to you. Which really speaks, I think, a lot to the band's status as like, you know, kind of collaborators and like friends, like people that are like there to help each other and lean on each other and support each other, etc.
Yeah, I mean, shit, it's a fucking amazing record. Like it completes, well, not completes, but it continues a streak of, you know, absolutely stunning records that are absolutely stunning in completely unique ways from each other. And you know, and yeah, I mean, maybe the bubble had to burst with the level of kind of ascendant hype, you know, from each album to the next. Like, I mean, come on, 9.6. It's a miracle this didn't get a 10, and from Pitchfork. And so, you know, to a certain extent, it's easy to see why people might get tired of Animal Collective at this particular point. Like they've become so dominant of, you know, the alternative music sphere. I mean, they're the, you know, indie Beatles at this particular point, right? They've just made their fucking I don't know, Sergeant Pepper's maybe. I don't know what kind of comp would be the most appropriate, but in that sense, like you can see why, you know, the bubble was bound to pop no matter what they did next, essentially. Like
as we've already talked about, like the backlash to MPP itself, like people have already kind of like, well, not even already, as of 2009, people were backlashing against it because of how strongly positive it was, just the nature of it. But
yeah, I mean, obviously mention as an aside, obviously the 4 Be Kind EP came out later the same year, had that great song, What Would I Want Sky, on it. Unique and noteworthy for being, I think, the first time ever that a Grateful Dead song had been licensed for a studio recording. by another band. So that's quite, and the song itself is a classic, one of the best Animal Collective songs, unquestionably.
Yep.
I enjoy the rest of the EP too. I particularly like the pan flutes that come in and graze. I think are really fun and funky. I love the way that song kind of explodes into this sort of like weird march. And I like that. And it's not so much that the other songs stand out as great songs for me. I don't really think that they do. They're pretty good, but I like the just electronic tones and sounds of I Think I Can. It's just a really pleasant EP to put on. And definitely, I think I can see why none of those songs made this album for a good reason. But I think when approached on its own merits, it's a really solid listening experience that is definitely a good sort of chaser / compliment to this album.
We've talked a bit about entry points, and I think the Fall Be Kind EP represents a good one just because it's like 5 tracks. It's very short. And it's got that same kind of sensibility as Merriweather Post Pavilion without necessarily being as like overtly syrup poppy. Like it's a little bit calmer. It's a little bit less hustle and bustle. So it's kind of a nice way to ease you into the styles of the band and how they sound as vocalists and stuff.
All the EPs from this period are good sort of tasters, I think. People, Water Curses, Fall Be Kind. They're all good as kind of like little tasters where if you like the sound of this, then you're going to love the albums they accompany because
the corresponding,
so much more with that sound. And so at this point, it's worth acknowledging that there was a period of, so they're producing and recording music so prolifically up to this point. Like it was one album done, already working on the next one. And so, as with any band that achieves this kind of level of popularity, I mean, you could look at Radiohead after like, Hail to the Thief or Amnesiac or whatever. The band wants to, individual band members want to expand and sort of take a break from this relentless cycle of being in the band. And so
as we see with Deacon. With MPP, right?
Yes, exactly. And so you see, well, first of all, you have the band's first of 2 visual album collaborations, Odd Sack, which comes out in 2010, which I think I checked out, when I was going through my phase, hasn't really stuck in the memory. It's kind of just a cool curio. But, there probably are people out there who enjoy it a lot more than we do. And then you have a couple of solo records from AV and Panda. AV's kind of solo debut de facto, which is called Down There, and Panda's follow-up to Person Pitch, which is called Tomboy, both of which I think are okay. Like they just don't do much for me, I'll be perfectly honest. Each of them have good songs on them. I like Laughing Hieroglyphic off of Down There, and I really like Last Night at the Jetty off of Tomboy. But I mean, they're very kind of homogenous records that I think brush up against some of the limitations that you spoke of earlier with regard to, you kind of start missing the people who aren't there.
Well, and I have to say, like, when it comes to, like, Tomboy is like a 45-minute album, and I think like Down There, I don't know if it's like terribly long, but so that is shorter than most Animal Collective albums. It's at 35 minutes, but it just sort of feels like, okay, I understand the desire to, like, it feels like all of those solo projects need to be pared down to be like 20-minute experiences where it's like, these are the best ideas, because the more drawn out they are, like, that's where you really feel the absence of all that kind of like what Geologist is doing with certain synth tones and electronic music, where it just like gives it this texture where it's, you listen to Down There, and I like the lyrics of it quite a bit at times. I like how unhinged AV sounds for most of it, but it just almost completely lacks the kind of intricate, collaborative effort that the full sounding, having all the different instrumental complements and stuff. Yeah, I don't know.
I think both those records kind of sound weirdly claustrophobic in a certain way, like despite the fact that they're not like overly busy albums, just production wise, they're very difficult to kind of sink into, like Tomboy especially, which is a record that is just like soaked in reverb. Like it is just an absolutely blissed out sort of album, and that's enjoyable in its own way. Like it has its own appeal for certain moods, I guess, but it doesn't really involve me very much, and it's very tiresome and overlong in my opinion. And so like I can see to a certain extent, even though these albums were well received, I can see to a certain extent why like saturation of Animal Collective and Animal Collective related content at this point was probably setting in for a lot of people like consuming indie music. And there are a lot of ways like the backlash to MPP that we've talked about, where the band were kind of primed to have a hard time delivering for fans and for music journalists and for audiences with their next record together, Centipede Hz, which came out in 2012. But I want to, flag for our viewers, some of whom might well be fans of this album, that we are going to be pretty freaking positive about this record, and we are going to be hopefully providing a bit of a counter to the prevailing sentiment that this album is. Well, this album's a lot of things that people do call it. Like, it's overblown, like it's over the top, it's maximalist, it's uncomfortable, it's frequently, ugly sounding. And to that I say, Chad, yes, but it fucking rules.
Yes.
And so, like, I want to try and like acknowledge the place that Animal Collective were kind of put in within like the cultural, landscape and music journalism arcs, to be like, they were primed for a downfall, and like, this is a record that's definitely challenging. I mean, if this record had come out, like, the record obviously that this calls back the most to, I think, and you can hear this when you listen to it, is something like Strawberry Jam, where it has a similar sort of production style. I reckon, my theory is, even though I think it's not as great as that album, I reckon if you swapped the two in the discography, like, they would probably have similar receptions. Like, Centipede Hz, I think, would be received a lot better.
I think it would be really difficult to ever overlook For Reverend Green and Fireworks in terms of even just like the strength of the narrative. I think that it would be, Strawberry Jam would come out fine in that situation, just because it's such a strong fucking album. But
it would for sure. But
there's no reason to me, like okay, so let's say that people want to say like this is their least favorite of like the main releases from Tongs on. How do we go from 3.72 to 3.06? Like, how is this 0.6 lower than Tongs? Yeah. That's where I'm confused by it. Like, I don't understand how people are like, it's worse than Campfire Songs and Here Comes the Indian. That's where I kind of like get off the bus, because it's like, again, kind of classic Animal Collective. Side A is pulverizing. Moonjock, Today's Supernatural, Rosie O, Applesauce, Wide-Eyed. I just don't want to hear it about those 5 songs ever from anybody, because they're like rich and beautiful. And then I think it stays consistent for like the rest of the album. Like, it's never quite, other than like, I really like the final 2 tracks, Pulleys and Amanita, quite a bit. So it's really kind of strong in the polls, but then there's this run at like the 2/3 mark. And I think it's consistent as hell. Like, I just think that it's like good track after good track after good track. Like, I really miss, I agree, it's kind of like claustrophobic. And I've just always really admired how you would go from your most accessible sound to just fully saying, fuck that, bringing Deacon back in and getting really freaky with it.
Yeah. And
it's still like just a banger. Like, I don't know, just from Moonjock on, like Moonjock is just like 5 minutes of like time to dance around the house, into Today's Supernatural, which I would say, like, if you were ever going to like play a song for an entirely normal group of people, Today's Supernatural would be like weird and they would make fun of it, but it's like, it just goes hard enough that I feel like in the right context that you just like, oh, okay. It doesn't have any sort of like, there's almost no pretension to Centipede Hz. And that's maybe where I fail to understand like why people are so adamantly negative about it. It's one thing to think it's a little underwhelming, and another thing to think that it's like a bad album or like garish or annoying, when there's nothing about it that's kind of like, oh, we're in high art mode. There's nothing that's sort of like, it just a bunch of pop songs that are like go really hard. I don't know. I've never totally understood the reputation around this, other than I get what you mean. Like, that there's this kind of hype that has been built up, and that there's kind of like a reaction to that over time. You have a 4-year gap between Merriweather, Post Pavilion, and this.
People kind of rooting for this band's downfall. And I think a lot of that 3.06 on Rate Your Music sort of thing, a lot of what goes into that is, looking for an excuse to finally like point at this band and say, see, they were never that good all along. Like, they were so overrated, and it becomes this really easy target because of a lot of attributes of it that people were not prepared for off the back of Merriweather Post Pavilion, which is so funny because, again, it's not that dissimilar in sonic approach to Strawberry Jam. And yet people were so unprepared I mean, one thing that's kind of like integral to this album's legacy is the Pitchfork review, which was a positive 7.4. Which is certainly
same exact rating that you and I both gave it, and we're both about to be like, this album's great. So explain this.
But the thing is, like, that review had a line in it where that weirdly became infamous in the way that the, you know, Kid A IMAX Dead Baby line became infamous, but to a slightly lesser extent, which was that this album is like someone throwing a burrito on your windshield and the ingredients splaying in front of you. And like that became like a point of ridicule that was referenced to, like,
but that's the cover of Strawberry Jam, as you've already described.
Yeah. Like there's this sense that like people quite see this out. And look, it is an album that's very demanding of a listen. Like, it's not the sort of thing you can really fully absorb straight away. And it does have tracks on it that are sort of slower building, that don't have the kind of continuous intensity of Strawberry Jam. Like, so it's a record that does demand more of you than, say, that album, or indeed maybe any album Animal Collective had made since, you know, their early stuff. And in terms of the production, like it's claustrophobic as hell. Like, it's mixed in this really muddy way. Like, and I know a lot of people who would say that this album, like, objectively sounds, you know, bad and terrible and mixed, you know.
Maybe if you stream it on 96 kilobits per second on Spotify, but if you've ever listened to the CD version of it, or anything like that, like, I agree that it's claustrophobic, and I would say that it's not mastered with the same degree of like cleanliness as Merriweather Post Pavilion, but like, that's the idea. It's supposed to be a little chaotic and like cacophonic, and I just wouldn't agree that any part of it's amateurish. It's clearly an album that has been mixed, mastered, and produced by like really professional pop songwriters trying to evoke through sound something more chaotic and aggressive and
well, I mean, all you need to
but it's really not very abrasive to me. Like, it, and maybe that's part of the complaint, is that it's kind of like weird and chaotic, but it's not as challenging as their earlier material. Like, if you were assuming like a person that's like to start this album, it's like, you know, really lacks the atmosphere and complexity and challenging components, but it's just like, I have to tell you, man, it's like 55 minutes of me wanting to like bang through the wall.
Yeah. I mean, it's produced by the same person who produced Merriweather Post Pavilion. So if that tells you anything, it's just that the band, you know, knew exactly what sound they wanted with each record, and they just happened to be very disparate things. It was recorded in a kind of more fractious way. Like, there's comments from band members on how, like, it was, the process of recording it was a little bit more difficult. There were like more arguments in terms of how certain songs should, you know, be mixed, and what should be in the songs and what should not be in the songs. And often the end result of that was just leaving a lot of stuff in the songs and making them as kind of maximal and noisy as possible. You have, like with Strawberry Jam, but to a much greater extent, like lots of weird sort of like radio found sound samples and just noises, extraneous noises that are just layered and layered into these songs that just make them feel like, you know, there's a sense, like, even with that sort of title and with the Hertz thing, like, there's a sense that it's kind of like an alien radio transmission is the kind of thing that they're sort of going for. Like, this weird sort of like different radio stations kind of being laid over top of each other, and, you know, like mixed signals, like, you know, the sense that the sounds you're hearing are kind of like in some way messed up and like wrong and contorted and stuff. And that was part of the whole sort of sonic vision for the album, was to create something that does sound like messy purposefully. And I think, and in terms of like how it does sound and whether it sounds good or not, I think, quality does matter in terms of how you're listening to the record. Do not listen to this fucking album on Spotify. Jesus Christ.
You need volume, and you need like a really good bit rate. It's like, preferably the best way to listen to this album is live, and then the second best way to listen to this album would be like in your car, literally blowing your speakers out. Like, particularly when you're listening to Rosie O and Applesauce and Pulleys, like, just max it. The final minute of Rosie O has like some of the most like dense sonic palette of any Animal Collective song, where it just sounds like Avi's voice just kind of like swaddled in this like storm of like weird synth lasers, and like I wouldn't even know how to describe like the sounds of it exactly, but it's just such a full thing. And then like the percussion will kick in, and it just like all of it kind of moves in with the percussion. Like, there's like this chaos, but then like the chaos kind of like moves and reacts based on like certain elements in the song. I just find it really rewarding and detailed.
Yeah, I completely agree. And many of my favorite moments on the record are the craziest parts of this album. I mean, I would 100% co-sign the notion that a good way of listening to this is on car stereo speakers played really loud, because when you do that and those kind of initial sort of percussive bursts of Moonjock come in, like it's a different experience than listening to it at home on headphones. I mean, I would say that, you know, listening to this with good high quality headphones is a good way of experiencing it, like it is with any album. But this might even be like the least headphones friendly Animal Collective album in some respects, because you need a system that can let the sounds like really just kind of be around you like that and have space to move through.
And you want to feel the percussion in your body, not just like in your ear holes. You know what I mean? Like if you can get the bass to where it kind of like it, from a percussive perspective, it doesn't have as much like even Merriweather Post Pavilion, anything like No More Running has like those brushes on it again where it's and it's these like really crisp, bright drum tones, whereas almost everything here is back on that kind of like song tongs tribal drumming, pump, 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 thump, 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 right? And it's really like simple and just like the basis for all this sonic exploration. So like the louder you can get it, the more you kind of feel that percussion where it's kind of like boom, boom, boom.
Yeah, like
and what you're hearing is all that detail.
Those fucking cymbals that come in at the start of Moonjock, like the way that they're recorded and mic'd and mixed to have this dryness to them, like you don't really feel the impact of that, and the bass undertones that come underneath it and start kind of gurgling and roaring as the song kind of heats up. You don't really feel that if you're not listening to it on a system that really lets those sounds surround you.
This is the only live material of theirs that I've really seen, because I didn't see them live until 2012, 2013 when they were touring this. Like they played songs from other albums, but like seeing Moonjock live, I think like really changed my perception of like, I think I always liked this album, but it really, really, really changed like my perception of like how you're meant to experience it. Because it just beats the shit out of you. It's just like an assault. And that's kind of like the idea. Like you just kind of have to like let that happen. And I can understand not digging that for sure. I think that, you know, like we can kind of talk about it on like these assaultive terms, but like once you get past like Wide-Eyed and you're into like a song like Newtown Burnout, I think that is kind of like slower and like it's still got a lot of like the density, but it's a little bit softer, you know, it's a little bit lighter. So after kind of bludgeoning you with these like opening tracks, the way an Animal Collective album tends to like to do, it does kind of, I wouldn't say that it opens up into like a spacey place, but it kind of slows things down a little bit, as you said. I think a term that you used while we were discussing before the podcast was like dirges. And there's kind of like a run of like Newtown Burnout, Monkey Riches, Mercury Man, where like every song just kind of takes you to like this slower place. But at least for me, like by that time, I've kind of like bought into the experience of it. And I don't know, I don't really have as much to say about like the lyrics of this one as some of the past albums necessarily, but
yeah, no, I think that you know, you're right to a certain extent, but I would also say that like a song like Monkey Riches is like a pick me up at that point in the album. Like that song is so like intense and loud, and that was my favorite song on this record when I first like encountered it as a kid. And like I've had favorites all over this thing. You're right. I want to shout out again. I know we both love the song Wide-Eyed. Like that's just a great sort of star tone for Deacon as well, like taking the vocal, you know, front, like it's his, you know, with a little help from my friends, it's his kind of Ringo song where he kind of comes in, and yeah, his voice isn't as commanding here as the other two vocalists, although there's some considerable, you know, he does have a very commanding voice, it should be said, and that's very true on Sleep Cycle. Which
I mentioned her earlier, Mo Tucker of the Velvet Underground.
Yeah,
not a vocalist, right? But she sings that closing track on their self-titled album. It's one of their best songs.
Yeah, totally.
And that's a great band where you're just sort of like, Lou Reed can't fucking sing, but everything he's ever sung is great. So fuck you. Yeah, I love Deacon. I actually love how flat he kind of sounds on Wide-Eyed, where he's like, it's really, you know me, I love post-punk. So I have like a kind of a love in my heart for like guys that maybe don't sing very melodic. I talked about Television already, or like just where it's kind of like that removed. But I love how like, because he sounds clearly passionate, but you know what it reminds me of is like David Byrne again. It's like kind of the second time I brought up that, where it's just like David Byrne, obviously incredible singer, but like sometimes he chooses to sing in the same kind of way where it's like, how's she not breaking down? And it just kind of has like this remove to it that kind of allows you to emphasize all the percussion on this song, which is really, really strong. Just
what I love about it is the way that there's something about the tonality of his voice, like the nasality of his voice, that meshes really well with the synthesizer tones in this track. Like it's almost like they're mirroring each other, like the sound of each other. Like the synths have this kind of like squirmy, whiny sort of quality that his voice also has. And so they sound like they're almost duetting, like he's duetting with the synthesizer in this song.
Mhm.
And I just love that element of it. Like he's
I love how much he seems to release without getting up into a new register inside, where he like really leans in on that inside, but he doesn't have the vocal range to be like really high there, you know, like, so there's like a real emotional tone to it that doesn't necessarily fuck with the sound of it. It doesn't make the sound high. So you get like this unique kind of sonic thing that still has all that evocative nature like it would be if Avi was singing. Because if Avi's singing this thing, he's ripping it up. Like he's screaming probably.
Yeah,
anyway,
absolutely.
Different vibe.
It's a really great turn and a really great push. And look, the thing with me coming to really love this album has been just sort of appreciating how good the deep cuts are. And yeah, they don't jump out at you in the way that the really immediate songs are. But I've come to have a real affection for songs like Father Time and songs like Pulleys as well, like songs that don't immediately leap out of you, but really sort of stick in your memory once you do get to know the album better and better. The only song I don't really care for, I think, is a bit too much of a dirge for my taste, is Mercury Man. But it's all right. I think, and you brought up this idea earlier in the week, and it's been stuck in my head ever since, which is the idea that if you swapped it out for the B-side Gotham, then this album would get like an extra half-star bump just for that, because that's such a great song. But I still really enjoy it. Yeah, like I said, I really love Monkey Riches. And I think obviously the album finishes really, really strong with Pulleys and Amanita. Like Amanita's great, like just this real burst of like climactic energy. It's everything a great Animal Collective closer should be. In terms of energy and the way that it kind of like explodes in the second half, it does remind me structurally a bit of Derek, but it's a completely different kind of song, and it has like its own sort of spirit. And Avi wanting to disappear into the woods on mushrooms, like very kind of like,
exactly.
And it's super cool and awesome. And also, like, another thing about this record that I think a lot of people probably dislike, but that I've come to really enjoy, is that Avi's vocals are like mic'd and recorded, and I think layered in a certain kind of effects that make them sound really like uneven and strange and almost like kind of wobbly at certain points on this record. It's very unique vocal production for him. And I think it probably accentuates the certain aspects of his voice that people who don't care for him as much really dislike. And that's probably why some people respond negatively to this album, because he is produced and the effects on his voice are really like, they're not making him sound smoother like he sounded on Merriweather Post Pavilion. They're making him sound more juddery and like, just synthetic. His voice has a really synthetic quality on this album consistently that I guess I really like, because it's a unique flavor that contributes and kind of adds a texture to the intensity and chaos of this album, particularly on songs like Today's Supernatural. But I can see why maybe some people might not vibe with that as much.
I think that Amanita kind of also carries these sort of subtextual implications about like where the band stands as like a piece in culture. A lot of the earliest lyrics of the song are kind of talking about like storytelling tradition, like what's going to happen to these old stories, and like what happens to these old cultures when they pass away or like lose their relevance, or like blah 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 blah. And I think ultimately that ends up kind of applying to Avi and the band as a whole. The final two verses of it, what have we done, what have we done, fantasy is falling down. It's kind of a band that's always like, and if you don't believe in fantasy, do you not believe in fantasy because it gets you down, right? She's breaking apart. Has she lost her number one? I've never known if that's like totally a reference to this Strawberry Jam song, Number One. But it's like there's this Bright Eyes lyric on an early track of The People's Key, which is not like a great album, but there's like a lyric where he talks about like the album covers of every Bright Eyes song. And to me, like that's kind of where this ends. It's like let her tell what she can tell. There's nothing to do, nothing to do, nothing to do. Imagination floating around, then build it back up, build it back up. What are you going to do? Go into the forest until I can't remember my name. I'm going to come back and things will be different. I'm going to bring back some stories and games. Like this idea that you've kind of reached the end of your relevance. Like you've reached the end of everything that you had to say. And now you need to like tear it down and rebuild, as they've always sort of done. And it's kind of like, to me, this is like the last great Animal Collective album. It doesn't mean that it's going to be the last one ever, but it, as of now, it kind of is. And I think it just kind of ends on this note where he's like reflecting on the value of storytelling and like wondering where it all goes from here, which is the kind of the driving question of all of these different things, is like, here's where we are, where are we going? Here's where we are, where are we going? Here's where we are, where are we going?
Yeah. I mean, it's like the lyric, what will happen to that storytelling clown, his voice hypnotizing, the fireside frightening. I mean, that's probably like one of the most meta lyrics that AV's ever written.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's just no other way of interpreting that. Yeah, no, I think it's a good point in terms of where this album sits and the kind of commentary on, you know, the artistic process at this point, because as with any great band, like the more albums you make, the more your writing drifts away from maybe the initial kind of sources of inspiration and starts to incorporate more and more like meta commentary on being an artist and where you are with your art and stuff like that. And so you see this with all great bands, or all like long lasting bands, at least, as you see, as their discography increases, you'll start to see that, you know, type of writing will start to become more and more prominent, because again, if you're an artist, you write about your life, and when you're a big artist, you know, known for your records and your artistic persona, you start to write about that. And so yeah, it does start to inform it. And in a lot of senses, like, I don't have a really detailed thesis for this, but you could see Centipede Hz as being like the most meta Animal Collective album in a lot of senses up to this point anyway. In
I think
terms of like the first album they have made, which is about being an animal collective.
Mm-hmm. I think our mutual favorite song on this album is Applesauce, and Applesauce is a favorite because one, it's just the sound of it's really great. It's probably like the most classic AnCo song on this album, just in terms of like the way that it sounds, where it's kind of like you get this kind of drum beat that sounds a little bit more classic. It's a little bit more open, a little bit less chaotic. And then lyrically, it's you know, it's something that we've been talking about a lot. Just, I eat a mango and I feel like a little honey can roll. Star fruit so simple. He's talking about all these different fruits and things. He's literally like, he sings an ode to a pink lady, which is like a type of apple.
Mm-hmm.
And they're talking about like making applesauce. When the farmer picks a good thing, when you think you don't know what comes next, right? Like, it's about that transience. Once again, ripe and whole, we can move outside of us. Like, it's just another one of these things where he's kind of talking about how, like, and if you think about that, like in the meta context of a band, like having these creative ideas and impulses inside of you that are like fruit, and it's like you have to like capitalize. And this song is sort of about like not being in a rush, but also like, you know, trying to find the balance between the thing that I've been talking about all night long, all this podcast long, is like trying to embrace the present. But how do you embrace the present without like being in a rush to like experience, you know, like how do you like find peace within yourself and like the balance to kind of just exist?
So yeah, Centipede Hz, a great record that deserves a reevaluation. I mean, it feels like it should be primed to get a kind of like 10-year on reevaluation. Actually, maybe we were too harsh on this, and I guess it hasn't happened yet. When it comes to the rest of the decade for Animal Collective,
all right, I'm gonna sign off. I'll see you guys later.
So when it comes to the rest of the decade for Animal Collective, I mean, it won't take long for us to get through what comes next, just because a lot of it we don't particularly have an interest in dwelling on. But we'll mention it. I think, again, like, it's fair to say that you can see Centipede Hz is kind of heralding this, that Animal Collective have, you know, made so many records as a band that they're just kind of a bit like any band at this particular point in their career. They're interested in taking longer between records and exploring more outside of the confines of what Animal Collective can be. I mean, in 2014, AV teamed up with Angel Deridorian, formerly of Dirty Projectors, and Jeremy Hyman to form AV Slasher Flex, and they released the album Enter the Slasher House. I will say this is an album this was actually the first Animal Collective related release that I experienced as it happened, because I kind of got really into their albums sort of just in the months after Centipede Hz came out. So I remember being quite excited about this. It came out just a few days before my 17th birthday, Slasher House. And I remember enjoying it. I will say freely now, I remember enjoying it a lot more than I enjoyed it revisiting it this week.
Yeah.
It's an interesting project. It's just that
Couple good songs on there.
It does have a couple of good songs on there. I really like Little Fang and Ascender and Strange Colors, especially.
Strange Colors, yeah. Blind Babe is another one that I thought was okay, pretty good.
Yeah, see, I don't know. The rest of it doesn't really do much for me, to be honest. It's just like, and I think I try to think about while I was listening to it what the issue is, and I think it's just that the songwriting isn't there. Really, that's just it. The songwriting just isn't there, and the musicality of it is not interesting enough to make up for that. Unfortunately, that said, in 2015, and again, this was a January release, Panda Bear released his next record, Panda Bear Meets the Grim Reaper, which I will say is a record that I have much more fond memories of, and that I still think, while it's not a great album, holds up pretty well relative to a lot of the other extraneous material that came out during the decade. This is one of the few records in the 2010s from the solo careers of these bands that feels like it has its own kind of conceptual and sonic identity. Feels like you can see where he's taking from his previous work and refining it. It has a production style that's much more brighter and accessible. It strips away a lot of the, not all of, but a considerable amount of the drowning reverb of Tomboy, and has some quite hooky and catchy songs on it, like Mr. Noah and Crosswords. And I'll particularly shout out one of my favorite Panda Bear songs, which is Tropic of Cancer, notable for being an ode to his long deceased father and his memories of his father slipping away, his relationship with his father, and then reflecting on his own fatherhood now and how that's developed. When you follow his progression from Young Prayer through to this, it becomes quite a poignant song. It has these gorgeous harps that I absolutely love and some quite evocative vocal melodies. There's a falsetto he hits on the song that sounds downright operatic, and I love that. There's other beautiful moments on this record, like Lonely Wanderer, that has this gorgeous piano sample that's very cuckoo-esque, but without the noise bursts of it. There's just a lot of, it's a very acid-drenched electronic pop record. It's a little long, has a few moments that are a little too ponderous. I like Principe Real as well. It's just a solid record that I have fond memories of hearing when it came out and of spending a lot of time listening to. And I enjoy that record a decent amount. I don't know if you have any thoughts on it or not.
I preferred the EP Crosswords.
Right, fair enough.
Because it was like 20 minutes long. It's very, very similar sounds. No, I think that Panda Bear Meets the Grim Reaper has like a number of good songs. That is a release that I don't feel like I gave the appropriate amount of attention to. It's really like as much detail as we've tried to go into for like all the main releases, and some of the EPs. It's just like that thing. I don't know, every damn Panda Bear album being like an hour long is demanding. But no, like it's one of those, like, he's a really skillful musician. It's produced excellently. There are just very few tracks on it that just like stood out and said like, this is it. And it doesn't mean that it's a bad album. It's just kind of something where like it surprises me that Panda Bear does not have a little bit more of like that pop single sensibility, because I agree with you, it's like more of an accessible sonic palette, but what it lacks is like My Girls. It lacks Summertime Clothes. Like it lacks like a true single, or things that are kind of designed to be like a 3-minute little here's a song for you.
I don't know.
I don't know that it needs that. I'm just I've always kind of found it curious that like neither one of those albums, like these are all kind of 3-minute songs. Like Crosswords is like, also on the EP. And it's I don't know. Like the ones that stand out to me the most are sort of like Boys Latin, just because it's so strange and it's got that like really dark synth, and it uses like the reverb vocals in a pretty interesting way.
Yeah, it's kind of the earliest, I don't know if it's the earliest, but it kind of presages the hocketing vocal effect of like layering a vocal so that it's kind of repeating at a really, really, really fast rate, like da 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 da, using vocal manipulation. That comes to define the next Animal Collective album in a lot of ways, which we'll get to very soon. But yeah, I really like Grim Reaper. I think it does have a really strong sort of single standout in Mr. Noah, but that's certainly not a My Girls sort of song. It's just a song I like quite a lot. I love the distorted kind of synthesizer at the heart of it that sounds really like kind of like the stomach rumbling of a monster. And then his vocal melody is so weird. It's like, this dog got bit on the leg. And it has this descending quality that I really like, and it goes up again. And I dig that song quite a bit. But yeah, I definitely have a nostalgic attachment to it as well that I probably can't separate too much, whereas you've just kind of dipped into it briefly.
Right.
But anyway, then we get to, so late in 2015, the band released the first single for their, I think it's their 10th album, I want to say, Painting With Animal Collective, I guess to give it its full title, preceded by the singles, first single, Floridada, which I remember vividly the day that came out because I was at my then girlfriend's house, and I think it was like a Saturday afternoon or something, and like it came out and we were like playing a board game or something, like the whole family, and I got like a notification, or I became aware that the song released, and I excused myself to go to the bathroom and just to listen to the song. And look, one thing I'll say is that I think that if anything, I've kind of gotten a little bit more, a little bit less harsh on this album with time, although I will say I still think it's comfortably the worst Animal Collective record. But I'm trying to be good. I'm trying to be balanced here. Floridada is a good song. It's not a bad song at all by any means. It's a bit annoying. And I think it demonstrates some of the aspects of this album that really sink it, unfortunately. There is so much about the sonic template of Painting With that I should love, but don't. And that really frustrates me because this is a record defined by like these burbling, gurgling, quite sort of distorted synthesizer tones that feel like the kind of thing I would be all over, like on paper, like that kind of real sort of like synthesizers that have this kind of edge to them, this kind of buzz to them, but they're also like really bright and like in your face and just loud. Like that sound like the kind of thing I should really love. And
it's got color, but it has no saturation. There's no like, I think it just sort of misses, okay, so like you'd be listening to like Grass and then he hits those screams and there's never a texture like that. And I feel like I've used the word texture or textural to describe every single release up to this point, and there is no fucking texture to Painting With. Like, I don't think that they're always necessarily like bad songs. It literally feels like if you took Vertical, for instance, right? Which has like these, it has like a pretty good little drum beat to it and like different layers and stuff. And it's like, if you just played that percussion, and it just feels like it lacks depth. It feels flat and thin. And I don't know. It just doesn't really have, it's, I hate to je ne sais quoi, but literally like I look at the songwriting and I'm like, I don't think it's like significantly worse. It just comes off as like more annoying. It doesn't have like, so you talk about like Merriweather Post Pavilion and you get into this kind of realm where it's a lot more poppy. It's a lot more hook driven, but it still has like a tremendous, like the synths on Daily Routine are big and massive and heavy and dark and shadowy, and there's just it's like cinematography on Netflix in the way that it just like doesn't seem to have been lit in any conceivable way, you know what I mean? Like I guess like on the Burglars there's like a layer, there's like, I don't know, man, I really wanted to have like better notes for a discussion on this, but then I listened to Bagels in Kiev and I just want to turn the fucking album off.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah, look, I'll talk a bit about the recording of this album to sort of give a bit more context. So the idea was they went into this record wanting to do an album that was like really tightly wound, like had no like empty space in it, where something was kind of happening constantly. But they also wanted to do a record where it was like, like they compared it to wanting to make an album like the first Ramones album, which I find hilarious. Like the idea of just wanting to do really short songs that are really kind of homogenous across the record, but don't overstay their welcome and kind of just like the whole thing flows as this singular thing. And you can immediately see some sort of limitations in that approach that might not gel with, you know, what we appreciate about this band. And so in a certain sense, you know, you can see that I don't think this is necessarily a band that are like out of ideas or anything. I just think this is a band that have a kind of particular concept for what they want to do with this record that just doesn't really like mesh with what we like about the band and what they do particularly
It feels like
well.
Avi's just misapplied in a lot of ways. A lot of the most idiosyncratic things that I would say about him are just kind of like gone. I think my favorite two tracks on this are On Delay and Summoning the Wretch, which are kind of like later in the track listing. They're kind of more active tracks. On Delay has like a nice little percussion to it, but it just kind of like in the same way that a lot of bands have this trajectory, they're just kind of like softened. You know what I mean? Like it just kind of lacks for that any sense of like aggression or fun, you know, like when we were discussing just the way that AV Terror tends to deliver repetitive lyrics where it's so like pained and inside of his chest, and it just doesn't that I don't get it, you know. Like Summoning the Wretch is a cool song, but you remember we were talking about Deacon on Wide Eyed having like a limited vocal range, but there's like a lot of passion in his vocals anyway, and it's just like that's gone. That is not here on. And I mean, and if you can think of a counterexample of anything that's just sort of like feels like he really cuts loose as a vocalist and like gets to a place that seems evocative or emotional, but I just don't get any of that. And so it all kind of rises and falls on songwriting, which is less interesting, less flavorful, less dynamic than it's ever been.
I would say the closest the album gets to that is Golden Gal, which at least has this kind of hookiness to it and a sort of genuine like sunniness in the vocals that strikes me as a bit more memorable than any other point in the record. Like I think there's definitely a bit of Beach Boys in this song. Like there's a bit of, you know, sort of like sunny 60s pop in this. I like how crafted this feels as a song, like compared to some of the other tracks in this record, which just kind of iterate ideas emptily. It has that kind of wheezing synth that by the time you get to this point in the record is quite tired, but it has like sort of little counter melodies and little technological electronic flourishes like that in this song that I quite like. And it does have I think some of the more animated vocals too. And so that song sort of stands out as a bit of a comparative highlight for me for that reason. I also share your feelings about On Delay. I think that's probably my favorite song on the record. I think there's a genuine kind of pulse and movement and sense of, you know, actual like interesting sonic engagement happening on that song that I don't really see very much else on the record. I think the closing track to Recycling, while I don't like it as much as On Delay and Golden Gal, I think it has a bit more, you know, interesting stuff going on musically. It feels a little more fleshed out. I'm really kind of not into the run from Hocus Pocus through Bagels and Kiev, which is over half the album. Like that's just an absolutely, you know, it just never ignites during that run. And you know what's tragic about that is that, I mean, you talked about, you know, this band, you know, being influenced by the Velvet Underground, and we've made multiple Velvet Underground references while discussing this discography. And the song Hocus Pocus has a cello part from John Cale in it.
Yeah, sure does.
And it's like that's a beautiful moment of like full circle, like, you know, referentiality. And it's just shame that it just doesn't like stick in any way. Like it's nice on paper, but I mean the song itself just doesn't really happen, unfortunately. And I mean there's only so many times that I can listen to the feet can't cross the parking lot, the feet can't cross, they're way too hot on vertical, until I want to literally just like slit my wrists. It's so annoying.
Yeah.
And
it's just a really uninspired record to me. Like, and that's kind of a strange thing to say. Like, we kind of challenge the consensus on Centipede Hz, and like maybe somewhere out there somebody's challenging the consensus on Painting With, and it's going to be like, well, why don't you like this if you like this? But the biggest difference is like, you know, they each, I think it's 09 to 12 and then 12 to 16 are kind of like your respective hiatuses, and it just doesn't feel like they attacked it with the same level of vigor and personality to me.
I think the thing is that, like, I don't feel that making this record felt like it feels like they came back to make this record sort of out of obligation. Like, oh, we've been 4 years since we made a record, we better like do something together.
Exactly.
Like, so I think it was more like, let's just get together in the studio because we're all great friends and see what happens and make a record, as opposed to like really approaching it with a sort of clear concept. And which is, you know, and look, I definitely think there's a way to enjoy this album on, you know, a base level. Like there's a mindset to approach it with that, you know, can maximize that enjoyment. Like it is, you know, there's
It's probably better live.
Yeah,
just because there would be like more noodling, you'd have longer run times, you'd have like more probably manic and energetic vocal deliveries. You know, like the vocal deliveries are energetic, you know, they're like pop hooks, Florida, Florida. It doesn't sound like they're asleep, but they don't sound very like there's just something that's missing. It's the difference between like Bukowski on Good News for People Who Love Bad News and like Lampshades on Fire. Like it's like the level, like it's that same thing where it's like they're not entirely different songs. It's just that one of the singers sounds way more interested in singing it.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, God, I mean, if you're going to comp this to late era Modest Mouse, I mean, I think that's the most insulting thing you could possibly do. I will
two bands that I feel very similarly about, I gotta say.
I will say I probably enjoy this album more than either of the last two Modest Mouse records, which is saying something. But look, yeah, so I think it's a slight album. There's a way to enjoy it within that context, I guess. And I would love to hear from anyone listening / watching who does really enjoy this record and has a take on the best way to enjoy it and the reasons why you do enjoy it. Because I don't want to be entirely dismissive, but I also have to be honest that I do kind of hate it, and that hurts. But I will say,
it's not like I hate it. Like, oh, bury this album. This band sucks and they'll never be good again. Dismissive. In this case with this band, what I want to do every single time is be like, no, you guys are wrong. This shit rules. Here's why the consensus that this album isn't as good as Merriweather Post Pavilion is silly and bad. And I every time I listen to this album, I go into it thinking like, that's what I want to be when I'm done with it, is like the guy that is like, this is good. And then I leave it. I'm like, that sucked. So it's just trust that it's like, it's not just that it's honest, but that it, you know, it always comes, if there's any disappointment, it's like from a place of like, I really would prefer to love every Animal Collective album it's on.
No, that's fair. Worth mentioning at this point, this album came with an accompanying EP of B-sides called The Painters. You know, I would say that these are better. Like there's nothing on this accompanying EP that is, you know, like this whole EP is better than like at least 3 or 4 songs on this album. On the album itself, it had a lead single.
Helps to be 13 minutes.
It had the lead single kind of Bonkers, which is quite fun, I think, decent, whatever. It also has like a surprisingly good cover of Martha and the Vandellas' Jimmy Mac on it, which is very like a sort of classic sort of soul song that is brought to life with a very animated AV performance, and I quite enjoy it. So it's a decent.
I enjoy Goalkeeper as a song. I think that like maybe because they're less polished non-album cuts, there is like a little bit more like looseness to it, you know, that kind of unstructured Animal Collective. It's kind of funny because like Painting With, probably their most structured songs outside of like Merriweather Post Pavilion, and it just doesn't really fly. These like the EP cuts aren't like 6 minutes long or anything. They're all still like within that 3-minute range, but they just feel a little bit more like they threw some shit at the wall. It feels a little bit more shaggy, and that makes it a little bit more compelling to me than the other way around, where it feels a little bit refined in addition to being kind of boring.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of reasons to be optimistic about the future of Animal Collective, and when we finish this video, I will finish by talking about why I think that. And I think one thing that's important to mention, you know, that we forgot to mention, is that Deacon wasn't present on Painting With. That was an AV Panda Geologist album. So it certainly lacked the particular flavor that he brings to the music. But we were not lacking for Deacon music in 2016, thankfully. As Zach has alluded to, the Deacon's debut solo album, Sleep Cycle, had a long gestation period, a lot of delays. You know, I think
accountable to like a sense of like a lack of confidence on the part of Deacon to be like, am I good enough to be a solo artist without the accompaniment of this band, and like really wanting to perfect each and every cut on the album as much as possible to ensure that he wasn't just like putting out some shit to stoke his own ego and stuff like that, which I think is really cool, you know, in the context of this band, that like he has so much respect for the artists that he works with that he just didn't there was this sense of like not just wanting to put something out for the sake of putting something out, which I think is really admirable. And I think it shows in the end product, which is like a really tight runtime. There really isn't a weak song on the track list. I don't think that it's like necessarily the most like overbearingly great thing any Animal Collective member has ever been a part of, but you know, that gestation, I think in the end was the right call for the end result.
I remember when this album came out in 2016 and I was like super excited for it. I was like a very avid user of r/indie heads on Reddit, and that we were also very, very excited for this album to drop. And, you know, and I think it, to be frank, this album is great. I really, really like this album a lot. It's grown on me even more with time. Like revisiting it this week, because I haven't listened to it a heap over the years, but revisiting it this week was like, it was such a, you know, beautiful little surprise to remember how much I loved this album and how good it is. It's very understated. It comes with very low stakes, and yet it just consistently delivers a very potent and beautiful 30-odd minute statement. And, you know, we talked about Deacon's presence on Wide-Eyed. It's still a bit of a surprise to listen to this and get a sense of how strong his vocals actually are. Like he sings, hollers, like he really puts everything into this. There's subtlety, there's softness, like on the gorgeous opening track, Golden Chords. Yeah. And then there's my favorite song on the record, Good House, the closing track here, where he's literally just like I listened to this album this week and I it's almost a cliche that I say this often on the podcast when I'm talking about albums I like a lot, but I listened to this week and I was listening to Good House and I just felt myself like choking up, and just like I started sobbing because it was so emotional, and like in the way that like Person Pitch is to me as well, but like this in an even more direct way. Like he's just like you need to talk about this now because I can't even function.
So yeah, there's really 3 cuts on this that I think are like as good as anything any band members ever put out. The opening track, Golden Chords, which is, as you say, beautiful, like really understated guitar playing, really kind of like lilting vocals. It's just all about kind of like being lonely, but like reassuring yourself. I think the song that really stuck out for me on Revisit was Footy, which is like a 7-minute, like kind of in the smack in the middle. And then, as you're saying, Good House, the closer, which is, yeah, I love. There's just this little part where it's like, don't wait, feel shy, come sit at your place because you can. Your body rewired, you may feel strange. Breathe in without, breathe out, you're all right. Breathe in with all, breathe out all that shame. No cowering fright, keep building up waves, replenish in flight. So I breathe my way down and I breathe my way deeper. When I've grown, I ascend at sea, see my hands, they're stretching much further and stronger. Fire, or they're holding my life to the fire, no tries, fire builds fire. And it's like this, like learning to feel confident in yourself and like embrace it. It's just like a really beautiful thematic closing point for this like album that has this, I don't know. Deacon's a really interesting personality. He and Geologist are obviously like a little bit more impenetrable than AV or Panda, who have like considerably more solo work, are more featured as writers and as vocalists. And so Deacon and Geologist kind of like recede to the background, and you know, you kind of have that personality in some of this writing. But I again, the way that it, breathe in without, breathe out, you're all right. Breathe in with all, spit out all that rage. You're safe now, don't fight. Your body's engaged, just flow and get it right. Like following angels, you're following angels. And it's just like,
the way he
it's
sings,
so
though.
Cathartic.
It's not even the lyric, it's just the way he says, he like stretches some of those words out for extra emphasis. And he does it with a way that like has a really like satisfying melodic resolution too. And it's just fucking, it levels me. Like, what I love about it is that his vocal range is so, like, comes to the fore so much here, and he works vocally in a way that's so unique and, you know, individual to the other, you know, members of
His
Animal Collective.
his voice on the breathe out, you're
You're all
all
right.
right. Breathe in.
Yeah.
And it's just like really gentle. It kind of reminds me a little bit of like the War on Drugs vocalist. He's not quite as talented as that. But it's that same kind of like, just a really cathartic, beautiful. It's probably end to end, in my opinion, the most beautiful Animal Collective related release. Just like it's just got all of that kind of like serene, calming, ethereal, and it just really relaxes me. It's just like an album that I could like put on and just like I will feel better when it is over. A lot of these Animal Collective writers, like a lot of these songs tend to really, really circulate around these ideas of like giving advice and giving emotional support and comfort to the people in your life and to yourself at like the lowest stages of your health. And I think that's really beautiful. You know, like a lot of songwriters write about being upset or going through hard times in their life, but few of them seem to have so much emphasis on like, and this is how you should handle that. Not like how you should specifically handle that, but just like having these like kind of emotional conclusions that it comes to, so that it's not just like, life is shit, really cynical, you know, like there's always kind of like an optimistic outlook. And, you know, through the use of progressions on track listings, they tend to, you know, kind of work you through these painful ideas and kind of come out the other side and be like, you're going to be okay. And that's just like this really pervasive theme throughout so many of these releases. That's just like really powerful when you're like listening to them all over and over and over and over again. You just kind of keep revisiting these ideas and ideas and ideas.
Yeah.
It really makes it all more potent because they all kind of are drawing that same conclusion.
So from there, we have a string of additional sort of solo releases. You have a few more releases. You have a couple more EPs under the Animal Collective name. The first of those being Meeting of the Waters, which is actually just Avian Geologist. I re-listened to this again last night. It still doesn't really do a whole lot for me, although I think I like it a little bit more now than I used to. It kind of has a bit more of a Here Comes the Indian vibe. But it has a really solid sort of single track called Man of Oil on it, which I think is a bit of a fan favorite, and is a surprisingly tender moment of songwriting on an album, on an EP that's otherwise just really sort of sound collage stuff. The opening track, Blue Noses, kind of reminded me of Campfire Songs, but with sort of geologists' electronic textures layered in. It's like 13 minutes and it's quite enjoyable, but definitely quite slight.
I think Bridge to Quiet I like a little bit more.
Yeah, I listened to Bridge to Quiet last night as well. I enjoyed that a little bit more as well. That benefits from being a full band creation as opposed to just two people. And they actually made that because they went into the studio. They wanted to go into the studio early last year and make a new record, and they couldn't because of the pandemic. So they worked on this project, I think, which is a nice little taster. And Panda Bear put out a record in 2019 called Boys, which I sadly do not care for at all. That record just really leaves no impact on me, which I really tried to find something to like about that, but that one just didn't do it for me, unfortunately. And you also have their second visual album, which came out in 2018, Tangerine Reef, which was created in collaboration with, I can't remember specifically the name of the organization. I think it was Coral Preservation Society or something like that. And one thing I'll say is, like Oddsac, it's definitely best experienced with the visual accompaniment. The actual visual film, which was produced by the Coral Morphologic, that's it. The actual visual film, which was produced by them, is quite gorgeous. And I watched it on my new 4K screen on my laptop.
Same.
And it was very pretty and quite gorgeous. And there were moments where it was like, I couldn't tell if what I was watching was a real video or something that was purely animation, which was quite an appealing quality to it visually. But yeah, the music itself is quite insubstantive. It's very much like low-key score stuff. There are moments where it feels like it barely even exists. It cycles and repeats quite anodyne. Doesn't do too much, but I don't think it's worth really considering as an album anyway. I do enjoy certain elements of tracks like Hair Cutter and Air Pipe to a New Transition. I think they have some fun little nuggets of ideas in them, but they're designed in a very specific way as accompaniment to these visuals, and so I think they don't deserve to be given too much weight because of that. And I think they serve.
Definitely do it with, if you're gonna listen, if you haven't listened to it and want to listen to it, definitely do so with the visualization, because that really helps to, like, the best part of it is looking at it.
What the thought that I had, like, watching it the other day was, like, if I sold TVs at a department store or something,
right,
I would put this on, but I might turn the stereo down.
not great.
Because anyway, so there's that. It's worth saying that from what we can gather from live recordings that already exist and from the single that's recently been released, their next upcoming album, Skiffs, which is going to be released in February of next year, seems to be a record that's going to have a little bit more songwriting substance to it than a lot of the sound experiments that they've done. I don't know if you've heard it or how you feel about it. I listening to it multiple times, it struck me as, like, I wouldn't be surprised if Zach isn't into this, but I have listened to the new single for their upcoming record, Prester John, quite a few times. And I will say, I'm really digging it. Like, what I like most about it is that Animal Collective sound like a band again. Like, there is, like, it's not just kind of like texture and vocals. It's like actual song structure. It crests and builds beautifully. It has this lovely crisp and clear guitar part that I really enjoy, and the vocal harmonies between Avi and Panda are gorgeous. It's I don't know, I don't know about you, but I really enjoy the single, and I'm quite optimistic about the new album.
I enjoyed the song. As you know, I'm always a little bit, like, reserved when it comes to, like, singles that are outside the context of their albums, because it's like, even if it's a great song or even if it's kind of a mediocre song, it's like you never really know how that's going to make you feel. I think the song Flesh Canoe is, like, a great song regardless, but if Flesh Canoe were, like, dropped in the middle of an album that wasn't Feels, I probably wouldn't love it as much as I do. You know what I mean? And that's kind of me. So I haven't really necessarily put all of my mental faculties into, like, assessing Prester John, but I've listened to it 4 or 5 times and I like it. It's probably I like it more than I like anything on Painting With.
Absolutely. And I wholeheartedly agree.
And that is, that's promising. So I will definitely be listening to Skiffs when it releases, and fingers crossed. I would really love another great Animal Collective album, another, like, something to really unpack and dig into. And it's 4 talented damn musicians, so there's always the chance that they're gonna have that next release down the corner.
I'm quite optimistic because apparently they've been playing all the songs in this new record live quite a bit, and there are live recordings going around, which I've purposefully avoided, but I have dug into, like, the message boards and stuff, and people seem to be really excited about it. And also, one thing that is quite promising is that I've looked at the track list, and the songs, there's only 9 tracks, but there's a good amount of songs that, like, there's nothing, it's not a Painting With situation. Like, there are some long songs on this fucking thing. There are 3 songs that are longer than 6 minutes. So that's, I know that's such a facile detail, but, like,
it speaks to, like, what they're trying to do, that it's not just going to be Painting With 2, first of all. Like, that's just that they're going to keep pushing and doing new things, interesting things, etc.
Yeah, and hearing just that guitar and the prominence of the instrumentation and that single, like, and then going back to, like, Painting With and just hearing how dry and sort of monotonous and, like, lacking that vibrance that record is. Like, it definitely sounds like, and also even when I just compare the new single to, like, the recent sort of, the EPs and the solo material and stuff, it definitely feels like it's coming with a lot more sort of purpose. So yeah, I think there's reasons to be optimistic. And I think that even regardless of our feelings on the more recent output of the people in this band, the reason we do this video is because there's so much to celebrate, and there's so much to be excited about still, and there's so much to look back on and say, damn, this has aged really fucking well. And hope, there's a lot of hope for an Animal Collective revival, which I think once there's sufficient distance from that time in the late 2000s where everything was so hyped and centered around them, and I think maybe a little more time needs to pass still, but once there is sufficient distance, I think you'll see more people going back to those records and more people celebrating this band for what they are and what they have been, and distinct from, the presentness of when these records were happening and all the cultural stuff surrounding them, the baggage. And it will be interesting to see whether this new record heralds that in some ways. Who knows? By the time this comes out, it's coming out, exactly to the month, 6 years after Painting With. So that's like a really big gap of time. So we'll see if, the absence of Animal Collective music and the amount of time that's passed and the kind of new generation of listeners coming through results in this band's being reevaluated or coming into the conversation again, because it feels like they have been out of the indie conversation for a long time. Yeah, so if you're still watching at home, let us know what your favorite Animal Collective albums are, what you think of the records that we've discussed. If you have anything to add to the discussion that we've had, please let us know in the comments below. We welcome all commentary, and we will endeavor to reply to any comments and questions that you have, any perspectives. We want to hear from you. It really, the whole reason we do this is so that other people can engage with our discussion and hopefully get something out of it. Please, if you enjoyed the video, give it a like and consider subscribing to the channel if you have not already. If you really enjoy what we do, there's a button below that says join. And if you hit that button, you can just pay $1 to support us as an enterprise and give us a little bit of an extra boost. You don't have to do it, obviously, but if you enjoy what we do, and if that's something that's an option for you, then we would love it if you'd consider it. And we will be back again soon. We put out 3 new videos every week. So stick around for more stuff if you're new to the channel. And we will, of course, be rejoined by Zach in February to review Time Skiffs, the 11th Animal Collective album. Yeah, that's basically all there is to it. Rock over London, rock on Chicago, Smuckers. With a name like Smuckers, it has to be good.